Good morning, everybody. This is Roger Bodie, joined with my newfound co-host, Matthew White. We're here for an exciting day of Classic Constructed here in battle-hardened St. Louis. How are you feeling today, Matt?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to see a lot of flesh and blood and a lot of good players doing their thing.
Yeah, me too. But first things first, we got to get our players squared away, cut to a short ad break, and we'll get things squared away for you guys in just a minute. So hold tight.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your flesh and blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke, Chromai, Kyloria, and Mirage 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Welcome back, everybody. We got our first match selected, and Matt, after seeing Dromai win a calling last week, I need to see Dromai put in her place a little bit. So what do you think Dromai's worst matchup overall could possibly be?
Well, as a Runeblade player, I'll tell you it's Runeblade. I know that
Definitely
there's
one of them.
Yeah, I've seen a few Viscerais out there, and I'm excited for the Viscerai players because Dromai tends to be a pretty free matchup.
Mauvern Skies hitting dragons for ring chance. Living the dream.
It equals a +3, depending on which Mob Skies you got out there, but it's usually in our favor. So, and I say our because I'm a Viscerai main, of course.
For sure. And then right after that, though, I would say Rhinar. Nothing but poppers, big attacks, intimidate, not allowing Dromai to use her hand defensively as she might want to. And that's what we got lined up for you guys. Some Rhinar v Dromai. So there we see the very classy Dromai going up against the big behemoth Rhinar. I'm already intimidated.
I am as well.
I'm already missing a card from my hand just seeing that picture.
Yeah. The class is appropriately titled Brute because he doesn't care. He doesn't care what's in front of him.
Not at all. But what do you think? Do you think Dromai, if it's slanted more red line, is going to be having a little bit easier time just being aggressive, trying to keep up with Rhinar? Or do you think we're going to see a bigger dragon build that can really just struggle into these poppers?
Yeah, I really think that we're going to see a bigger dragon build. I just got a feeling. I've seen Chandler play before in our local meta a few times when he pops up.
Calling winner as well.
Yeah.
Taking down first place in the calling. The only Rhinar to do it, I think.
I had a chance to play him at an RTN here recently. So I have a little bit of knowledge of the deck, but he might have changed it up a little bit since then.
Gotcha. This was going to be my next question, whether we're going to see Club Rhinar get into the club or we're going to see some Claw Rhinar, but it looks like he's going with the claws.
Yeah, scratch him up. Those claws do real damage.
Yeah, especially on Blood Rush Bellow turns. You can really get out of hand, pushing a lot of damage real fast.
Yeah, before you know it, you've thrown your whole hand in front of him and passing your turn.
Yeah. All right, we got 4, right? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you got for headpieces? You got
Bobby P.
Ooh, interesting. So this is one of the things I was going to be worried about if we were seeing a Royal Dromai. Obviously, starting Royal, you don't start with a blocking headpiece. You just get that gold. Interestingly enough, I think I see a cash-in Bobby P's hand, so it looks like this might be a sideboard card, Crown of Providence, but it's going to be critical in the matchup just because it's going to allow him to get some block value where he might not otherwise be able to because of that Intimidate mechanic.
Yeah, I think Bobby just forgot to side that out.
Play Vanilla 6.
Could be. He might not be able to take it out, or I don't know. Maybe he still just wants to pitch a bunch of cards in order to just create a bunch of ash. Could be a mistake, but who knows? Looks like we're seeing a Riled Up. Yeah, Riled Up coming in. I don't think there was a discard this turn, so its ability isn't turned on, so it's just 6 vanilla damage. Looks like Bobby's going to block that out and then gain 3 life with a Sigil of Sol. So pretty ideal turn 0 for Bobby, I would say.
Yeah. Pretty simple. Just block it out. Move on to your next turn. Get started.
Yeah. Already, I see a couple premium dragons in his hand here. Cash-in's a little awkward there because he's not able to generate an Ash, but Chromai and Yendurai definitely what you want to be seeing in this matchup. Looks like we're coming in with a Dunebreaker Cenopies. This is going to be 5 go again. And if it pops, which more than likely it will, it looks like another Ash is going to be coming in, which is important because you're going to need a lot of Ash. You're going to be making a lot of dragons and needing a lot of Ash in this matchup, that's for sure.
Absolutely. You never know when those Ash come in handy later, especially in the late game.
Yeah. Interestingly here, Bobby electing not to activate Flamescale Furnace, pitching that Chromai just to get out of his hand, generate even further Ash. He's just keeping it in his... he chose to Arsenal it because he didn't want to Arsenal that cash in. Just a little bit of an awkward card. Probably be difficult to get out of his Arsenal later.
Going with an Auto War here, trying to get card advantage. And a little bit of power. Maybe go again. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the powerhouse that it is in Levia, but it's still an incredibly good card.
Swing big for 8, go again.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
Levia, my bad. But here we see a swing big. Taking advantage of, I think Go Again was chosen off that Art of War, so it's just coming in for 8 Go Again.
Bobby's really considering full blocking this.
The Quickening token is pretty tempting, especially if you have a card like Dust Up or something like that, cards that don't naturally have Go Again that Dromai does play sometimes. But with that cash in his hand,
It's extremely awkward.
yeah. And it's difficult, too, because you also don't want to be committing equipment on a turn where you're not intimidated. You really want to be saving it for the opportunities where you just don't even have the option to block. So I really think blocking with equipment here might be a bit costly if he likes to do that. But it feels like we're just going with the cash in and strike.
Yeah, it looks like that's the E strike.
Yeah.
And then I'll play vanilla 6.
Bobby loses the 3 life he just gained on turn 1.
Yep, blocked for 5, took 3. Now another riled up. Once again, no ability turned on, so just 6 vanilla points of damage. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Bobby shrug his shoulders and take it and then just attack. Although now his hand's a little bit awkward because he blocked with the yellow, so he has Command and Conquer, Azalea, and a Dromai in Arsenal. Only 2 pieces of Ash. So if he plays the Dromai and Azalea, more than likely the Dromai is going to get popped, then he can try to come in with the Azalea. But that's more than likely going to get popped. And then he could play look to Arsenal the Command and Conquer. But I don't know.
Yeah. I think Bobby's considering just taking this here. Yeah.
Yeah. Not surprising.
And as expected, coming right in with the Dromai.
One of the most powerful dragons available. And importantly, when this more than likely gets popped, it won't be turnover for him because he'll get that extra action point when it's destroyed.
I think he was excited just to throw down the code full. At Marvel, he wanted to throw it down.
All the Marvels are always beautiful, that's for sure.
The artwork on these cards is incredible.
Yeah. Now, here's an interesting question, though. So in some matchups, Dromai actually elects to create the dragons and not attack with them. Just kind of looks to sit back and say, okay, you spend the action points. You attack them. I'm not going to attack them into your poppers. But it looks like Bobby is looking to attack with the Dromai.
Yeah, Bobby's more of an aggressive player. A lot of the players in the St. Louis meta are truly aggressive. We have an aggro brain, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Yep, take the arcane and then I'll pop.
And he'll pop. Yep.
Yep.
As expected.
And it's interesting that he elected Arsenal, or pitched the Command and Conquer to make a point of Ash instead of Arsenaling it. I don't know necessarily if just getting that one. I know he's Ash Light at the moment. He definitely needs that resource, but Command and Conquer is just such a good play in and of itself.
Hard roll on these scab scans. Oh, he gets
3 action points.
He hits.
Easy game. But I think all we're going to do with this is just use Tunic and just come in with Claw for 3 and 3.
And then he's going to Arsenal that Auto War.
Yeah.
And save it for a big play.
Which is interesting. If he uses the Tunic counter to attack with the other Claw, that Tunic counter for Art of War is one of the best ways to kind of kick that turn off, right? You use Tunic counter, play Art of War from Arsenal. This way you don't need to pitch the card in order to do it. So I don't know if even rolling the Scabskins and double attacking with Claw was really, really...
Well, if you know that they're going to gain life, especially looks like Bobby will with the Sigilus in his hand.
There we go.
You take advantage of whatever openings you can get.
Yeah, for sure.
Force cards out of their hand if you can.
Yeah. And I think here we're going to see Rake the Embers, one of the most powerful cards coming in from Dromai, pitching Ravenous Rabble to do so. So he's going to get an Ash from pitching the red, and then get the third Ash from the Rake the Embers card itself to make 3 little Ashlings. I say little, but these can be a major pain in the butt for Glex to deal with.
Yes. Board state for Dromai is really important, especially in this matchup where you have all the poppers in the world coming at you.
For sure, for sure.
Now, here's a question for you, Roger.
Yeah?
If you have Ashwings coming at you, do you take the first one, or do you just pop it and get it over with?
Well, it depends on the situation, right? So if you know your opponent to take the Ash Wings just in case they play a more critical, impactful dragon like an Azalea or Dromai or something like that you'd want to spend your popper on. But if you know the coast is clear, you know the Ash Wings are really the only thing you're going to have to deal with that turn, you might as well go ahead and fire off the popper on the first one just to stop the other ones from coming in.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Whatever I can do to stop your turn, I'm going to do it right then and there.
Yeah.
I'm going to play...
No sense in waiting. There's that Auto War.
Go again.
Choosing Go again off of it. Banishing that Beast within there. Oh, and here we see Blood Rush Bellow. A little bit of an awkward timing for it because there's a Enlightened Strike in hand. So I guess what we could see happen here is use Art of War to bottom one of the cards and then draw a card because we chose Go again with the Art of War. So this Enlightened Strike is going to be able to just basically replace itself with the card draw effect.
Oh, it's Italian.
Yeah.
It's Italian, right?
A little fancy.
For 7, huh?
For 7, and it's got go again.
Oh, he elected the buff.
Buff, and I think we're going to see the swing big come in. So we're just going to see 15 points of damage come in on one turn.
Block here.
Yep.
Reaction.
No reaction.
So it looks like we're going to cover it up with a Kyloria and a Sink Below.
Yeah, I'm going to sink. I'm going to sink that card.
Sinking a card, drawing a new card.
Claw for 3.
Oh, and it looks like we're just going to arsenal the Blood Rush Bellow. So we probably put the Swing Big on the bottom, attack with Mandible Claw.
Yeah.
And then try to set up for another big turn with one of these Impactful Yellows following this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he holds off until he gets that Tunic counter back.
Buff it.
Yep. For 7.
For 7.
Yeah. And looks like Bobby's just going to respond with an Enlightened Strike of his own, coming in with 7 points of damage. A little awkward because he's not getting that Burn the Ball value this turn. He's just going to take up the counter without getting that point of Arcane. But I guess he could elect to use Snapdragon Scalers if he
here. But
yeah.
Bobby does do some things that surprises you. He makes some interesting decisions sometimes.
Got to keep people on their toes. And look at that. We do see the Snapdragon Scalers being committed, making sure that we're getting that full use of the Burn Them All every turn.
And Asher.
Yep. I'll take the 1 arcane.
Yep.
And then I'll pop the Asher.
Okay,
Not surprisingly, pop goes the Ashway.
And then I got 2. Roll up 2.
Chandler takes the Arcane.
Put in.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. Not to come in with any Arcane barrier here.
Yeah, I think normally you could play the headpiece naturally as AB2. I forget the exact name of that piece of equipment. Skullhorn. Otherwise, you're kind of giving up Gambler's Gloves or Scabskin Leathers, and Gambler's Gloves kind of come with the territory of playing Scabskin Leathers. So.
Blood Rush Vela being played here.
I wonder if it'll be 6.
$10 says it will be.
Oh my God, it was a 6-powered attack. I can't believe it.
Are you shocked?
I'm shocked. Bewildered.
Do that one?
This one?
So is Bobby here. He's very intimidated by that play.
I can see him shaking his boots.
Plus 2, baby.
All right.
Okay.
5 go again.
Looks like we drew another Warmonger's Diplomacy in hand as well to go with. Oh, yeah. It's not going to be an amazing turn because it's the Savage Swing, Reckless Swing, the defense reaction for Brutes, and then Warmonger's Diplomacy with a Beast Within. So not going to be able to really come in with the most impactful attacks this turn. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see another Mandible Claw and then the Beast Within attacking.
Yeah, it's just enough to keep the pressure up, though, and possibly rip away some cards from Bobby's hand.
Yeah. Dromai definitely hasn't been able to find a comfortable position at any point in time in this game so far. No board has been able to be effectively developed because of the poppers, and then the constant stream of damage has just ripped the cards out of Dromai's hand turn after turn.
You got to wonder if those early attacks with Dromai and Azalea play a part in why Bobby isn't having a board state where he can just dominate the game.
I think between that and we've seen these cash-ins be extremely awkward where he's not been able to pitch them effectively, and they just kind of are clunking up his hand, only blocking for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also led to a lack of Ash, that critical resource that he needs to even make the dragons to begin with. We see no Ash available to him, even if he wanted to make a dragon at the moment.
Absolutely. Bobby's thinking long and hard here.
It's an important decision. You always want to get these Blood Rush Bellow turns right because the moment you kind of shrug your shoulders, take a little bit too much damage against Rhinar, you might not get a chance to block later down the line.
And he's electing to take it. And that's the thing about this game in Flesh and Blood. Sometimes you have to take damage to put the pressure back on
for
the
sure.
other player.
The classic pivot turn. But the question is, are we going to be able to pivot effectively enough? So, was there a card banished off the Intimidate? Or that he didn't get back? Because the Blood Rush Bellow discard has 6. Did they just miss the Intimidate trigger? Or I guess he blocked with 2 cards.
Yeah,
I guess they must have missed the
He blocked
Intimidate trigger.
2 cards. And then he's coming in with an E-Strike, so he had to dump one. So I guess he got it back.
Yeah.
26, right? You take 1 arcane.
Yeah, so there we saw E-Strike going again, so 5 go again into the Ash Wing, which then got popped by a 6-powered attack.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you block. Yeah, you're right. I hit it once. All right, so 3. All right, now then, here we go.
And this is going to be an interesting question: is how long does he want to keep this Burn Them All in play? Because the longer you keep this one in play, the less effective future Burn Them Alls are going to be. And then you also have to factor in cards like Remembrance and those kinds of targets if he's playing a card like that in order to try to play for this longer game.
It's got to be red. It's got to be red. It's got to be red.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to keep this. I think I would have probably let it go here and try to save it in for later game.
Yeah, you're at 15. You have no Ash available to you, so you're in quite the bind at the moment as far as like getting value out of this Burn Them All.
All right. Nothing happens.
Cool. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to alter it.
Saw Scabskin Leathers roll there, rolled a 2, which then just results down to 1 action point. So no free action points today.
Go again.
So just a friendly Mandible Claw for 3.
Yep, just enough to take a card out of Bobby's hand.
I think this is you're at 15, but I see a Mirror Guy in hand, and that's a premium dragon in this matchup, given that it prevents that Phantasm effect on your first dragon attack each turn.
Really hoping Bobby isn't going to block with the Mirror Guy.
Yeah, it looks like he's pulling it forward.
In these high pressure moments, sometimes you're just thinking, how can I get out of this turn? Get to my...
Awkwardly, he has no Ash, and none of his reds at the moment have natural go again. So he has no way to really play a red pitch to Flamescale Furnace and get that Mirror Guy down. So it looks like he's probably just going to come in with this Ember Moss Centipai, which is almost 100% going to get popped, which will generate him 2 Ash after pitching the red and it getting popped. But that's going to be another turn cycle of Burn Them All, potentially just banishing 4 cards without getting value out of it.
Then I'm going to Furnace it.
Yep.
Give me another Ash.
Ooh, that's really surprising to me. To be fair, though, he is desperate for that Ash right now. We've been noting it all game long that he's been Ash and Resource Light. So for future Rake the Embers or his future dragons that he's going to want to deploy, he will need that Ash resource in order to actually, make these dragons.
4 for Burn Them All.
Yep, I got 4 Burn Them All. So
Chandler staying on top of it, making sure, keeping Bobby in the loop of what's going on with his own cards.
Yeah, clean game state because that we could see a missed trigger there and then say, oh, well, you missed your trigger, but you burned the wall away. But Bobby elected to remind him instead.
Rolling
Oh, Scabskins.
Scabs.
Hey, come on, 1. 2.
Nothing
Okay.
Another 2, 1 action point. Not a big deal. I've seen E-Strike in hand, so probably going to be able to use the full card of available to him anyways. So 5 go again.
We know he has a Command and Conquer in Arsenal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, though, just to see the Mandible Claw come in, though, after this. There's no Arsenal, and Crown of Providence still up, so the Command and Conquer is just worth 6 points of vanilla damage, which isn't enough of them when your opponent's at 15, but probably want to save that for a little bit more opportune moment down the line. And good morning to you, Mr. Armada. Hope you're doing well this morning.
And Bobby blocks with the Crown of Providence.
Here we go, filtering that hand.
And then Claw for 3.
Here we do see it's just that Claw for 3 coming in, which is going to eat Sink Below. So interestingly, after playing that Sink Below, that counts as playing a red for the turn. So if Bobby wanted to, he could pitch to Flamescale Furnace to keep making that Ash resource if he had another dragon. But looks like he's contented, just going to attack with this Ravenous Rabble and then probably Dust Up. And importantly, though, we're going to see another turn go by of this Burn Them All sticking around with no dragon attacks.
I'll block 5.
Block it all?
Yeah.
Chandler full blocks.
Yeah, finally using some of that block on Scabskin Leathers.
1, 2.
And Bobby electing not to make an Ash Wing off of that Dust Up. It's a little bit of an interesting decision there.
4.
And we're running out of cards. I don't think he's going to be able to keep this Burn Them All around for another turn after this. Asking for 6 reds out of Banish is
a lot.
A lot of cards. More than 5, but not quite 7, but definitely a lot.
And here comes the Command and Conquer.
Yeah, not too.
Bobby has a Sink Below in hand.
Yeah, so it makes sense now to fire off the Command and Conquer. You want to put a new card in Arsenal while still pushing a good amount of damage. Make sure you keep that pressure on.
Agreed.
But Bobby's definitely in a tough spot at the moment. And we see that new Burn Them All in hand. I think there's 2 Rake the Embers. And this is awkward because I think there's a Sink Below, Burn Them All, and 2 Rake the Embers. So not a lot of good blocking cards available. I wouldn't hate blocking with the Burn Them All in hand. You're not looking to play it, and you've already banished so many reds from this first Burn Them All that it's going to be hard to get a lot of value out of it. But looks like we're going to try to play it and get some double arcane pings here after playing this new Rake the Ember.
1 off the pitch, so that's 4.
Yep.
All right. So then.
And I think that's all 3 Burn Them Alls played for the game, and that's going to be all 3 Rake the Embers as well. So it's really just Chromeyes that are looking to be the powerhouse dragon cards going forward from here.
Chromeyes and Mirror Guy. Just trying to keep some of that popping away.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go, though. But we see Chandler with another Blood Rush Bellow. It's time for another Bellow turn.
Judge.
Yeah, you can go ask the judge for that to resolve that.
Judge.
Uh-oh. Got a judge call?
Just want to know. I mean, I haven't looked at it, but this was an intimidated card that never got put back.
Oh, there was an intimidated
card that never came back.
I was right. I was thinking on the first Blood Rush Bellow turn, I was like, oh, there was an intimidated card, right? There would have had to have been. And I just thought they missed the Intimidate trigger, but here we go. There was... I think it just stays in Banish Zone.
Yeah, I don't think he can... I don't think he's getting that back in hand. I don't think it really...
Because that'd be a weird judge call. To be like, oh, I'm going to banish this card and forget about it for 3 turns, float it, and be like, oh, now I get it back, right? Like, not saying that's what Bobby's trying to do here by any stretch of the imagination.
No. I just think he missed the trigger. Bobby's a really honest player.
Yeah, for sure. Flesh and Blood's hard. I think somebody wise once said that.
That's what happens when you get intimidated.
Yeah.
Figuratively and literally.
Got a weird one.
And
This was an intimidated card. Never picked it back up.
it's good practice because we got the heavy hitter set coming up soon, and I imagine Intimidate is going to be more and more common going forward. But at the moment, players probably aren't too used to this Intimidate mechanic at the moment. Okay. So here's a fun game I like to play sometimes. Life totals 26-11. As it stands right now, who's ahead, who's behind in this game?
Well, Chandler's ahead and Bobby's behind.
No question. Definitive answer. Okay, now the follow-up question, though, why? What do you think is going right for Chandler at the moment?
I think he's just had... I mean, Rhinar is a deck that is full of big attacks, so he's had the advantage when it comes to popping Bobby's dragons. And Bobby hasn't had a lot of patience with what he's had in playing. I don't think he's taken the time to just breathe. Because sometimes when you get in this first round, you get the jitters.
Nerves, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
On camera for round 1.
Exactly. But he's definitely going to mellow out after this round. But Chandler's playing pretty calm and poised. He's been here before. Nothing really shakes him, so he's got the advantage there, I'd say.
Yeah, and given the deck's natural strategy inclination, as we alluded to at the start of the match, all these effects with Phantasm really don't line up well into all these 6-powered attacks that Rhinar is presenting.
Exactly.
Even sometimes Levia, she'll have a lot of 6-powered attacks, but sometimes she's just not able to even block with them because of the no block value, and you can't block with a card that has no block value, even if you wanted to.
Also, the fact that Chandler has a usable weapon. Well, he has two usable weapons.
Yeah.
Because whenever turns are bad, and you have nothing, and you have a hero that has a weapon at their disposal, it allows you to attack and keep the pressure up, as opposed to being able to not present anything. and just passing your turn. So
Yeah, absolutely. And we look at it that way, where not even the life totals. We just look at cards of deck and then the long game that's going to be playing out if Bobby just tries to block out and try to play towards like a fatigue situation. Given that he doesn't have that weapon, like you just said, he'd lose that game too.
yeah,
So really a tough spot at the moment.
Chandler hasn't been particularly lucky on these scab scans. He's had 1-6, but everything else has come up twos for him. So he's just playing his basic game.
The math on scab skins is actually pretty good, especially with the gambler's gloves. You would say the expected value on them is usually at least it's like 1.5 action points or something like that. Can't actually get 1.5 action points, obviously, but
Yeah, I've seen some of the streams in the past.
You got the Sony's out here.
Yeah, I know.
That's a small. That's a height.
I'd be
Up in the restroom a little better if I.
I'd be willing to bet if we asked Bobby about those cash-ins. I think he just forgot to side them out.
I mean, honestly, I would.
that's fair.
But
Yeah, there would have had to have been something in his sideboard, you would think, in
Yeah.
order to bring it in. Because it's so unlikely that he's going to be able to pitch 4 full cards.
Exactly.
In order to, it's not even a very powerful way to
to
begin with.
get some use out of it, yeah.
Yeah. Importantly, though, he might not have them yet. It's kind of becoming the latest pricey card, Tome of the Imperial Flames. Maybe he took those out instead because at least the cash-ins block. And if you're worried about that Intimidate mechanic, like removing critical cards, you don't want to be stuck with a card that just can't block. So maybe that was his thought process.
I'll tell you, as a Visceral player, that is exactly why I took Gork Tome out.
Yeah.
Lost the top 8 at an RTN and a ProQuest tour because it didn't block.
Yep.
I was playing against, lo and behold, Rhinar.
Yeah. That Intimidate mechanic always gets the card that you don't want it to get. You're like, okay, it's fine if it intimidates this card. As long as I can keep my Sink Below to block it, I'm good. Sink Below, intimidate it every time.
And as a player, you use every card trick and player advantage you possibly can. So you're like tipping your hand, looking at the card you want them to intimidate, and then just go around and pick everything else.
Yeah. That's actually why Rhinar actually has a pretty decent Iyslander matchup. He gets access to the natural higher AB count, and a lot of the time Iyslander will very particularly want to block with 1 or 2 cards and then use this blue and the Wounded Bull or Vinyl's Fighting Spirit to come in and attack with or arsenal a very particular card. So when you mess up that specific cards that she has plans for, it can be really, really difficult for her to map out her turns.
Well, I'm glad you like that story, John. I'm glad my pain brought you pleasure. I'll tell you what, though. The other thing about Rhinar into Iyslander is disruption into the disruption causes a lot of problems.
Absolutely.
Being that they can intimidate first, and then Iyslander has to respond or choose to respond in order to get their effect. It just causes a lot more problems for the Iyslander player.
Yeah. And if we look to a card like Blizzard or something like that, Blizzard is not as good against cards that have Go Again. But interestingly, brew cards don't get Go Again a lot very often. They just generate action points. So when you're able to just get Scab Skins, get your extra action points, play Blood Rush Bellow, get your extra action points. Even like some of the more technical cards that you would think be able to present the disruption really aren't able to in the matchup.
Did we get a final ruling on the judge call?
Judge is still working this one out, making sure everything is square and by the Flesh and Blood rulebook. Admiring that sweet fad metal token coin that's on the board for keeping track of war and peace between players. I got one of those bad boys in Vegas. They're very nice.
Yeah, I missed the boat on a lot of those fab metal tokens in Vegas.
Yeah, the poker chip one, the poker chip resource thing.
That's the one I'm so upset about not being able to get.
It's so cool. I love that thing.
It was
so much.
gone day one.
Yeah, those went fast. They always do.
Gotta like the camaraderie that we have here in the Flesh and Blood community. You can always bond over things like fab metal tokens.
Yeah.
Card rarities, sweet pickups.
Cold foils. Who doesn't love a good cold foil?
Exactly. And you know what I noticed? Every cold foil usually comes with a pretty unique story of how you came about obtaining the cold foil.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether it's a trade, whether it's you pulled it out of a pack. Some people are lucky. Some people are just lucky.
Yeah. So it looks like that card is going to stay in banished. We're back to the game now, and we're just going to attack with an Aether Ashwing for 1 Physical and 2 arcane.
Then I'll take the 1 damage.
Take 1 damage. Right?
This isn't a good sign. Chandler's saying, I'm not popping. I got no time for poppers this time. Send me the bill for your 3 Ashwing damage.
Yes,
we're bellowing, baby.
Yes. You see that blood rush bellow in his hand?
We can even tunic bellow.
I feel so bad for Bobby when it comes to this. Because it's never good as a player when your opposing player is just like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's never a good
bill.
sign.
I don't care about anything that's going on here, buddy.
It's never a good sign.
Oh, no.
Here we see that blood rush bellow coming down.
2 in there, right?
Do you think it's a 6?
Yeah, it's a 2.
Is it a 6?
Oh,
My God, it's a 6 power attack.
Oh, my God. You've been right all game. Whew. And for Bobby.
Okay, here we're seeing some cards draw. Found a blue bellowing, barraging. And then we're going to attack with the Mandible Claw for 5 go again. 2 resources right on deck to swing with the next claw.
Got a block. 5.
We did see the Intimidate trigger, and this time this Intimidate card was put in a more noticeable area to remember that it goes back to hand. But I imagine this could potentially be game over right now, because I see a Swing Big in hand, and that's going to be coming in for 10 points of damage all by itself.
Bobby covers, takes 2.
Goes to 9. Here we go.
Take it a resource. And pitch your red. Swing big for 10.
Swing Big for 10. So you can block for 1 from the Flame Scale Furnace, and that
That'll do
is
it.
game.
That swing back now. That I was like, that makes sense. Though my swing back on that turn was terrible.
Yeah.
Because I think I just did an Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, players talking over that nothing really ever lined up quite right for that Dromai. Just under constant pressure, constant intimidation, constant poppers. Nothing really ever get going for the Dromai side of the table.
Yeah, Rhinar's.
It's one of the harder matchups for.
But yeah, as Bobby was just saying there, one of the harder matchups, and it was time for Dromai to come down a peg. The all Dromai finals and the calling last weekend for Dromai's in the top 8. Got a reminder. There's still some bad matchups out there. She still might be unplayable sometimes.
Yes, especially when you're going against something as powerful or a hero as powerful as Rhinar. It can be unbearable just watching your dragons get popped one after another.
And that's going to be a common story, I think, especially as we're moving on to these heavy hitters. I imagine there's going to be a lot of poppers in this new and upcoming set of heavy hitters.
I am looking forward to that set, I will tell you.
Yeah, definitely we saw some early spoilers yesterday. Guardian, Brute Warrior, classic heavy hitters to me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this set. Like I said, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, but you know what else is amazing?
What is?
Our sponsors. So let's hear from them right now.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Vynnset-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Welcome back, everybody. Just popping back in the booth, do a quick little meta recap, some floor scouting we did. So what did you see out there, Matt?
I saw a couple Icelanders out there. I saw Iyslander versus Rhinar. And I really thought that the Rhinar had it, but the Iyslander pulled it out just in the nick of time. Those well-timed boots are powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I saw not Spellbound Creepers, Storm Striders.
Storm Striders, there we go.
Striders, classic. Yeah, and I think surprisingly, I wouldn't be surprised when we get the meta recap to see Katsu being one of the most represented decks this weekend. I think a lot of people are looking to those flick-flacks and hopefully a positive Dromai matchup in order to hopefully sneak one out in this metagame.
Yeah, Katsu has a way of clearing the board really fast, being that all those cards are combos, and he has those Kadachis that just take care of those little dragons really quickly.
Yeah, sometimes he can struggle clearing the larger dragons with just Kadachis, but there's a secret, not so secret, piece of tech that really helps clean him up the board. Zephyr Needle. So having one Kadachi and one Zephyr Needle really goes a long way in clearing out like those 2 to 3 health, 3 to 4 health dragons a lot more easily. And you don't have to worry about the Zephyr Needle Destruction Clause coming in because nothing's blocking a dragon anyways.
Exactly. It's gonna be a good tournament. We have 140 players here. A lot of them are from the surrounding area, so I'm familiar with quite a few of them. St. Louis meta is uniquely known for its aggressive and assertive play.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, we have aggro brain here. A lot of us play a lot of hyper aggro decks.
Yeah, for sure.
And there are a few players who are control based. So. It ought to be a good day, good day of gaming with Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, not surprisingly, though, still a lot of Lexi floating around, still a lot of Dromai floating around. Got to send Lexi off with one last bang. It looks like a lot is in a lot of players' minds today.
You know what I can't believe? No one's playing the Ice Lexi.
That's what I'm saying. I wanted them to ban Voltaire so gosh darn badly because I thought a sweet build of Lexi build would rise up again. Go back to playing cards like Channel Lake Frigid, Chilling Ice Vein, just like kind of like that heavier ice disruption package. I think it still would have been a very powerful deck and have it place in the meta, but I don't think we would have seen Lexi's dominance that we've seen up until this point.
No, especially with cards like Warmonger's Diplomacy coming in, it just kind of zaps it. The minute you get your first pump, you know.
Yeah,
what
for
you're
sure.
playing against, and then after that, once you see that Warmonger's Diplomacy, you know it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, because that deck would definitely be playing a lot more non-attack actions than Lexi is currently.
Yeah. I did see an Azalea out there. It won his first match, so it was going up against Kano. So I'm really shocked to see that it pulled it out, but hey, we have good players here, and sometimes Kano just can't get that little bit of damage that they need to go ahead and close the game out.
And sometimes Azalea, man, she just puts the gas on and never lets up. Just 14 dominate, 14 dominate, 14 dominate. Okay, I'm dead. I only started with 30 life. I'm at Kano.
Before you know it, the game's over with.
Yeah, for sure. And then you get all those Blood Rot Pox tokens, and Inertia tokens are really critical in that matchup too. Keep Kano off of an Arsenal. He really wants to sit on like those critical combo pieces in Arsenal until the right time, and giving him an Inertia token saying, no Arsenal for you, buddy. Tough nuts. Really can mess up his game plan.
Being able to spam arrows in Azalea is really, really good. Turns out, not in the Kano matchup, but turns out, Red in the Ledger really slows people down.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, well, I think we're going to kick it off over to Ethan for some words of wisdom and some overall insights right now, so let's hear from him.
Okay, thank you. I don't know about words of wisdom. I'm only jumping in here to give a couple updates. I've been obviously busy on working on the setup and all that. There were a bit of hiccups with the internet round one, but things seem to be pretty stabilized. So hopefully we're in for a consistent stream throughout the day. They were like 2% drop frames. I know, I'm a numbers guy. I freak out about the small stuff. But other than that, we've got about like 4 minutes left in the round until we can kick in to round two. Obviously, we're going to be following those in like those who are in contention. So we'll try to keep it spicier as we go on. I know I was really watching this Max Nitro player who was playing against Michael Fang. Oh, I would love to see the Max win here. Also would love to see Michael win, to be fair, but the Max couldn't close it out. So we do want to keep our eye out for some of the spicier picks in the early stages before they potentially lose out to the established meta decks like Dromai and Lexi. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, I do want to give a bit of a sponsor highlight moment as we go throughout the day here, because truly these streams are not possible without the wonderful sponsors that Savage Feats has. And, you know, the whole model here, right, is to come out and tell Forge and Fire, a local store here in St. Louis, we would love to bring high-level production to your event with some help from you and some help from all the sponsors around together, so we can, you know, accumulate enough funding for even small LGSs to pull off a production like this with, you know, having me travel out and do this. So I really want to thank not only Forge and Fire, also the sponsors. So the sponsor I want to shout out for this round would be Team Ascent. Nick Bova is literally the stable these days. Even with slight hiccups, it's nothing like it used to be, where at times maybe a stream just wouldn't happen, if anyone remembers those dark days. So Nick Bova and Team Ascent are a fantastic resource for Fab merch. I hope I got the bot working. I just typed a thing in the chat. We'll see if the bot jumps in. If it doesn't, oops. But Fab merch is available on the Ascent Gaming website. There we go. Okay, the link did come up in chat. It was getting me a little worried there, but that link right there will take you directly to a way to buy wonderful t-shirts based on not only Fab phrases, but also some of the amazing Guess the Fab event code artwork that Deb has done for the stream. And we do have another segment planned for that today. So when we have a longer break before top 8 or something, there is going to be another Guess the Fab event code segment. If you want to buy any of those shirts, if you want to support a fantastic person and team overall in the Flesh and Blood space, Team Ascent is that. Go to ascentgaming.com. All right, with that, there should only be about 2 minutes or so left in the round here before we hop on to round 2. Like I said, we're going to try to find some spicier decks that are doing well in the early days. So like DM Ramada said, enjoy some of this interesting cumbia music in between rounds. We'll be right back, okay? Right back. everybody. Sorry about the longer break than normal. Rather than wrap up the round on time, there was a 10-minute extension on the Prism game. So the Prism did win, though. So we're going to get that Prism on camera, like, right now, because obviously everything was delayed a bit. So we're going to get the Prism on camera right now. He's requested a pee break because that round went so long. But there's 1-0 Prism, and the deck's actually pretty interesting. Was running some cards I really was not expecting. So, sorry, once again, a little bit longer wait than anticipated, but we'll get that going in, like, 2 minutes and be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. As Ethan alluded to, we have a Prisoned coming up hot off the heels off of round one win. I don't know if you know this, but Michael and I recently did a tier list video, and the only thing Michael and I disagreed with is whether or not Prism was the worst hero in Classic Constructed at the moment or the second worst hero. So it looks like somebody's out to prove us wrong.
I am thinking that it is going to be the second worst hero. Second, I really think. Gosh, I can't. I'm drawing a blank.
Arachne. That was the other person that we other hero that we thought could be the worst. Riptide.
Teklo Boston.
Well, it was right at the release of Bright Lights, and I put Teklo in D tier because I was like, maybe there's a sweet build out there. I don't know. I'm not going to brew with Teklo. Maybe somebody else out there will like break Teklo Vessin.
Now, right now, I can tell you with certainty, with absolute certainty, Teklo Boston is the worst deck out there right now. I don't think anyone's found the golden ticket yet.
Yeah.
To make it special. Or maybe it hasn't even been printed and released yet to make it special. But I've seen a lot of those, I'll call them, less competitive players out there playing it just because they want to play it and have fun. It's something new. They like building. They like the mech. They like all of that. So,
yeah, the evo mechanics are just kind of a lot to ask for in the constructive formats, right? Because so much of the power that you start with in the game is in the hero's equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So starting the game with just 4 blank pieces of cardboard there effectively really puts you at a significantly disadvantage
it does.
at the start of the game.
Especially when your opponent's going to come with something that's going to press you right off. Like those decks that can leak, that are famously known for leaking damage on turn 1, and that's their advantage. It just gets, oh, thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the compliment.
Thank you so much. We love you back.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe somebody will find the secret sauce to Teklo Vessin, just like looks like somebody found the secret sauce to Prism here so far.
I'm looking forward to seeing this Prism match.
So if you had to guess, is this going to be an Iris Prism or a Numenaris Prism?
Oh, it's definitely going to be an Iris Prism.
It's definitely going to be Iris Prism?
Definitely going to be an Iris Prism.
Okay.
I'm willing to bet.
You think Spectre is a pretty good mechanic and keyword?
I do. I think it is amazing.
Good might be a stretch. Powerful.
I think it's amazing that your opponent just loses their turn the minute they run into it. So.
Yeah. And definitely not a lot of intuitive interactions with that mechanic. Lots of just like, okay, yeah, you don't get go again. You don't get your action point back. You don't get any play triggers, anything like that. You're just chain's done.
Yeah, I know that there's at least 2 Viscerai players here that are playing the Lead the Charges. I don't know if any other deck here is.
Classically, that's one of the best answers to the Spectre cards.
So I think they'll have the advantage, but we'll see how long the Prism can last.
Okay, well, let's jump right into it. Okay, here we see Classic Dash versus New Prism.
Oh, Tommy, what's going on, bud?
Okay. Just looking at the player shuffling their decks, I got a sneak peek. We get a little sneak peek into the type of setup. Looks like we're not going to be seeing any Tree Frog dashes around here. We're just going to be boosting and boosting and boosting. Which honestly might be a trickier matchup for Boost Dash. If there's something that can really throw a loop in Boost Dash's plan, it's definitely a well-timed Arclight Sentinel.
Yes. Also, the fact that some of these pigments just absorb damage for you.
Yeah.
With the ward, it's gonna be a difficult matchup to kind of pierce through.
Here it looks like Dash elected to start with the Teklo core in play, looking to just jump the gun right from the start. No time for pitching, only attack.
Going right into it.
Although now I think about it, looking at the equipment sweep, critically, with that Arclight Sentinel play I was just alluding to, Achilles Accelerator is an instant that just generates an action point on the boost on the turn. So even if you try to throw off Dash, break the chain, say, okay, your turn's over, no go again from your, no action point from your go again, those Achilles Accelerators are just going to sit on the battlefield and offer that well-timed action point.
And it looks like I was right. Got an Iris of Reality out there. Definitely got.
You see a couple of blue auras being blocked with here on turn 0.
Yeah.
And scarily enough, I think I see a Glisten.
You do?
That's a Glisten. So we're looking to put a bunch of counters on our auras as well. And I don't know if you know this, it's a bit of a cute interaction with Prism with Glisten. Because the turn ends and the auras are no longer considered weapons at that point in time, the counters don't stay off. They just stick around.
Yeah. So you have a really strong aura out there just swinging away.
Yep. Although, unfortunately, Glisten does not block. It is an instant, no block value on it, and we are out of blocking cards in hand.
Yeah.
It's going to get revealed to the Pulse Wave Harpoon. But you are able to pitch it in order to block with Phantasmal Footsteps, soak up just a little bit of point of damage with, in conjunction, the Spectral Shield.
Okay, take 2. Yep.
Although Prism starts at 32 life, so leaking even just this handful points of damage, we see her fall all the way down to 29 right off the gate. After turn 0, 11-point life total differential.
Yeah. This is one of the disadvantages of playing with a new Prism, but
might be even more. I think players are still waiting to update life totals a little bit.
Block 2 from the pulse wave. Yeah. So I took 5, so 27. Okay.
27, 13 life total point differential.
Sheesh. Prism's got a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, definitely a hero that wants to be on the play, not on the draw. Although hilariously, here we see a bunch of Herald and a Soul Shield that would have been really nice to have on turn 0.
Yeah, absolutely.
That card and Soul get going. Oh, and I think I see the new card, Radiant Shield or something like that. I believe that's the card that lets you use cards in your Soul to prevent damage. Radiant Force Field. Thank you. Each time your hero would be dealt damage, prevent one of that damage, and remove a card from your Soul. When there are no cards in your Soul, destroy it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chime in here. This is why the Prism build was so spicy in the end game I was observing. The Radiant Force Field, he had a Genesis that was sticking in something like 6 Soul, and so this plus Genesis was just an insane board state. It's so much life all of a sudden coming from the Prism Soul.
Yeah. And here we see, critically, Spark of Genius blocking the Herald of Triumph, but that Herald of Triumph connecting, going to Soul, Prism going to be able to tutor up any one of those Figments she wants. What Figment do you think we're going to see?
I have no idea. I'll be honest, I haven't seen too many people play this Prism build yet, so I am in awe.
That's fair.
I'm anxious. I'm wanting to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah. So, importantly, though, that Herald did not have Go Again, no Numenaris to give it Go Again, so no action points available now. So this Figment of Protection is going to come down, create a Spectral Shield. You could use Prism's ability to now transform it, just to use your cards out of hand.
And that's what we're going to do here.
Yeah, set up that ward, just going to sit on the battlefield, or you can elect to attack it directly, but either way, definitely going to get a good amount of value out of it.
There's drawing back up here. Techlicore, position 2.
Yeah, and here I see a couple of T-Bones coming in, so it looks like he's going to be able to, normally he'd be able to snipe a piece of equipment, but Dazzle Footsteps, you're going to be able to cleanly block one of the T-Bones, and then you can actually block with Halo of Illumination. It has that 0 block value, so you can still slide in front of the T-Bone to not have your tunic get blown up here.
And that's very important. Those resources come in handy when you're playing this Prism.
Yeah, Prism wants a lot of resources, that's for sure.
Card 1 Go Again?
And as predicted, Phantasm Footsteps goes right in.
Yeah, I think I see an Oasis Respite and a Glisten there, so we can pitch one to the Glisten and then potentially use that one floating for the Oasis Respite here on this payload that's coming in.
Which is important because you get to keep your auras out, your Spectral Shields. And those are used as weapons.
Yeah, and protect this Angel as well, because any damage that goes on is going to blow up that Spectral Shield.
3 Go Again?
Cool. I'll do the Footsteps again and pay 1 to give it +2, but I'll take 1.
That's not how that works. Yeah. It stays at 1. A little bit awkward there. Footsteps always stays at 1, no matter how many resources you pet into it. It's not like something Rampart of the Ram's Head, where it does get that additional defense.
That would be amazing if it worked that way.
Yeah, so technically that should be 1 block, 1 from the Spectral, and that Angel should be dead. Yeah, a little bit awkward. I think the players are realizing the mistakes, having a judge come over, talk to them about it. It's tricky, you get used to playing with Rampart of the Ram's Head. You get used to, being able to dump these extra resources in to pump up the effect. It's an intuitive way to play the card, but just unfortunately not the way the card is actually played.
Yeah, and he's going to lose his Angel here.
Yeah, so
I don't think he's realized it just yet.
Yeah. And then technically, so since there was boost, this payload's coming in for 6 Dominate, which wouldn't be
quite a bit, but we'll just get rid of this angel and save mine.
Normally a big deal, but we did use that one extra resource to Phantasmal Footsteps that we could have used to pay for this Oasis Respite. But now if we want to play the Oasis Respite, we're going to have to pitch a whole extra card.
Let's go ahead and...
Looks like there's a Sink Below in hand as well, but no matter what, it looks like the Oasis is going to get played.
Yeah.
Gain a life back, importantly. Gain up some of that life differential. And then play a Soul Shield out with the Ring 2 resources, which is a little awkward, right? Because it got boosted from the... It was actually for 8. My apologies. The Goliath Gauntlet came in to be popped.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, but that Soul Shield goes immediately to Soul, so that plays into the later game.
Yeah, and we're just going to be able to take up Tunic and Arsenal a Sink Below.
Any instants or anything? No. Cool. All right, drawing.
I don't think Tommy was prepared to lose his angel on that turn.
Yeah, critical, and only getting 1 point of value off of that ward, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Technically, what he could have done as well is kept a Spectral Shield around, because you could have used the ward from the angel
to protect you from all the damage that was coming in.
Because of the way he thought it worked, he first layered it such that the Spectral Shield was popped.
You do get the choice.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to boost the Met card.
Looks like Dast is boosting up high speed impact. It's interesting that he's pitching a red and attacking with the blue there. What do you think that's about?
I'll block 3.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to kind of draw things out of his hand.
Maybe set up a pitch stack for later on.
Have a late game.
Yeah. Especially keeping something like a Throttle, which is a popper, payload as well. Critically, these are poppers to the late game to make sure that you can just take out those angels, prevent them from getting into Soul.
Agreed.
Followed by that, we saw an activation of the Techno Foundry Heart, which luckily, I don't know how lucky this is, but it's only been Mechanologist cards boosted or banished off the top, so he's always been able to get the go again and the resources off the top.
In this build, I think he's going to be aggressive, so he's always going to have Mechanologist cards revealed. I don't think there's any traps or anything in there to kind of any defense reactions to keep people away.
Smart deck building.
Yeah.
Go to... no, I'll just block 3.
Looks like we're going to block with some Rousing Metamorph action. Don't have to worry about the Combustible Couriers on hit. No cards in hand now, no further attacks coming down the chain. So that +3 kind of not being able to be capitalized on here. And critically, we haven't seen the Tecloplasma pistol have a single activation, single counter, anything. It's just been trying to play the hands kind of as they're presented so far.
Humility, paying another 3. This gives your attack action cards -1 while attacking and defending. Okay. Then I pass it your turn.
I'm playing in Herald of Humility right here.
Yeah, absolutely. So being able to pitch a blue, use Tunic resource, it's one of the most powerful things that Prism has always been able to do. Critically, these yellow auras cost 4, which would normally cost 2 cards to pitch, but when you use Tunic counter and a blue, that equals 4, 3 + 1, and able to play one of those powerful Spectra auras.
And a T-Bone coming in here.
Yep, only for 2 technically because of the Parable.
Yep. All right. You see the ALS in his hand.
Yeah.
Tommy's hand here.
Might be.
But I think he's gonna just block here.
Well, the hand doesn't block particularly well because there's 2 blue auras, those block for 2, and then there's this Arclight Sentinel and a Figment. So that pretends 4 total block from the hand.
Yeah. Here he comes with the Phantasmal Footsteps because he has to with the T-Bone.
Yeah, so pitching that Figment, getting that down, getting that out of hand to make sure that it's not gunking up and you can tutor it later once another Herald goes into Soul.
Be taking a damage, but I'm going to play out this Arclight Sentinel on reaction step. So I'll take 1. All right. And then you have to target this with your next attack.
Yeah, bit of a risky gambit here because, like I said, the Achilles accelerators are set up at the moment. But it doesn't look like Dylan had the most amount of gas to be putting into this turn anyways because of just playing the 4-card hand, not really going super wide this turn. So might just be happy to keep the Achilles accelerators around and just send it with just a regular roll attack.
Yeah. So this goes away.
And I'm going to...
I wonder why he didn't just shoot with the pistol there.
All right. You can get your action points gone. You can still use your boots, though.
Oh, how nice of Tommy reminding him about the boots interaction. Because importantly, when the Spectra keyword resolves, combat chain immediately closes. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 or your action point.
Yeah. When it comes to these Spectra cards, it can be incredibly frustrating because when you think you're going to break through, wow, it just slows you down.
Yeah. And importantly there, the Parable of Humility is sticking around for another turn cycle, not able to clear it off the board that turn. But it looks like there's a high octane in turn. And once again, this is going to be a card that Dylan's going to be able to use to just accumulate extra action points and not care about not getting go again from his Spectra, from his boost abilities. Normally, we'll use we see high octane gaining action points to just load a bunch of counters on Teklo Plasma Pistol in order to just shoot that time and time again.
Gotta wonder what his first course of action is going to be here.
You haven't boosted yet.
That's right.
Yeah, Dylan looking to activate Teklo Foundry Heart, but you can only activate it after you have successfully boosted for the turn.
Use 2 resource. Combustible Courier. Going to boost.
So instead, going to come in with a Combustible Courier.
And it's coming in for 3 this time because of the Parable of Humility.
Yep. But importantly now, 2 action points. So you're going to be able to close this chain and just pop off that Parable of Humility after this. Unfortunately, it looks like there's not any other blues in hand. It looks like an all-red hand, so there's not going to be a lot of resources to pump into this pistol at the moment.
Go play 0 to 60.
0 to 60 with a boost.
Yeah. And once again, 0 to 60 is going to be lowered by the Parable of Humility. This Parable of Humility is doing work at the moment. So far, it's accumulated 3 points of value just from sitting on board, not even including the attack that's going to have to be targeted at eventually.
And blocking with it. Fando's Fighting Spirit, gaining a life.
Pitch to put a counter on my pistol. Use an action point. Shoot you with my pistol.
Cool. And that's still 2. I will.
And he's electing to target the player, Tommy.
Yeah.
Instead of the Parable.
Block with boost.
It's common, you know, when players haven't played against these Spectra auras before, you know, it's been a long time since we've seen them be prevalent in the meta. They're kind of innocuous, as they said on the battlefield. If you don't have a lot of experience against them, it's hard to really fully understand just how much value they're accumulating by sitting on the board, just what they're actually representing. So it's not surprising to see somebody who might be a little bit newer in the game, or at least not used to playing against Prism archetypes, not understanding their full impact on the game yet.
Another Spectra out on the field.
Okay.
And then draw cards.
All right.
Next, we see Simmers of Silver, which is going to start putting counters on the ores. Should Tommy start attacking with them, pumping them up a little bit, getting a little bit more value out of them.
Yeah, increasing that attack is very, very important.
Yeah.
Because it spreads the wealth. Shimmer of Silver is a really good Spectra card.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Here it looks like we have a Genesis in hand. It's a little bit awkward because when you have the Genesis, you want to play it on your opponent's end step and then immediately tuck in an Angel in order to trigger that. Well, I guess
All right, 2 go again.
based on the timing, I think this is how it works since it's not technically the start of your turn. If you tuck an Angel off a Genesis ability, you actually don't get Prism's ability.
I'm going to bring out the boots to block 1.
And again, Phantasmal Footsteps, putting in work with hit block. Going alongside Parable of Humility.
Yeah. Importantly, they can't block. Well, they can block attacks that have 6 or more power. They'll just get destroyed. But as long as these little attacks are just coming in to chip in, they are definitely going to be able to soak up that damage.
I'm going to go to reactions to play out this sync. And I'm going to sync a card.
Yeah. All right. Looks like that Sink Below from Arsenal are finally going to come out. Look to filter the hand a little bit. Maybe look to find a blue, which was really important there because now he's going to be able to pitch a blue with that floating resource and deploy that Genesis.
Looks like he pulled a haze bending off of that.
Yeah. Oh, but is actually just electing to go back to his turn.
Is that a United We Stand?
Yeah, that might be the reason that we saw that play because if importantly, United We Stand is not an illusionist and a light card. It's only a light card. So if it goes to soul, you don't get the spectral shield and draw a card. It would only draw a card. So it's not really it's not really what you want to be getting off of your Spectra abilities or your off of the Genesis triggered ability.
We pitch the haze bending or play it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see use tuna counter, pitch the United We Stand, attack with an aura, and then deploy this haze bending. This lets you kind of get a good value out of your hand, push some damage, and keep developing these auras on the battlefield.
And get a counter.
So coming
And
in
the Shimmers of Silver.
Yeah.
Good call.
with go again.
Yep. Looks like that's what we're seeing happen here, coming in for 5 points of damage.
4, but I'm choosing not to do
Sure.
crown.
Take one.
Yeah.
Looks like Dylan not wanting to block. I believe there is a high octane in Arsenal, so he's looking to really push a lot of damage on this next turn. So it makes sense that he is blocking with his equipment here, trying to save some life. The only interesting thing that I would note off of that is that he likes his hand so much he didn't do any filtering with that Crown of Providence. Just got all he needs. He's all gassed up, ready to go.
Agreed. He's definitely about to push it through.
Yeah, I see mono boost cards in hand.
I'm wondering if he's gonna at least take out the Shimmer of Silver at the end, though.
Maybe. Could be. It will require the Achilles Accelerator to be committed because there's no. Because once again, once you boost and you attack it, target a spectral or immediate closes the combat chain, so no resolution. But here we're seeing this parable of humility. Really, even Dylan's a very humble man at this point.
Absolutely.
He's not trying to brag at all with these attacks right now. They're very humble attacks.
Yes, they're very modest. You got to think Tommy's really, really thinking he's lucky because none of these ores are getting attacked.
He's got the pillowiest of pillow forts.
Oh.
Although 10 minus 1 is still 9.
Still big damage.
Still quite a bit of damage.
Especially with the life discrepancy that Prism have. The severity, I mean.
For sure.
Yeah.
Believe the card in hand doesn't even block. So just eating this 9 points of damage, falling all the way down to 13. Okay. Yeah, deck size for sure. I was just about to ask. So the life totals are 37 to 13. Who's actually winning this game?
I would say the Prism.
Why is that?
Only because Dylan's coming in with a lot of boost cards. And every turn he's boosting, he's losing a card from that deck. And the Prism is just kind of tanking up here. And as long as he can maintain a reasonable amount of damage on each turn, he's going to have the advantage in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. And
you can tell by deck size.
Yeah, deck size. So Dylan is definitely boosting a lot, taking a lot of cards out of his deck, running low on cards. And normally you would say, well, Prism doesn't have a weapon, so she shouldn't be favored in an endgame fatigue situation anyways. Dylan's the one with the actual pistol around here. He should be able to play this longer, grindy game anyways. But these auras are still just going to sit on the battlefield and take over and represent weapons anyways.
Exactly, but you got to wonder why he's not attacking any of the auras.
Yeah, not attacking any of the auras and not activating pistol. I think we've seen him activate and attack with the pistol one time.
Yes.
But like I alluded to earlier, Prism is a very tricky hero, very counterintuitive to play against a lot of the time. And if you don't have those reps and you don't have the experience to know what exactly is going on, you can find yourself underwater pretty quickly.
Another zipper hit, another boost, another card going.
Five total cards left in deck now.
Block 3 and 4.
I don't even know if this high or maximum velocity can find enough cards left in deck that actually have the boost keyword to ever be played now.
0 to 60, 4-1. Going to boost. Met card.
Yep. And there's that payload that was pitched earlier. So I believe we're going to see a bunch of poppers that were pitched early that are now being boosted away.
And then I'm going to pitch to put a counter on my pistol. Remove that. Shoot.
Targeting me?
Yeah.
And then
Still targeting the player.
Going
Still targeting
all
Tommy. Yep.
Tommy's probably going to be pretty happy to take that damage. Not only that, so technically activating the plasma pistol closes the chain, which resets the Phantasmal Footsteps to get a point of block off of that, basically for free.
All right. At instant speed at the end, pay. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. So still not looking to deploy that Genesis. Being patient on it, making sure that once it's deployed, it's going to be able to immediately get that value. But not being able to play anything, just has that Soul Shield in hand, no blue to attack with an aura, just passing right back.
Soul Shield, Oasis Respite. Yeah, I'd say he's pretty set as far as defense goes on this turn.
Yeah, so next, this is actually a pretty interesting hand then. So you're going to be able to use the Oasis Respite and the Soul Shield, pitching that blue. Then critically, on your turn, Tunic Counter is going to go up to 3, and you're going to be able to come with that Miraging Metamorph, remove Tunic Counter, attack for 7, and even if it's popped, you're going to copy one of your auras. Miraging Metamorph is one of the best rates you can possibly get off of a Tunic resource in Prism.
Pitching high speed impact, going to boost.
Cool.
Boosting again.
Boost.
Um,
Probably going to use that Oasis Respite.
Yeah, gain a life.
Although, interestingly, Oasis Respite just prevents all the damage from a source for the whole turn. So let's say there was a way to give that Tectoplasma Pistol go again and attack with it multiple turns. It would absorb that first 2 damage and then the next 2 damage that comes in for it with the 4 total. It just soaks up all the damage that comes in off the pistol.
Cool.
Pitching a payload boost, maximum velocity.
Looks like we're activating Teklo Foundry Heart in some resources and attacking with a Throttle.
Then using those 2, throttle for 5, going boost.
Oh, and boosting. You don't have to boost.
No, you don't.
Boost is not a requirement. You can elect not to boost.
And the Soul Shield comes into play.
Yep, very
Fully
clean.
blocking.
Very clean.
And go into Soul.
And end of my turn.
Cool.
Yep, Dylan has 1 card left in deck now after these 4 cards he's drawn up here.
The Tunic resource to play Miraging Metamorph comes in for 7. It does have Phantasm. If you destroy it, though, I get to make a copy of one of these.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Dylan's like, I'm at 37. I got 4 cards in deck. I'm not blocking. Send me the bill.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What a game.
Took words right out of my mouth.
But this is the way Prism wins games, man. You got to take over the board, really just put your opponent in a bind, and really leverage the long game since...
and he boosts the last card out of his deck.
The short term really just doesn't favor Prism.
No, it doesn't.
But critically now, even if you try to boost, the boost doesn't do anything. No more boosting.
No.
It doesn't...
Yeah, he reached for it.
Yeah.
That's how to have it.
Yeah.
Past reactions.
And like I said, there's not enough cards with the boost keyword to even attempt to play this maximum velocity, so it's just...
Pitch and shoot.
Just a card that exists now.
Pops the accelerators.
Yeah. This Parable of Humility might have been the most effective Parable of Humility in the history of Flesh and Blood.
I concur. I can't see anything else giving more value than what this Parable did. It put in work. And all it did was sit there.
Yeah, it was just on the battlefield, looking beautiful. Those light auras, very pretty cards.
Yep.
And now we're in Activate Pistol Clock. Can't even play the Throttle. It costs 2. Maximum velocity is a red.
Pitch counter on pistol. Who's gonna shoot? Shoot him.
Shoot him for 2.
All right.
Go down swinging.
Oh, block 1, take 1.
Pitch in an Arclight Sentinel to Phantasmal Footsteps, soaking up a point of damage.
Yeah.
All right, Tunic up.
Picking up Tunic, and
I think Shimmer's just gonna take over here.
Yeah, Tommy's ready to just close it out.
Yeah.
He knows about the maximum velocity, so no, don't even try to attack with an Herald at the moment. Make sure that nothing with the Spectre ability is going to get tripped up here. Potentially blow out a turn early. Not that it would matter all that much at the moment, but still, you might as well. If you can play around it, you might as well.
Being able to swing with all 3 auras here is really pressing.
Yeah. Representing 6 + 4 + 4, so that was 14 damage on that turn, and it's going to go up to 15, assuming that there's another 3 blues.
And the follow-up is just 2.
Yeah. At this point, Tommy can just shrug his shoulders, say, "Yeah, send me the bill as well now."
Tunic.
Yep. Just picking up the Max V, going right back into it.
Yep.
Here we go
There's that
again.
16 damage turn. Critically, Dylan's at 16. If he doesn't want to burn a card in deck, he can block with his Teklo Foundry Heart, fall to 1.
Shimmer swinging for 7.
Yeah, that's a
lot of damage.
That's a very shimmery aura. That's
And he's going to block with the Max V.
Take us 4 damage, fall to 12, and then take another 8 damage from these next 2 4s.
4. Take the 4 and 4. Take that 4.
And then he shoots the pistol.
One last pistol for the road. Pew pew.
Take this with you.
Pitch throttle.
Who's it going at? Where's it going? Just going to face one last
Yep.
time?
Remove the counter.
At this point, I would just shoot the shimmer just because it caused me so
Nah,
much
send a
stress.
message. Send a message. This was going at you, buddy.
Yeah.
Pew pew.
All right, draws his card back up.
Show me this. Show me an 8-power simmer. I want to see it. 8. Boom.
So much power.
This ain't no illusion here, buddy. This is 8 real damage.
Oh my gosh.
Well then, that was a classic example of how Prism can really just take over a game if you don't keep those auras in check.
And you know, despite the misplay in the beginning from Tommy, with the aura situation and the Spectral Shield and his Angel, still was able to pace the game out, outlast his opponent, and make critical decisions. That got him the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, Prism has not been a force in the meta for a long time now. It's just been on the back burner ever since She Living Legend, and the new Prism really hasn't been able to make the waves that a lot of people were hoping that she would when she was first released. So, like I've been saying, it's not surprising to me that players just aren't familiar with these Spectral auras and these play lines anymore. And if you don't know what's going on, as we saw, Prism can just snowball out of control.
Out of control. I don't think that there has ever been a parable of humility to sit out there that long that I can remember.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm humbled at this point. Even I am humbled by that gameplay. I don't think I could have really appreciated just how good New Prism can be. Maybe we were wrong this whole time. Maybe she's better than we were giving credit for.
Yeah, maybe she's third worst hero instead of second.
Not as humbled as I was. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, watching that game, everybody. We're going to cut to some more some words from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to have some more awesome games of Flesh and Blood coming up next.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages.
Scrolling down,
we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke, Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first-of-its-kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Hey, everybody. Just jumping back in, we have about, I think it said like 6 minutes left in the round before round 3. There's a really exciting game happening at Table 2. Table 1 was Chandler, and Chandler did win, so Chandler is 2-0 on Rhinar right now. But at Table 2, it's Lucas Oswald versus Brody Spurlock. And apparently they've never played in tournament before, so they begged to be on feature, but it's a Lexi mirror, so I kind of said, now we want some variety. But their game's still going, and it looks really good. So I'm going to grab the mobile cam. I think the casters are on break right now. So I'm going to grab the mobile cam. I haven't really tested the mobile audio, so I'm just going to turn it down in the hopes that it's not like too bad. You know, these Battle Hardened streams, we take them a bit more casual, right? We take it a bit more casual. So the casters, they're getting food right now, just wrapping around. I just don't want to be on break too long, so I'm going to take the mobile cam and see what we can do with it to catch the tail end of that Brody versus Lucas game. All right, so bear with me. That's going to go live in a couple seconds. Yeah, 1 second on that. Test. Audio test. Audio test. Audio test. Okay. Let's go, boys.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is it over?
Yeah.
Who won?
I did.
Lucas got it.
I have been slain.
No, Savage Brody.
I've been slain.
What was the weight?
I know. Dude, what was I thinking? I'm an adult now. I can't be stupid. Yeah, good game. Good luck in the rest. That was like.
What was it? 18?
It was 3-1.
3-1.
I could see it. That was like.
Well, that's the end of that. Well, I tried, everybody. But I'm here solo in the booth, so I gotta come up with something. Yeah, so it looks like their game wrapped up. I don't know how you could hear a blur to a smudge. Well, it was 3-1, and apparently Fatigue actually won it. Not like true lethal in a sense. Fatigue by damage, which is how a lot of those Lexi games go. Which, a funny story about that, I believe it was... Which event was it? It was not Cincinnati, but there was a Battle Hardened where I think it was Chicago, actually. I think it was Chicago. Yes, Battle Hardened Chicago, streaming it for min-max. And Punkage was in the chat, and he said something like, full context. Michael Fang was playing a Lexi mirror off camera, right? Off camera. and his game was going to fatigue. It was a Lexi game going to fatigue, right? And I made some comment of that, or one of the casters made some comment about that. And even Punkage in chat had said something like, it's a good game when like Lexis are going to fatigue. And someone in the chat said, Lexi's going to fatigue, they don't know how to play the game. Like, that's not possible. And for that one person, I don't remember their name, I'd love to call them out directly. Almost every high-level Lexi game is played to a fatigue state. It's so much respect back and forth, respecting this arrow, respecting that arrow. It's not just, I'll take your 20 damage so, you can throw 20 damage at me. It's about prolonging the game so that you both are seeing the same amount of power cards, same amount of codexes, same amount of 3-of-a-kinds, and like kind of hedging value, and really winning by fatigue by damage. So shout out to that one person who called Michael Fang, and I think it was maybe Matt McInnes was the game that's going on, who called them bad for playing Lexis to a fatigue state where like that's almost the norm now. Lucas and Brody are proving that right there. So there we go. There's about 1 minute left in the round. We're going to get a 2-0 Vynnset on camera next. So it'll just be another tiny short break because that's how it is. It's more low-key. Enjoy the music, and we'll be right back. All right, peace.
Welcome back to the booth. Still getting squared away a little bit here. Waiting for our next match to get paired up. But I heard some rumblings of some undefeated Vynnsets now as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of these Vynnsets on stream. I'm hoping we can get a chance to catch some of them. Vynnset's one of those characters that's very interesting with her interactions because she can also manipulate action points, as we saw Dash attempt to do, but she can also push out a lot of damage, and she doesn't have to do much damage for some of those effects to hit. If she hits you with a 1, and then all of a sudden you're giving up a card from hand, a card from your arsenal, a card from the top of your deck, those all disruptive plays that make a difference in every game.
Yeah, I know you're kind of a Rune Blade connoisseur with your love for Viscerai. Why don't you talk about some of the differences between those two Rune Blades then?
Well, Viscerai is mostly split damage, and when I say that, I'm saying it in the fact of he can push out 20 rune chants and then come in for 6 and then follow up for 1 and then 4. And he's more of a go wide. He's going to attack you in waves and bunches. But Vynnset is pretty thematic. She's coming in for 3 rune chants, 6, maybe 9 attack on a physical side. But it's the disruptive effects of Vynnset.
Mhm.
She has more on hits, or I like to call them touch you effects, because she doesn't actually have to hit you with the attack. She just needs to
just a little boop.
and that's what happens.
Boop, your hand's gone.
And that's what happens. All of a sudden, before you know it, one of those cards you were depending on or using to make sure that your combo is going off, your combo pieces are wrecked.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest issue with Vynnset, though, is her ability. Obviously, it's not a May ability, so every turn she has to be banishing a card from her hand. It makes it so that if she ever gets behind or loses some of that tempo or fails to really disrupt her opponent in meaningful ways, she can kind of start snowballing in a negative sense where she just kind of can't ever catch back up.
Yeah, because she's playing from behind. Look, most Vynnset players have learned to kind of pace themselves. They're a lot like how Dory players are when it comes to, I'm going to block 2, I'm going to swing with 2, I'm going to pitch this. They're counting constantly on their pitch stack. They're counting constantly on their pumps and those effects that go through because they know what they have to do in order to make the hand playable.
Yeah. Importantly, though, also because that ability is not a May ability, their ability to play a long game is also a little bit hampered because they're always losing a card out of deck every turn, no matter what. It's not like something like a Guardian or things like that where they can just say no blocks, eat some damage, but still just swing an effective hammer or effective weapon just to keep their cards in deck in late game situations. She always has to be banishing. That card is coming out, going to the banish zone, no matter what.
And Vynnset is also at a disadvantage when it comes to her weapon choice because she has to pay for that out of her life in order to be able to use it. So it's not like she's coming in, pitching a card for 3, and then swinging at you. She's paying for that, and she's taking damage on both ends of the sword, and it's really, really hard to keep up and muster when you're going through that.
Yeah, hashtag unban Duskblade. I want to see some Duskblade. Show me the counters.
No, and I'm a Rune Blade player. No.
Warmonger's diplomacy exists now. Come on.
I mean,
there's an answer to it.
Yeah, you're going to stop 1, but Rune Blade typically don't go beyond turn 4. Like, once it hits turn 4, the game's over. If they don't win, they lost.
Duskblade's only good in a long, grindy game situation anyways.
Exactly, which is why we wouldn't play it anyway. You don't need that. You don't need that kind of stress in this game.
You shouldn't have bad cards on the ban list. There you go. You're making my argument for me. If it's not good enough, unban it.
I would like to talk about cards that probably should be restricted per hero.
Sure, you can only play 1 Duskblade.
Okay, perfect. It works. We're on the same
page. What about restricting Remembrance then? Is that something you're kind of alluding to here?
Yeah. No, I like Remembrance. I don't think that card causes too much of an advantage.
Sorry, just passing over a note over to Ethan. Looks like we're having our next round paired up, getting the players situated and settled in. So hold on just a second, and we'll have this match to you in just a minute.
Be right back.
Yep, it will be the 2-0 Vynnset. Get hyped. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody.
Yes.
On theme today, we're having another matchup that's going to seem maybe a little lopsided. We got our Vynnset. We got a Vynnset. Unfortunately, got paired into an Iyslander this round.
Yeah, that does not make me happy.
So I'm assuming that this Iyslander is going to have Alluvian Constellus in their sideboard, and that card is extremely punishing towards Runeblades.
It is so unfair.
You ever on the wrong end of an Alluvian Constellus?
Absolutely, all the time. Just taking wands straight to the face.
Yeah, and
for free.
Yeah, that just being able to recur that value. Thankfully, Vynnset's going to be able to ensure that one rune chant's going to leak through with their hero ability. If Vynnset's able to play that shadow card every turn, you're not going to be able to AB that one. That one's going to go through no matter what, assuming that Vynnset's hero ability is like active for the turn. But the rest of those rune chants are going to come in, are free game for Alluvian Constellus to eat up.
Alluvian Constellus is such a good card against Runeblade,
For
especially when you're dealing those rune chants out. It frustrates you as a Runeblade player. I can tell you that firsthand.
Yeah, classically, Viserai into Iyslander is one of Viserai's worst matchups, and I imagine it's not going to be much different here for Vynnset. But who knows? Maybe this Vynnset's got some trick up their sleeves. They're going to be able to just present enough unpreventable arcane damage, and Iyslander's not going to be able to establish footing.
The thing about the Iyslander and Runeblade matchup is you're counting on the physical damage. It's literally the opposite of what you would do in game planning versus any other hero.
Yeah.
But because Iyslander is one of those heroes that can just block so efficiently when it comes to arcane damage, you're dependent on the physical to get through. And the reduction attacks really help with that.
Yeah, for
That's the only thing that you have an advantage on.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's jump down to the table, see what's going on. Alrighty, so here we see, like we said, Brett on Vynnset versus Justin on Iyslander. I like Justin's hoodie. I like those black, white, yin-yang themed hoodies. I'm a sucker for those kinds of things. I love the aesthetics of it.
And I'm a sucker for Baby Yoda. Let's go.
Hell yeah. So, critically though, I think, thinking about it a little bit more, I think Vynnset might, if in a world where Vynnset does win this game, I think it's going to come down to well-timed arsenal disruption on her part. Iyslander's not always going to be able to have the blue in arsenal. Most of the time, but it's not 100% of the time. And I think good Iyslander players in particular kind of get a good sense of when it's time to kind of keep that red Aetherized Vein in arsenal. When it's time to put that Wounded Bull in arsenal, to time it in order to maximize the value of their hands on these turn cycles. And if Vynnset's able to kind of capitalize on that, recognize when there is a red in arsenal and present one of those disruptive effects, that could be pretty devastating to Iyslander's game plan.
Also, the gain of life on Vynnset's side will help a tremendous amount, because if you're able to gain just those few extra points of life, you avoid the critical mass, the critical death strike of being at 10 or below when they're doing their Storm Striders trying to kill you off.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we think about on Vynnset's side of the equation, is there any critical pieces of equipment that we could see? Do you think this is going to be normally they play Grasp of the Arknight, but I could imagine that Grasp doesn't come in this matchup, and instead you play Vex and Quillhand?
Absolutely. You're going to play Vex and Quillhand in this
Make sure you can pop off those rune chants when you want them.
Yeah, and I also think you're going to see Spellbound Creepers.
Spellbound Creepers?
Yeah. Being able to have 3 built-in arcane barrier naturally really helps Runeblade.
Yeah.
So Dyadic will definitely be played.
And yeah, that offhand, I believe that has Arcane Barrier. I remember Flail of Agony. I can't particularly remember this offhand, though.
The shield does have an Arcane Barrier 1.
Okay. I know it creates one of those Eloquence tokens, I believe. You banish a card to create an Eloquence token, which would give one of your Grimoire of the Haunt.
That's what it is.
That's right. So you can activate it, banish it, and you, like I said, you create that Eloquence token. You will be paying for that Blood Debt the rest of the time it's around, but critically, it does have that Arcane Barrier, and we see Arcane Barrier on the hat and Dyadic Carapace, so that's AB 4. That's quite a bit of AB.
Yes, that hat is definitely an interesting choice. Usually, you feel like Runeblade is set with AB3, but coming in with AB4 is different.
Sorry, I misspoke. That hat Evanfold doesn't have Arcane Barrier. It has Spell Void, so it's AB3 plus Spell Void 2. My bad. I thought it was Crown of Dominion or there's another crown that has arcane barrier.
Crown of Dichotomy, absolutely.
Yeah. I thought it was Crown of Dichotomy at first. It's Ebb and Fold, so my apologies on that.
Spell Void 2 might come in handy, though.
Yeah, so critically, you're going to be able to pitch 3, AB3, and then
Block
activate
5.
Spell Void in order to soak up one of those ready Thrice Veins this game. So it looks like Vynnset's on the play here, banishing one of those Widespread Ruins. So that's the card that has that Rune Gate keyword, and any hero that's lost life on that turn cycle when the combat chain closes is going to banish the top card of their deck.
Yep, and he loses a life right off the rip.
Yeah, so paying 1 to that Blood Debt, making that Rune Chant, but I would say this is probably there's 3 Widespreads. There's cards that Majestic. This Ruin Widespread card banishes a card off the deck. There's a yellow one, I believe, Destruction, which banishes a card from the arsenal, which is what I was talking about, that extra arsenal disruption. And then there's Annihilation, which is blue, which is going to banish a card from hand. So really, the blues and the yellows of these Widespreads are going to be the most disruptive ones that we're going to want to see and keep an eye out for in this match.
Don't underestimate how Widespread Ruin can hit, because it can hit luckily and take out something that's very important.
Channel
One of those Channel Lake Fridges, like Aether Ice Vein Reds. Speaking of the devil.
Ice Vein Red. Let's see if we got a blue and maybe even soak up the Spell Void right off the bat.
5. Yeah, 5. 5 Arcane.
So I wouldn't be surprised to also see this Ice Bolt potentially get pitched to activate Waning Moon as well and then Arsenal this last card. Usually if you're going to Arsenal a card, you don't want it to be known to your opponent, so it would make the most sense to now see this Ice Bolt to get pitched to Waning Moon to make sure you're using your cards in your hand effectively.
So that happens.
The 5 damage happens first.
So it looks like there's the Widespread Destruction, the yellow of those Critical Majestics I was just talking about. So it looks like it's just paying the 2 to the effect and taking 5?
Yeah.
Main hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it looks like.
That for AB2.
Oh, no,
he is
AB2.
AB2. So he's going to have to pay an additional 2 or discard a card here.
Then, yep, discard.
Critically, though, I believe he has a card in his hands that allows you to play it as though it were an instant and it generates a Rune Chant.
He does. He has that Blood Moon.
Instant speed real quick. I've taken damage this turn, so I will go ahead and play Funeral Spire real quick.
In response to that, I will Waning Moon.
Yep. So it looks like the Waning Moon is going to fire off in response, and Vynnset's going to go up to 2 Rune Chants. That's a pretty powerful interaction. The fact that Funeral Moon, that's right. That it is always be able to be played as an instant if any hero's lost a life on that turn cycle. So even on your opponent's turn, if you've lost life, you can play it as an instant.
All right. We're going to go ahead and start by banishing this for
So it looks like we have these 2 Rune Chants built up, but going to 3 on the turn cycle. So now where it's Rune Gate o'clock. It looks like there's another Rune Gate card banished down here.
He has a Deathly Will over there, so he has options here on what he wants to play.
Ooh, and here we're seeing a Shadow Puppetry. So that's going to give this Rune Gate card go again, and critically, this is a Shadow non-attack action. So that's going to trigger Vynnset's ability to make one of these Rune Chants unpreventable.
Yeah. Has to put the card back on the bottom and he pitch for the AB.
Cleaning up the pitch stack from last turn. Yep. Always happens. You know, you're just laying around, moving to turn cycles.
Oh, Insidious Chill.
Yeah, so this is pretty brutal. So the Insidious Chill comes down, gives the Frostbite, and if there's not an extra card in hand now for this Vynnset player, they're not going to be able to get value out of this Shadow Puppetry. So their turn's just going to be over here.
Yeah.
Even if you had 4 Rune Chants, it doesn't work like that. It's 3, and then you'll have to pay the resource.
Apparently, they're clarifying the rules on the reduction versus addition. So Rune Gate critically allows you to play the card without paying its cost, but that alternate cost still gets tasked by the Frostbite. Even if there was a 4th Rune Chant in play, you would still have to pay the resource for the Frostbite tax.
Yes, that works differently than the reduction that happens with Viscerai cards, such as Amplify the Arcanite and all of that.
So this one Frostbite's going to be brutal here, because that means there's going to be 2 cards stuck in Blood Debt down here, and that's going to be an extra tax of 2 life loss for the Vynnset.
Didn't come in with Waning Moon there.
No.
I wonder why.
Didn't want to pitch the extra card. If you have... So now there's 3 cards in hand for the Iyslander player. They're probably going to pitch a blue, maybe attack with a Wounded Bull or something like that. maybe deploy yet another card. I believe it's a Command Conquer.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would make it 31.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's going to be some kind of attack or some kind of effect that he's going to want to play in his turn, and then Arsenal looks like what looks to be a channel like Frigid. So yeah, I believe there's a Cold Snap, attack with a Command and Conquer, get your 6 points of damage in. Even though there's no Arsenal, might as well get your
Force on the block.
yeah, push your damage, get him down to that critical endgame life zone totals that Iyslander likes to get her opponent into, and push the damage. Here we see that Command and Conquer, white border Command and Conquer from History Pack. Is that English? I think yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
History Pack is always black border. That's right. I bought a lot of French History Pack one. I have some Command et Conquêtes.
Let's see if he blocks here or if he just takes the damage.
Yeah, I would
counter.
I always think it's important for players to block with their armor when presented with physical damage from Iyslander, because there's not going to be a guarantee that there's going to be more
physical damage coming. Absolutely,
exactly.
I agree.
Get the value while you can.
Move to Arsenal.
So that Commander Conquer is going to hit the bin, Cold Snap to the bottom, and Channel Lake Frigid lurking in the arsenal.
So let's see if the Vynnset player just attacks or if they're going to play
and this could be
action here.
Given the context of the hand, if there's not a blue floating around in there, like let's say this is an all red hand, this is a disruption from this extra frostbite on top of the Channel Lake Frigid. Given that Vynnset has to banish the card like we've been talking about, we could see just a whole nother brick turn cycle, which would just be disastrous for the Vynnset.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back turns where you can't attack against Iyslander and apply pressure is not a winning formula.
No, not really where you want to be. But Vynnset giving a good think, making sure that they're banishing the right card, picking the right gate to rune. Make sure you want to try to present the most amount of damage as possible here while respecting those kinds of ice tax effects. It's always a fine line to walk when you're playing against Iyslander. And why we've seen, I think, what's his name? Hamilton, Michael Hamilton? I think that was his name. He won Worlds last year.
I believe that's how it works.
Yeah, he really put the deck on the map and really showed just how devastating Iyslander can be when your opponent is playing aggressive decks like Vynnset. So here we do see Putrid Stirrings banished. Now we're going to play Modern Skies. You know all about this card.
I do. I love that card.
Staple in Visceri.
It most definitely is. Can't build a deck without it.
Critically, it is not a shadow card. It's just a Runeblade card. So Modern Skies does not trigger Vynnset's abilities. So all these rune chants are fair game to be prevented with Arcane Barrier.
Pretty interesting choice for the Iyslander player here, Justin, not to respond to the Mob Skies for the Channel Lake. I'm guessing because the Vynnset player has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, when you're playing Iyslander, you want to make sure if you have a disruptive effect that you're going to get the most amount of value off of it. So if you're just trying to play it, if your opponent has a blue, the Channel Lake Frigid is not really doing very much. And you're not playing Tunic, so this Alluvian Constellus is uncharged, so you're not going to be able to play it and activate Winning Moon without pitching that extra card. So it makes sense given the context of the hand. It looks to be maybe a little red heavy here, that you're just going to sit on the Channel Lake Frigid, wait a turn, and look to fight another day.
Yeah. Without the benefit of knowledge of having known what's in the Vynnset player's hand now, I still believe you're going to want to slow them down. And the Channel Lake Frigid will definitely put a pause to it.
Yeah,
well, it will force them to make the decision whether or not to pitch.
Looking at the hand now, we see Finals Fighting Spirit red, Command and Conquer red, Raging Onslaught red, and 1 blue ice card in the Aether Hail. So there's no way to really effectively play the Channel Lake Frigid. It would take 2 reds in order to play, and then you'd have to find a way to probably just pitch to Coronet Peak to your with your Aether Hail to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around. So that's not the most effective play. So it makes sense why we're just going to try to play a little bit more defensively this turn, block out a little bit, and then probably come in with this Command and Conquer again.
You're only going to get 1 off of this if I block it out, right? Yep.
Yeah, just clarifying to make sure that only 1 card will be banished off of this Deathly Whale. Or no, sorry, no.
Yeah, it's going to make Rune Chants.
Rune Chants. Just blocking out. This is an overblock though, right? This is 10 block? Oh, because of the Modern Skies? No, Pommel. Respecting a pommel here, okay. A little awkward. But that's just what happens. And I think that, oh, that was even a red Aether Hail. That wasn't even a blue Aether Hail. That was a red Aether Hail.
That explains.
Okay.
That explains why he didn't play it. He's filtering his hand and also trying to prevent the pummel.
It also makes sense why you, well, at that point then, I kind of don't like the blocking with the Iron Rock Gauntlet then at that point. So just block for 9. If your opponent has the pummel, you're not losing anything. You don't have any cards in hand.
I agree.
So maybe might have made a bit more sense to keep the Iron Rock Gauntlet in play for another day. But ultimately, at the end of the day, just blocking out, trying to prevent as much damage as you can, and looking to get this Channel Lake Frigid online in the next turn cycle.
And asking if he wanted to attack a flare. Being nice and taking the damage.
Yep.
So you can create that rune chant.
Yep, it hit, so another rune chant was made. Although, it should have triggered any rune chants that... Oh, because it was still on the chain with the last card. That's why the rune chant from Deathly Whale had not created the rune chant yet.
I'm going to banish a Funeral Moon.
It happens at the end of the combat chain.
Correct.
Case. But again, gotta love the player base here in Flesh and Blood. Everyone keeps it honest, and everyone always wants you to play at your optimal best. So they don't let you miss an opportunity. They'll remind you.
Yeah. But looks like this hand has more blues in it, more blues available. I see a Sink Below, another Insidious Chill, Emerita Scalding, and probably another blue ice card. It might be double Insidious Chill, actually. So it's definitely giving him all he needs in order to deploy this Channel Lake Frigid.
In response, I'm going to...
So probably going to play the Channel Lake Frigid, AB1, and then now
but I gotta deal with that first. I will go ahead.
be able to block with his hand, although he has to be really careful. So if last turn he overblocked, respecting a pummel. Now if he blocks down to just one card in hand, if he gets pummeled, he's not going to have that ice card to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around this turn. So he has to be really, really, really careful of what he blocks with this turn cycle.
And Brett looks like he has 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
Yeah. So he's
he has
declaring no
3 in
blocks.
hand. He has 3 cards in hand.
Probably going to deploy the Sink Below, soak up a little bit of damage, and then probably look to arsenal the Emerita Scalding.
No blocks. Reaction?
No reacts.
Yeah, Vynnset would be really, really, really good if her ability was a May ability. It is not a May ability. You must banish a card from your hand every turn.
Mandatory.
Yes. So we're electing to see no Sink. I think I might prefer to see the Sink bottom the Emerita Scalding. Emerita Scalding is really good in the endgame when you're looking to close games out. And it's particularly good when your Tunic's at 3, but your Tunic's not going to be on 3. You're not playing Tunic. So maybe looking for a different card that might be a little bit more impactful, kind of one of those timing senses that I was talking about at the start of the game with trying to find a really impactful card, like another red Aether Ice Vein or a Wounded Bull or Command and Conquer to keep in the arsenal for that turn cycle, because Emerita Scalding really isn't the perfect card for this situation, in my opinion.
And then I'll pass.
So you'll take 1.
I'll take 1 on the Blood Debt.
Vynnset going to trickle down a little bit further, taking a little bit more blood debt. But given how this game started, Iyslander coming off hot, Vynnset's been able to find really couple of critical turn cycles here to really be disruptive. Like
He's got to pay for that Funeral Moon.
There you go.
Because Channel Lake Frigid and the Frostbite is out there.
Correct.
Yeah, Channel Lake and the Frostbite.
We're good.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
I'm going to
All clean.
Yep.
I'm going to Coronet Peak.
Okay.
Activate Coronet Peak to keep your Channel Lake Frigid around. Name a more iconic duo.
A1.
Chad's saying that he forgot to get the banish effect off. And that widespread.
I'm going to move to my...
Oh yeah, mistrigger there. The top card of each player's deck should have been banished, but mistriggers are mistriggers.
See if he plays anything critical.
Yep. So now we know there's that Emerita Scalding in our arsenal.
Is their first card.
Let's go ahead and...
I think we see a Blizzard. A little bit surprising to see that in the deck at the moment. I guess maybe you just need the blues for the Arcane Barrier. But Vynnset's not a really go-wide deck that's going to be capitalizing on go again a lot. So given that it doesn't have block value, it could be a bit of a liability here.
Looks like there's just CLF in there also.
I see Cold Snap, Blizzard, Ice Eternal, and then the 1 extra card.
think the last card is CLF, which is what would have got ripped.
No, I think it's an Ice Bolt. That's Blizzard.
That's Blizzard. Okay.
Yeah, we got Blizzard, Ice Bolt, Ice Eternal, Cold Snap. So it looks like we're going to pitch Ice Eternal to come in with this Emeritus Scalding for 4. Not super. Well, I guess I was going to say it's not the best time for this Emeritus Scalding because there are the floating resources. So if Brett wanted to, he could elect to AB, but I guess he needs that floating resource in order to actually play his next card.
Right.
Results? Yep. I will then go ahead and.
So here comes Putrid Stirrings. So that's going to buff up this attack.
Yep. 2, and then an 8.
Yeah, because Deathly Delight costs 2. There are 2 Rune Chants in play, so it's going to come in for 5 plus 3 from the Putrid Stirrings. So 8 total damage, yeah. And critically, when the combat chain closes, you're going to gain life equal to the number of heroes who have lost life this turn. So I imagine he paid 1 life when playing the Putrid Stirrings in order to make one of these Rune Chants unpreventable, so probably going to gain 2 life here.
Yep.
Emeritus also counting for the life lost on the turn, yes.
I'll take 1 from the Rune Chant.
Yep.
So that 1 Rune Chant being taken. Now we got this tricky matter of 8 physical damage, which Blizzard does not block very well.
No, it does not. Here it doesn't have any block.
Yeah, you would really like to have something like a Radiate the Ice Vein here or something like that to kind of go with it. Maybe be able to pitch 2 ice cards to keep this Channel Lake Frigid around an extra turn. But that's kind of one of these interesting things about Vynnset compared to other Rune Blades. If you're just coming in with these big chonky effects with a lot of resources, Channel Lake Frigid is not as taxing as it might otherwise be against other Rune Blades.
And that rune gate is very effective when it comes to reducing and making the cost curve of playing cards from Vynnset.
Yeah.
Combat chain will be
Looking like
playable.
Iyslander takes all 8 of the damage. So Vynnset's going to gain a couple life back here. Critically, Arsenal or Banner Zone all clear, no blood debt this turn, baby.
Mm-hmm. Like I said in the very beginning of the game, sometimes that life gain, that little bit of life gain, makes a big difference in this Iyslander matchup. Especially when you're playing what I would think to be a disadvantage with Waning Moon just swinging for free.
Yeah, taking down that Illuvian Cells at the end of the turn. A non-attack action was played off the Emeritus Scalding, so another 3 damage coming in. Because I think after taking that damage, I think we're going to have a little bit of an inefficient turn. We're definitely going to be looking to pitch 2 ice cards here. But in order to do that, I imagine we're going to be playing without an arsenal in this turn cycle.
I'm going to go ahead and...
Yeah, we're going to pitch to come in with this Ice Bolt, pitching an ice card, and then we're probably going to pitch this Blizzard to Waning Moon. So it's going to be 5 arcane damage, but critically those 2 ice cards are going to be in the pitch zone.
Keeping that CLF around just a little bit longer. Trying to hamper the Vynnset as much as possible.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred just seeing block with Ice Bolt, pitch the Blizzard to Coronet Peak, tax your opponent a little bit, and then Arsenal this Cold Snap. This card in Arsenal's kind of been chilling for a couple turns now, so it could be a pretty impactful card, and asking your opponent for the extra bit of tax that they might not be expecting or anticipating on that next turn cycle might have been impactful, but I guess it all depends on what that card actually is. Plus Cold Snap, Waning Moon is just one of the most efficient plays Iyslander has on given turn cycles. You pitch the blue, you draw your extra card back, you present your 3 arcane damage, give your opponent that little Frostbite tax, and you're then free to still play a 4-card hand.
Agreed. He didn't pay life into the Vynnset. That's what the chat's saying. Yeah, he didn't. He should be a 21 if he did.
Interestingly, though, we haven't seen Vynnset capitalize very much on that AB, but looks like that's changing now because he's pitching that blue, ABing a little bit from that Ice Bolts, and now probably I'd be surprised to see any more cards pitched in order to Arcane Barrier this meeting, given that the Channel Lake Bridge is sticking around.
He's just going to take that.
Yeah.
Move forward and try to push back, because the turns where Iyslander doesn't have an arsenal, that's the turns you want to be as aggressive as possible and take advantage. With CLF out there, it will slow the Vynnset down some, but let's see how much.
Yeah. So life totals are about half now, 20 to 18, midway point in the game. Who do you think's winning this game at the moment?
I'm going to go with the Vynnset.
Vynnset? Interesting. Why do you say that?
Just because whenever, like I said before, whenever you can get a turn where you have nothing in arsenal for the Iyslander player, that's the turn where you can try to take advantage. And CLF will hamper Vynnset some, but like I said, I want to see how much. It looks like we got a couple blues in here.
That is a thing that I know about.
So,
yeah.
And I'm interested to see what's going on with that card in arsenal.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest mystery at the moment, what that card possibly could be.
Throw a Deathly Whale over there.
I think it's really, really close at the moment. I think it's really going to come down to, is Iyslander going to be able to use all 3 counters off of this Insidious Chill before the game ends? So we haven't seen any Ice Fuse cards, and this Insidious Chill really has been able to capitalize on this disruption that it's most powerfully able to do. We do see a Aether Ice Vein in hand at the moment, so we could see something like block for 3 here and then try to play this yellow Aether Ice Vein, I believe, in order to start really taxing Vynnset's hand. And that's where you really want to be as Iyslander, given that Vynnset's ability is not that Mega ability. Stripping cards from her hand on your turn is extremely punishing.
And coming in with a significant amount of damage here, coming in for 8.
Yeah.
Looks like we're taking the Arcane.
Yeah, but importantly, this Phantom Banshee doesn't have any of those disruptive effects or additional effects for losing life. This is just damage.
But at this point in the game, damage is extremely important. Whatever you can get over, get over.
True. Yeah. Looks like Iyslander's taking a good chunk of damage, falling all the way down to 13. But here it comes. This is the classic we've seen time and time again with Iyslander. It looks like you have the Iyslander on the ropes. She's at 13 life. How much more do you have to go? You're at 20 life. And then boom. Aether Ice Vein comes down. You lose your whole hand.
Iyslander, for some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's card design. Maybe it's just the way the deck is played. But whenever you get her below 10, it gets increasingly harder to deal her damage.
Yeah, and it's the inverse for her, because once she gets you down to 10, you're dead.
You're dead, yeah.
I think an interesting question here is going to be, do you arsenal the Ice Bolt, or do you arsenal a channel like Frigid?
So I think you arsenal the channel like Frigid, because this one is potentially going away.
Okay. I would say the reason why it's a question in my mind, normally the easy option is like, yeah, channel like Frigid, super disruptive, easy. There's a sub-principle in Iyslander where you don't really want to stack your disruption, because you're going to, well, first, that depends. You should know this Insidious chill trigger's happening, so that should be ticked down. But you don't want to tax your opponent's hand and then play a channel like Frigid, because you're not getting the most amount of value out of your channel like Frigid in that situation. You're taxing an effect that was already stacked in attacks, and when they don't have as much cards in their hand after being stripped from Aether Ice Vein and this Insidious chill, it's much easier to push the actual arcane damage from something like an Ice Bolt.
I can see that. It's just in this situation, it really looks like the Viscera player is going to... I'm sorry. I apologize. Vynnset
The other V-Room Blade.
Yeah, my fault. My bad. I'm speaking from first-person experience, and I'm getting frustrated already because I hate when I get hit with the Aether Ice Vein and I have to discard cards. So, but
yeah.
I don't think there's going to be a response on his turn.
Yeah. Critically, though, once you have AB3, so you're going to be able to AB3 and then pay for this disruptive effects. Oh, sorry, but the Insidious Chill stops that from happening.
Exactly. And that's why I think that CLF Arsenal is going to be effective, because once the Vynnset player Brett gets his hand back, he's going to have to deal with another channel like Frigid all over again.
I'm not a Vynnset expert by any stretch of the imagination, as I imagine most of our players watching might not be. Is Vynnset's ability at the start of turn, are you able to respond to that as Iyslander?
I am actually uncertain.
I am seeing some shaking heads saying, no, you cannot respond to that. It's outside of a respondable window. It's the start of turn, not actually, not like something like at the beginning of your action step, like the embodiment tokens were out of Briar, because that was always really punishing for Briar. Iyslander would respond to an embodiment token and then do a bunch of disruptive effects, and Briar really couldn't do anything about it.
Yep, just watching her play. Watching her play solitaire.
Yeah, but it looks like Vynnset really not able to do very much.
Arsenal pass.
Just banish a card, arsenal, and pass. And this is really smart from Justin. I really like this play of not deploying the Channel Lake Frigid on Vynnset's turn where they weren't doing anything anyways.
Exactly.
Pay one there.
Okay. This one I will.
So now we're leading off with a Winner's Bite. Small little tax, please. Pitching a Heart of Findall. It's a beautiful alternate art Heart of Findall. Very hard to pull those out of packs these days.
I have not seen that version.
And come in with Red Aether Hail. So normally Winners by blue is best when paired with a physical attack, because you're stripping the card out of hand, and then your opponent would need to then commit extra cards out of hand in order to block the physical damage. Winner's Bite is not as efficient when it's paired with arcane damage, because more than likely your opponent's going to pitch a blue to the Winner's Bite effect, and they're going to have those floating resources to cover up some of that arcane barrier anyways.
Agreed. But in this instance, because we're so late game, Vynnset players, Brett's going to have to pitch.
Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah. Because as we know, 10 or below, that's when you're in the kill zone.
Yeah. You do have some solace in this circumstance, because you know that Arsenal's not something like an Aether Ice Vein or Emeritus Scolding. It's just a Channel Lake Frigid, so it's not really representing damage. It's representing disruptive effects. So your life total is slightly cushioned for the moment, but that's just for the moment. So banishing a card, banishing a Putrid Stirrings, creating that second Rune Chant, and then
Play Envelop in Darkness from
in response.
Yep.
and looks like we're playing out that Arsenal card, the Envelop in Darkness. The next card you Rune Gate this turn is going to get +1, since this is a blue, I believe.
Correct.
So here comes the Channel Lake Frigid, giving the Frostbite, the tax effect. But you're still going to be able to Rune Gate and pay the 2 extra taxed resources through this disruption. So I believe Brett here is still going to be able to present a good chunk of damage this turn.
So next thing a cast will be +2.
Is that a blue Envelop in Darkness? It is. So it's coming in for +1.
Yeah, Brett taking a good think about what exactly he wants to pivot here. Once you get into these endgame situations against Iyslander, you have to be so careful.
It is so critical.
Yeah.
To make the right play and play to your outs. But when you're facing a Channel Lake Frigid as a Runeblade player, I can tell you, there's only one thing you're thinking about. I want this off the field.
Yeah. And I wonder, we haven't seen it yet. I'm trying to think of the card name. It's the 7-power attack that's red that destroys an aura on hit, but creates a Rune Chant.
Oh, Runic Reclamation.
Runic Reclamation, thank you. That could have been an extremely impactful card.
I usually side that in my Iyslander matchup because I'm wanting to get rid of the Insidious Shields. And it's being that it's 1 point over normal breakpoints, it forces them to block with 3 cards or armor.
Yeah, it's one of the most punishing things you can do in response to a Channel Lake Frigid 2 if you're still able to cast it in a blue-heavy hand, because you put the Iyslander in the position where they have to block out in order to prevent the Runic from hitting, and then they don't have ice cards to pitch on their turn, or you have to let the Runic hit and blow up your Channel Lake Frigid anyways.
Agreed.
So, might not be in the deck, but it's definitely something we should be on the lookout for here. Looks like we're coming in for 6 with this Deathly Whale.
And that is worth half of the Iyslander player's Justin's life here.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he blocks.
I imagine now we're going to pitch to Waning Moon.
I don't think we have to. We've got 2 on Alluvian.
Yeah, but you want to save that for a future turn cycle. I believe there's 2 cards in hand for Justin. I guess you could activate it and activate Coronet Peak. I just think it might be a bit more efficient to activate Waning Moon here and move to Arsenal. No, sorry. There's a Channel Lake Frigid in play. He's going to want to pitch to Coronet Peak for the Channel Lake.
Exactly.
Whew, I am rusty on Iyslander.
Don't worry, I've been killed by enough of them to give you all the insight you need.
I appreciate it. Thank you. pitch that Ice Guard Coronet Peak. So it looks like we're going to pitch a blue, pay for it. Channel Lake Frigid's going to stick around, keep things chilled out for a little bit.
Reveal that I got an ice card for Frigid.
Arsenal, what looks like an Aether Hail.
Now let's see what Vynnset's going to do with this card being banished, because this is only going to be a 2-card hand when you think about it. And there's 2 cards in Banner Zone with Blood Debt at the moment.
Yeah, life's just ticking away.
Or 1. Sorry,
Yeah,
Putrid does not have Blood Debt. Phantom Banshee does. So I wonder, did they remember Blood Debt last turn? A Putrid Turing does have Blood Debt, my bad.
That's why he's got the 2 dice there. Representing his Blood Debt.
So that represents the clock for, on the Vynnset in and of itself, without Iyslander really having to do much of anything. Even if Iyslander is just able to play defense and keep the disruptive on a little bit, Vynnset's just going to start ticking down and taking her own Blood Debt damage turn after turn.
And we're walking a fine line here.
Yeah. Critically, there's only 2 Rune Chants in play, so that Widespread Ruin is going to be able to be Rune Gated this turn. It'd be troublesome if it needed 3 or 4 Rune Chants, but the 2, we're good to go. So I imagine these Rune Chants are probably going to get eaten up by Alluvian Constellus, have some Arcane Barrier going on.
Got an Emeritus Scald in your hand?
Yeah, I see an Emeritus Scalding, Warmonger's Diplomacy, and a red Aether Hail.
Oh, it's a Cold Snap.
Yeah, so Cold Snap from Arsenal going to draw a card. I think I would rather see the Warmonger's Diplomacy pitched here, because there's a chance if you're... Oh, wait, I guess if you're playing red Aether Hail, you can't double pitch to play the Aether Hail and Waning Moon anyways to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around.
Blocks the Rune Chance here.
This is just coming in for 6.
Confirming the attack strength.
Yeah. So I see a Raging Onslaught was drawn. I can imagine we're just going to block with red Aether Hail, attack with the Raging Onslaught, Arsenal the Emeritus Scalding.
Sounds like a plan. We're definitely knowing that we're going to lose Channel Lake Frigid here, so.
Yeah.
Coming up on the next turn.
Interestingly, though, let's say we did pitch the Warmonger's Diplomacy to this. So we'd have red Aether Hail and Winter Spite. We could pitch red Aether Hail and Winter Spite at the same time, over pitch 2 ice cards, attack with the Raging Onslaught, and that would have been enough to satisfy the Channel Lake Frigid and
keep it around
their turn. So that's one of the hidden modes of red Aether Hail that kind of makes it a really interesting card to play with. The fact that it's a red and allows you to overpitch while being that ice card leads to some pretty cool interactions with Channel Lake Frigid, actually. Some damage getting leaked, extra card getting banished.
Okay, take 3.
Yep. No, it's just 2 now.
2.
Yep.
And then 2 Blood Debt being ticked down here.
And now we're in range.
I have this all messed up because I was taking it from you instead. By the way, 9-9.
Oh, was I missing?
Should be 9 to 6.
No. I just I started taking from my life points when I was doing damage to you instead. I was just being dumb.
Okay. Looks like players just making sure that they're on the page with their life totals. Always important to do. Communication key for life and Flesh and Blood. Just ask my wife.
Putrid Strings and Strings and Stirrings, actually. Never read that card.
Confirming what the Blood Debt cards are.
Yep.
All right.
So what do you think we're going to see here?
Raging Onslaught.
I'm shocked.
Rage all the way down. It's a tough economy out there, you know, the Wounded Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
They got really pricey after, you know, Bull Laner really came on the map. We got to settle for Raging Onslaughts these days. No. We're going to play a Warmonger's Diplomacy. That's honestly extremely surprising to me. So we're going to Waning Moon and then look to Arsenal the Raging Onslaught. When your opponent's at 9.
I will move move to Arsenal, Channel Link goes away? Yep.
No. So we're just losing a full card of value here. Interesting.
Gotta wonder if he's overthinking Justin.
Yeah, you know, these endgame situations are always so tough. You know, you want to make sure that you are presenting meaningful disruption to make sure you're not dying yourself. You're at 6. Icelander's really up against a wall here. And you know the Emeritus Scolding's representing a huge chunk of damage anyway, so Warmonger's Diplomacy is probably going to be pretty impactful this turn.
Banishing it definitely will.
Especially given that Vynnset doesn't have any rune chance in play. You can't activate Grasp of the Arknight or do anything like that to generate more rune chance. So these blood debt cards are just going to chip away their life total anyways.
Yeah. And now we're up to 3 blood debt.
Yeah. Deathly Whale coming out of Arsenal. So this should be 1 Arcane and then 6 Physical.
Yeah, swinging for game here. Let's see how we take care of it.
You know, there's a Raging Onslaught that's begging to be blocked with. Maybe not, though.
Another Warmonger's Diplomacy over there.
Yeah. Interesting. So we're going to fire off the Emeritus Scolding now. Maybe 1 with the Illuvian Constellus. I don't know that I like firing off the Emeritus Scolding now because let's say your opponent has a bunch of non-attack actions in hand or cards that you're trying to strand them with anyways with Warmonger's Diplomacy. You're kind of allowing them to get value out of it in otherwise. That's not the case here, but it's just an awkward situation that could have presented itself.
I think the game plan here is to let Brett chip himself down and kill himself.
Are we just blocking for 6?
Mm-hmm.
You've taken 0 damage this turn?
Yeah.
And then swing with Illuvian.
Close the combat chain.
So we're going to Arsenal another Warmonger's Diplomacy. So let me think about this. What we could have done instead
Yeah, we're swinging with Illuvian.
is taking the Rune Chant, blocked for 3, swung Raging Onslaught, and then kept that Emeritus Scolding and Arsenal. And then you would have presented your opponent with a lot of damage on top of the drawback up, but it looks like
off at the fist bump.
Yeah, Blood Debt's just going to take care of it in and of itself.
Definitely need to get more Iyslander reps in.
Warmonger's Diplomacy is a really good card.
Yeah, yeah. So
Tends to do the job.
Yeah, as we were alluding to, not the matchup that Vynnset is looking to play at the start of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Probably looking to get paired into all these delicious Dromais with your 6 powered attacks and tasty poppers in Malvern Sky's Hound hits. Well, looks like Dust Till Dawn Heroes were 1-on-1 on the day. That's still pretty good.
That's pretty good average.
That's not bad.
No complaint.
Vynnset was still 2-1 on the day, could still perfectly rally back and really put up a fight here.
In that top 8 spot, those coveted top 8 spots.
Did you know there's only 8 of them?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's right. 8. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. But yes, I gotta say, when it comes to that Iyslander v Runeblade matchup, it is very frustrating for us Runeblade players because there are so many things that Iyslander players have to disrupt. From Frostbites, from Warmonger's Diplomacy, from Channel Lake Frigid. It is so many things that they have at their disposal to kind of keep us at bay. And as a Runeblade player, all we really want to do is just go. Green means go. Well, Rune Chants mean go.
I was trying to do the math there about how much damage and value Illuvian Constellus got in that game. I think it was close to about...
I counted 10.
Like 600? 600 or 700, I think?
I counted 10.
It was close. Somewhere between 10 and 700. It was a lot of value. Very powerful, really punishing to those rune chants, able to accrue a lot of value over the course of the game.
Yeah, it is definitely this game's counterpunch, Illuvian Constellus. It is one of the, I guess it's like, I compare it to Reckless Swing. Whenever you're just getting points of damage off of blocking in return, it's really a gut punch to the player that you're dealing that damage to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm sure we have lots more great games of Flesh and Blood coming up from everybody. We're going to take a quick break and then hop right back into some more Flesh and Blood. We'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a bit of a trick or treat situation going on. We got a very generous gift from Dragon Shield for a giveaway here.
For $25, going towards their website, it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait to give this away because I'm telling you, some of these Dragon Shield cards, the artwork on the sleeves are amazing.
Yeah. In order to be eligible to win this, we're going to need to see a very complicated and complex keyword entered into chat. So we're going to go with STL for St. Louis. STL. I believe that is spelled S-T and then L. Not case sensitive.
It's the way I remember it.
Okay. All right, thanks. So get that typed in, engage in chat a little bit, and that'll get you entered for a chance to win this very, very cool gift card of $25 for anything you can get from the Dragon Shield website.
Yeah, and actually a little bit extra on this. A sleeve crafter order is exactly $25.
Ooh.
And this includes free shipping. So normally if you try to, order a set of meme sleeves or something for $25, it ends up being like $35 because you have to pay shipping on top of that. Wow. If you win this bad boy, it is a clean sleeve crafter order, free shipping, US or EU.
Yeah. That means you can put anything you want on those sleeves. You could put this picture right here as commemorative. You can just take a screen grab of this picture of me going, put that on the sleeves. Perfect. Boom. Look at that. You'll be the talk of the tournament when you're wrapping those. Or you can put something that actually looks good. I don't know. It's up to you.
I mean, there's a pair of Superman sleeves that are out there that I have been having my eyes on. So if you guys just want to be extremely kind to me in particular, you can go ahead and just grab those for me.
Sure. Infamously, we did custom Dragon Shields for the Manorcast logo a while ago, and we've just put in a giant order of like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sleeves. I've been rocking those for over a year now.
Amaze balls. And that's the one thing I'll say that I like the most about Dragon Shield sleeves. They don't rip or tear. It may get a little wear and tear and bend on the side, but they don't rip or tear. And as a player, you guys know, it can be frustrating when you're buying a pair of sleeves and you got to buy a new pair for every event because for some reason these sleeves just got worn and ripped upon shuffling something. But with these Dragon Shield sleeves, they are built to last.
Yeah. I will say, pro tip, if you actually wash your hands occasionally between rounds and doing things, your sleeves won't get gunky as fast. I have seen some gunked sleeves. Some gunked sleeves in my time.
You got me.
And it's just like, you're not washing your hands, clearly. No cuts.
Is that how you get the Cheeto fingers?
Yeah, you not washing Cheetos, shuffle your deck, you got gunk sleeves.
And then you got the orange.
Yeah. I don't think Dragon Shield sleeves are good, but I don't think they're Cheeto fingers good.
I thought this
would be tough to make a sleeve that good.
I thought that was by design. I did not know that came from not washing.
Yeah, dude, it's gross.
Oh my gosh.
It is what it is. One of those things. It's just like
I love card game
museums. They'll have like don't touch the statues. I just saw this. It was like a meme picture or whatever. It's just like here's an example of one that's not touched, and please touch this one. And the touched one is just from people just putting their fingers on just marble. The marble's like black. It's just because if enough people put their dirty hands on a thing gets dirty. Who knew? So, love seeing the participation in chat. Hopefully somebody gets some amazing Dragon Shield sleeves. We're getting the next round coming up, paired up just here in a moment. I think we're going to have Uzuri versus Dash.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be another two of St. Louis' finest. You got Timothy Michael Long here.
I wonder if this is going to be a Tree Frog or a Boost Dash.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Because it is once again Dash, the inventor extraordinaire, OG original Arcane Rising Dash. And then it's going to be OG originally Outsiders Vynnset. What do you think a new Vynnset's going to do? You ever think Vynnset's going to get a talent?
No.
Do you think that we're done with talents?
I think we're going to away from talents, yeah.
That's unlucky. Shadow Vynnset would be kind of cool. Give me a Shadow Vynnset.
Yeah, I'm almost certain one of those kind of exists. I'm not certain.
Yeah. Shadow Uzuri. Shadow Vynnset does exist. Oh my God, I'm losing it. So we're only halfway through this day, and I'm already falling.
You've got a while to go, partner. You gotta make things.
Thankfully, we're in between rounds. None of this counts anyways. It's not even real.
No, it never happened.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. I'm chiming in here because we are going to draw the winner of this giveaway because the game is almost ready to go. So, everyone, thanks for entering in chat. Keyword is STL. Hosts, you got it down pat. There's a lot of entries here. We've got 65 eligible users. Going to roll the giveaway.
Good luck.
It
Good
should
luck.
say it in chat. Let's see. Oh, no way. Dude, these streams are so rigged. Sam O'Byrne won the giveaway.
He's probably going to sleeve an Uzuri deck with it.
That's insane.
He's probably going to get some Uzuri sleeves.
What up, Sam? Dude, absolutely rigged. Good job. Good job on that. I'll send you a message. Obviously, Sam, you're all up in my DMs anyway. But let's jump in to the game. It should be ready here.
Look at Uzuri. Look at Dash.
Yeah. Two totally different personalities. You can tell by the graphic. One's all business and one's just having fun.
Yeah. I think what's going to be a really impactful card in this matchup, I don't know if you've heard of this card before. It's a subtle card that came out in Outsiders. It's called Codex of Frailty.
I've heard mention of that.
Yeah, it generates this thing called a Frailty token, and it's really good against Teklo Pistol because Dash is a hero that's probably going to be wanting firing her gun a lot. Sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a turn. And if you have a Frailty token, that's going to shrink that pistol down for each one of those attacks, which is really not where Dash wants to be.
And Dash also has a lot of attacks, I hear. So that means that a card might get ripped from their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty rough.
I think this already answers our questions here. This is Treek Frog Dash. This is Evo, block it out, shoot my pistol Dash. And I imagine this is going to be a nightmare matchup for Uzuri because there's going to be blocking armor. There's going to be defense reactions. There's going to be constant pressure coming in from this pistol. It is really not what Uzuri wants to be doing. And already here on turn 0, we're seeing Evo come down. Now we have an extra 3 block on our armor that's going to be able to be reset by another 3 block on armor. And I think we see a War Machine being pitched. So that means also there's Evo payoff majestic attacks in the deck as well that can be disruptive. So
we also have this round's on me that was pitched.
Yep.
Which means that those daggers might be null and void for a turn or two during this game. Flick knives.
Yeah.
Oh, check out the Spring Tunic.
Extended Art Tunic. And this also, if we look at the Uzuri's equipment, we see this Mask of Perdition up here. I think that's going to indicate contract Uzuri. So we're going to be looking to generate silver tokens off of Black Tech Whispers, Mask of Prediction, rebuying our equipment time and time again, which could be tricky given that contracts generally are going to be need to pumped by attack reactions or things like that in order to really push through their damage because the natural rate on them isn't extremely high. But I guess here we're just seeing Surgical Extraction for old vanilla damage getting pushed through.
Going with the Oasis Respite to try to offset some of that damage we took from the daggers.
Yep. So doesn't shrink instance, doesn't shrink or anything like that. Just reactions and attack actions were what was shrunk. So Oasis Respite was good to go, cover up all that damage.
Here we go.
And we're just going to pitch a red, put a counter on our pistol, and arsenal. Oh, no. Put a counter on our induction chamber. Interesting that we're not arsenaling the Sink Below.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess there already is a card in Arsenal. Sorry, it's hard to tell. Those black matte sleeves.
Oh, there is a card in Arsenal.
Yeah, that was hidden. Covert Arsenal.
A hidden gem.
Yeah. What do you think about the Arcanite Skullcap floating around? Remember this card? Remember when this was a $200 card?
Yeah, and then it became a dull cap.
Pepper's fart. Remember. So here we're seeing a backstab. No defense reactions on the backstab, but you can still just put a bunch of block in front of it anyways. Which I guess Uzuri can just be like, yeah, cool, I'll take your 2 cards. I'll arsenal my last card.
Arsenal my last card, exactly.
Thanks for your 2 cards. Going back to Dash. Pitching an Evo. I think I see a tank. We're not pitching. We're not attacking with the tank, though. It's not tank time. It's shoot with pistol time. We're blocking with armor. As contract Uzuri wanting to block with the armor in order to
buy it back later.
Yeah, buy it back with some silver. A little bit of trick here. We're not coming in with more pistol shots. We're coming in with an attack, command and conquer. Yeah. this will be a game of inches, not miles. That's for sure. There's going to be lots of chip damage, hopefully trying to be pushed through. Settle in, grab a snack. This is going to be a long game.
Yeah, we're going to do the hokey pokey because we're going to poke an awful lot with these daggers.
Yeah. Card efficiency is going to be key.
Upticking tunic.
I'll activate tunic.
So it looks like we're activating Tunic and coming in with a Death Touch. So a little interesting here. Black Tech Whisperers can give this go again if Dash elects not to block, which would be surprising to me given that there's a whole block card.
And there's one of the new cards coming out of Bright Lights, Firewall.
Yeah, so that's not an Evo. That's going to go to the bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's interesting that Mechanologists get access to this extra new 4-block type of attack.
As if they needed more blocks.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, we had 2 cards in hand, but the Uzuri elected to use Tunic resource instead of pitching a card. So that's 2 turn cycles now where Uzuri has had a card left over and not utilizing their full cards available to them, which can lead to some real inefficiencies in the long run.
I can tell you from personal experience, Tim is a very conservative player. He takes his time and he thinks about every scenario possible that he's going to run into.
Okay. All right, and then we saw firing of the pistol and then another induction chamber coming down. So really setting up this end game of just really powerful, really potent pistol attacks. Because I think there we saw, yeah, it looks like Plasma Purifier.
Mm-hmm.
So Ravenous Rabble coming in from the Uzuri side, finally pushing some damage through.
Yeah. Dash considering that too small to block.
Yeah. Followed by Leave No Witnesses, and this is one of my favorite things to do. You attack, you're like, I got this extra card. It's totally an attack reaction. Oh, you got to block this out. Be real careful. 'Cause anything could happen. Sigil of Solace, gain 3 life.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Hold the line.
I close the chain. Sure. I'm going to play a sigil. Sure.
Got him.
To 43.
I was going to gain 3 life the whole time.
Mm-hmm. As a Dash player, I'm definitely thinking to myself, you're going the wrong way, buddy. I need you to bring it back down.
To be fair, though, pitching hard to find all. Gain a life back. Load up your item and then play another beautiful item, really threatening this long, grindy game of constant pistol attacks. Yep, there's the Plasma Purifier.
And now the fun begins.
Mm-hmm. Now it's going to go from attacks of 2, 2, and 2 to attacks of 3, 3, and 3. And I'll tell you what, once if the second Plasma Purifier comes down and it goes to attacks of 4, 4, and 4, that's 12 damage for free, no cards coming out of deck. That adds up real fast.
Yeah.
So here we see a Nerve Scalpel coming in. Next defense reaction that's going to be blocked with can be Shrunk, followed by Spider Bite. And something that I like out of Nigel's build so far is we've seen lots of 3-block non-attack actions. We've seen This Round's on Me. We've seen things like the Evos that block for 3. So there's not going to be a lot of cards that he's looking to block with that are actually going to get shrunk by that Spider's Bite. Really, if Tim knew what was like full deck list, full information, if he had it available to him, he might even present Orbitoclast instead.
Yeah. And I tell you, each time that you see one of these cards come out, meaning the contract cards or any of the assassin cards, you're always going to think that I have to overblock just because you want to protect yourself from any of those on hits that are coming.
Yep. There we saw a block with an Evo for 3. Very powerful piece of equipment there, blocking for 3. And then the Sync Bolo coming out of Arsenal to block for 3 before the Command and Conquer was on the stack. So that's why I was still able to be played and soak up that extra 3 damage, not 4, because of the Nerve Scalpel. So now it's time. Put a bunch of things on our items. We still have a resource floating. And we're going to Spark a Genius. Let's go get another Plasma Purifier.
Let's make the game really interesting. Let's accelerate it just a little bit.
Boom. Like I said, here it comes. This is what makes Tree Frog Dash so potent in the late game. And it's why so many decks can just really struggle if they're not able to pressure her or really present really big numbers really quickly is because this endgame situation is just too much for decks to reasonably handle. All these Plasma Purifier attacks are just going to be too much for any deck. Oldtime, Starbow, anything that's just looking to play a defensive game is just going to lose to this kind of setup package.
Because all of those shots now go beyond breakpoints of cards.
Exactly.
So now you're blocking with 2 instead of 1. And that takes away from your turn as well as just absorbs all the cards in your deck.
And critically, every time that, like I alluded to, every time that the gun is fired or you put items on these, or steam counters on these items, it doesn't cost any cards out of your deck. You're not losing anything from yours, but asking for cards out of your opponent's deck. So they're losing resources while you're staying card and deck resource neutral.
Tim coming in with a blue Isolate.
Yep. I imagine we're going to see an immovable. I think there's a red immovable hanging out in hand. Yep. It's going to be a block for 7. Imagine it's going to be pretty hard for whatever was swapped to get over that. Yeah. We see an already dead, which is fitting because that attack was already dead before it was even swapped.
Before it came out.
Oh, no.
No, there's the shred.
To pieces, you say.
Wonder Tim was so calm.
Yeah, and then now we're cashing in all these contracts or silver generator equipments as well. So we're going to banish 2 cards with the Mask Partition, and this is going to go again.
Going to 33.
And this is really awesome because Already Dead's condition is it wants you to banish non-action cards. So this reaction is going to get banished, so that's going to generate a silver. And then critically off the top, it also found an Oasis Respite. So that's going to generate 2 silvers. So you're going to be able to rebuy one of these pieces of equipment.
As well as getting rid of some of the key defensive cards that are over there.
Yeah.
On your opponent's side. That's a really fortunate play for Tim right there.
Yeah, and with the go again here, we have Codex of Frailty. Wow.
What did we say that card does?
I can't remember.
I think it's pretty important.
I think Codex of Frailty gives frailty tokens.
Oh, that thing.
Does that check out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a ghost on your side, your opponent's side of the field.
So if we look to armor, there's 4 block of armor available between the Arcanite Skullcap. Critically, Nigel's lower, so it gets that extra point of block, and there's still 2 points of value of block on that evem. So just getting a 0 for 4 really wouldn't be super impactful. I guess there was a floating resource. There had to have been, because this Death Touch is coming in instead, which is going to get the last card out of hand.
Block, Skullcap, Evo, that, so for 7.
Yep.
Yep, you're good.
So it turns into a block for 7. So Death Touch will not hit. Skullcap's going to pick up its first -1 counter. Ponder Token's going to crack and put a new card in Arsenal. Looks like a Backstab or some kind of stealth card. And Dash is going to shrug their shoulders and pass back the turn.
And again, people underestimate the value of Shred and how it is utilized in these games, especially grindy games like this one.
Yeah, that was a good time to have an attack reaction.
So on my turn, Tunic, buy back Black Text. Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that seems like electing to buy back Black Text here. I guess the card out of deck isn't as impactful as the potential for a go again.
No, because you want to press the attack here. You want to always keep them from attacking you back or getting any advantage or momentum. Tim understands the value of that.
Yeah.
Again, as I say, we are STL players. We're all aggro brain. Even in grinding out decks where we grind it out, we're always looking to press the issue.
Yeah. So it looks like we're swapping into Annihilate the Armed, bumped with a Cut to the Chase. So Annihilate the Armed wants to look for attack action cards. So probably not getting a silver off of that, but
taking a look at the top card.
Look at a top card with a Cut to the Chase, because that's pumping it up by 3. So this is now 8 to the 4. So probably taking 4 damage, and we might see go again here. Oh, yep. And now that Brutal Assault even blocking for 0. So this is a huge chunk of damage coming Dash's way.
I will take 7. 26.
No activation of Black Tech Whisperers, though. Don't need to give a go again. Nothing to do with the last card.
Well, takes away one of his Evos.
Yeah, Evo down. I believe there's an Evo leg in hand, so I think that's what's going to get deployed this turn. Maybe fire off a couple of baby pistols and then get some Evo legs equipped. Although there's also that Command and Conquer. Lots of good options here. But take off 2 counters. This plasma pistol now attacking for 4.
Tim's going to block it out.
Going to get go again from the induction chamber.
Pitching hard to find out, gaining life.
Yep. Pitch a blue, put a counter back. Imagine one more counter, and then probably play the Evo.
Coming in for 4.
Yeah. 4, and then probably another 4. Loading it again, using this last induction chamber. So, although then you wouldn't have go again anymore. So, probably not going to see that last 4 come in. Probably just going to load it back up, play the Evo. Oh, not playing the Evo.
Is he going to come with the Command and Conquer?
I would imagine.
Oh. Yep.
There we go.
And Tim has...
And this is kind of smart if we're looking to not play with an arsenal. A lot of Uzuri's Disruption, we see a Command and Conquer in hand in the Uzuri side as well. One of the best ways to play around Uzuri's Disruption of arsenals, just don't have an arsenal. Can't disrupt something that's not there.
36. Yeah.
And Tim takes it right on the chin.
Yep. Goodbye to Tim's arsenal. It's just an annihilate the armed, not a critical piece by any stretch of the imagination.
I imagine Tim's going to just play the Sigil and Arsenal to Command and Conquer.
Yep.
I'll play Sigil of Solace.
Back up to 39.
Then I'll move to Arsenal.
Now here's something interesting. Normally you'd be like, oh, well, you have a bunch of, you have 4-card hand. Boost Dash isn't playing a lot of boost cards, so it's going to be difficult for you to like use a 4-card hand. Thankfully, all these items on the field are just going to eat all the resources that Dash can produce and just present a bunch of damage. Oh, I see another Plasma Purifier in hand too, if that's something we're looking to set up.
Oh.
And then each one of these is coming in for 5. 5 is quite a lot.
That's a headache. I think we're going to come in with the Jay-Z album 444 here. Yep.
I see another Command and Conquer in hand. I wonder if we're going to look to play the Command and Conquer or set up the Plasma Purifier.
I would think the Plasma Purifier. But never know.
Yeah, because Uzuri is typically a deck that's just pretty happy to block with 2 cards, attack with a stealth card, swap it back in. Like, that's just usually a turn cycle that they're pretty comfortable setting up, deploying time and time again. But it looks like we're coming in with the Command and Conquer. And then looking to Arsenal the Induction Chamber. A bit dangerous, I would say. Just because I feel like Plasma Purifier could be one of the best cards in this long, grindy game we're looking to play. So if that gets eaten by like a Command and Conquer or Red and Ledger. Not Red and Ledger.
CNC grabs the CNC out of the arsenal of the Uzuri player Tim Long.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We got Spark of Genius, Oasis for Spite. Payload.
Immovable.
Oh, yeah. I'd say he's pretty set defensively.
Yeah.
444 classic. How'd you like the reference?
I was more of a 99 Problems guy.
Oh. What was your one?
I can't say on it.
Already dead.
So it looks like we're attacking with this contract already dead. I think there's a Shred in hand that's potentially lurking around, trying to push this on hit. Ooh, the shrug of no blocks. But I think we're going to see this unmovable deployed, but then we're going to have the Oasis Respite to then power through the shred. Which is going to be very timely because the last card in hand, if this go again went through again, once again, would be a Codex of Frailty.
Right.
But instead, oh man, it's so unlucky. Nigel's not behind on life anymore. He doesn't gain a life off of Oasis Respite.
Oh, how unfortunate.
That's tragic.
Tim's got to be disappointed with the outcome of that exchange there, but
yeah,
at least he has the Codex of Frailty to pick up tempo again when he has the opportunity.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question: I'm wondering if he's going to use this tunic counter to just put a steam counter on one of his items, or just save that tunic counter for like another Oasis Respite or a resource for playing something out. But it looks like
you just save. Yep.
Sitting on that resource counter. And we're coming in with an Isolate. I see the 4-block paywall card. Firewall, sorry, not paywall.
Feels like a paywall sometimes.
Paywall's the Ice Mechanologist card that's going to come out soon that gives you a Frostbite.
Oh, stop it. Please stop it.
Now looking to shake down over the Firewall and Shred.
Taking 6. Sorry, taking 5.
Yeah, so it'd be 5 damage coming through over the Shakedown.
And he's going to play another Shred.
To pieces, you say?
Make sure he gets the full 6 damage.
6 damage. Imagine Blue was named. And then we see some new Bright Lights cards over there.
Tim taking a moment to read.
Yeah, I see War Machine and Magnetic Protocol. Yeah, that's the one that they have to block with equipment with -1 counters equal to the number of evos you control. Yeah, Magnetic Protocol. I remember that because the Magnetic Shockwave is the one that is the boost one that pulls a bunch of equipment. The Protocol is the
pulls you in.
Yeah. So pitching that War Machine. Critically, so if we look at all of these Evo payoff attacks, these Majestics, War Machine, and things like that, the first Evo you have equipped, it's going to reduce its cost by 3, I believe. So they're naturally cost 6. And then the second one, the second Evo, I don't remember how it goes. I just remember, it gives it overpower. The third one gives it, no, the fourth one gives it +3. The third one gives it overpower. I don't remember what the second Evo does.
I think it does go again.
Oh, so one or more, it gets the ability. That's right. The first one gives it the ability. The second Evo gives it the reduced cost. The third one gives overpower, and the fourth one gets +3. So they stack. So right now, the War Machine can be played, and it would be the 6 power ability, but you really want to get that second Evo play to get the 3 cost reduction. So here's a cute play. You attack with the Isolate, they block for 4, you swap in the Ravenous Ravel. Don't have to reveal to the Ravenous Ravel because it's already in place, so you just get a 5 go again attack.
Pretty sweet. Coming in with the dagger.
Then we overpitch to attack with a Spider's Bite.
Break the chain. Codex of Frailty.
And then play Codex of Frailty.
Yep. Give me something.
Probably. So now there should be 2 floating resources because we pitch 4. Use 2 for the Spider's Bite, and then now we're going to have 2 resources to attack with this Command and Conquer.
Yeah. I believe Tim already knew one of these was a defensive reaction to hold the line.
Yeah, so this Command and Conquer is going to get Command and Conquered.
Go to 12.
Yeah, and I like that play a lot. You have 2 blues in hand, and all of these steam counters locked and loaded. You're going to start presenting, let's see here, 5, 10, 15, so you're going to present 15 damage of your own back to Uzuri, and that's going to put Uzuri on quite the clock here.
I don't think Tim...
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I was expecting this game to be not close at all. I thought Dash and her Tree Frog Dash's defense reactions are just going to stack up really well, and Uzuri really wasn't going to be able to push through a lot of her critical disruptive on-hits, but Uzuri has been able to really be a thorn in this Dash's sides in ways disruptive on-hit effects like the Command and Conquerors be played and utilized up until this point. It's really going to be interesting to see what gas is left in Uzuri's tank to overcome all of these steam counters.
Again, just loading. And it's going to be predictable times going from here on. Just load up, shoot out. Tim upticking his very beautiful tune.
Yeah.
I was at the tournament where he won. I lost to him.
It's okay, now you're casting. Who had the last laugh? So, a little bit awkward. There's a no block in Nigel's hand at the moment. I see a Remembrance floating around. Obviously, any card that just doesn't block is going to be a little awkward versus Uzuri. And importantly, also
Tim coming with the isolate.
Yeah.
Without the defense reaction.
And this is going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing we can do about it.
And another shakedown.
Another shakedown.
No reaction.
So take 3. I imagine Tip's going to name blue.
Something tells me he will.
Yeah. Gotta probably take the Evo. Don't want to let those get set up again.
Yeah.
If only he was Teklovesen, he could play them from his banner zone. You think he would? You think Tim would notice if he just quietly swapped out into a Teklovesen? He's a mechanologist, right? What's the difference?
Tells me Tim's got good eyes. He's gonna catch that.
Did they print a new card where Dash transforms into Teklovesen?
No, that would be savage. True Evo.
So just 2 plasma purifiers activating and pumping up this pistol this turn. So once again, just coming in for 4.
That's Tim block here.
Yeah. I'm just staring at the proto base legs down at the bottom and wondering what if. I think there was one instance in the game where Nigel could have set up the Evo, but elected to attack with a Command and Conquer instead. But kind of what we were alluding to with Teklovesen and some of the issues he has, whenever you're just giving up whole equipment slots that just basically just blank pieces of cardboard, it's a big ask and really punishes decks for not being able to deploy those Evos.
Yeah. And I'm really wondering why we haven't seen one of the 3 that I believe we've seen. This round's on me, because I would think that you would want to go through and try to scavenge and find some of those Evo pieces, as well as keeping those daggers irrelevant for a turn or 2.
Yeah. And we keep seeing more and more of these majestic tank cards being drawn. Without the second Evos, they're just extremely inefficient to play. Here we do see 2 Fate for Scenes in hand as well, though, so I imagine we're going to be able to get through any shenanigans that are going on this turn.
Coming in with the Death Touch.
Yep. And then a Fate for Scene, and I think the last card's the last Codex, so I don't think there are any shenanigans.
And Tim coming in with the Flick Knives before it resolves.
Yeah, so this is kind of a dangerous gambit. So Spider's Bite came in, the tank blocked for 2, the Fate for Scene was then going to block for 3, so this would be 5. But Nigel has another defense reaction.
Right. I'm sorry.
So he's going to be able to cover up this Death Touch, and flicking Nerve Scalpel, flicking one of those daggers is a huge commitment.
Yes.
Because that's going to take away his ability to swing multiple pings in the endgame, and being able to pay forward to kind of like bad rate Kodachi lock your opponent, get 2 cards out of their hand, is a lot different than just swinging 1 damage, only getting 1 card out of their hand. It's
agreed. And he took it's like Nigel took the 1 damage rather than elect to defend with the defense reaction.
Interesting.
And he's got inflicted with the Blood Rot. The sickness.
I wonder if he's going to pitch the blue? I can't imagine that's the case, though. Because that's not a very efficient use of the card either. Yeah. So looking to get back on Arsenal. is important. Having that Fate Foreseen down there, cozy, safely tucked away, don't have to worry about dominate, don't have to worry as much about these tricky on-hit effects, and you know that your defense reactions from this point forward are just good to go. There's no more knives to flick of nerve scalpels. That's it.
Coming in with the Codex.
And this is pretty telling. With going with Codex with cards in your hand, that's not the efficient way to be playing this card. Obviously, Tim is now going to have to discard a card. Nigel's not really going to be super disrupted. He's going to have the Frailty token, which will shrink the Plasma Purifier, but since he has the defense reaction in an arsenal, he doesn't have to discard a card himself.
Wondering what Tim's going to get here. It's going to be a Death Touch, Leave No Witnesses, or will it be Command and
Faithful.
Conquer?
Yeah, good old Reliable. Really depends on the context of his hand. If he has a lot of reactions, I could see going with something that has Contract, but it looks like we're just trying to go wide. Wow. Discarding Remembrance.
That's pretty huge.
He's just looking to get this game over with. He's got his foot on the gas pedal. He's like, we're not playing a long game. A long game favors you anyways. Get this out of here. I'm attacking. Flips over a Leave No Witnesses. So that was a little scary because this could have gone really, really poorly if he revealed a blue. That would have made this line look really bad.
Yeah.
So Nigel's going to use the last point of block value off of his equipment. Does it get destroyed? And it loses?
It does.
Okay. So that's also a big commitment on his end then as well.
Now you're understanding why I said Tekloveson's at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because once you get past all that block, if they don't have the singularity,
yeah,
that's it. Surgical extraction here.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty easily covered up by defense reaction, which is going to be Fate Foreseen. I'm worried that Uzuri just doesn't have the resources left in tank in order to go. Like this deck. That's a pretty small deck down there. I'd be surprised if it was more than 20 cards at this point.
Maybe that's why we see Tim pressing the issue.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, we see Dash over here sitting on a stack. It's kind of the inverse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually Boost Dash runs out of cards real fast. Tree Frog Dash, their cards last forever.
Yeah, they don't go anywhere.
I also wonder how many cards were presented if Boost Dash went into this match with like 65, 66, 67 cards, because you really don't care about the context of your deck other than the fact that there runs a defense reaction, blues, and block threes. As long as they check those conditions, throw as many of them as possible in.
Yeah, we're just throwing cards out there just to defend.
Yeah.
And wanting to load up with all the blues. Tim got another Sigil.
Yeah, but Sigil's really not what this game is about anymore.
No. At this point, Tim wants to get this game over with.
Yeah, Nigel's at 4. It's in reach. It's just 4 little points of life total damage sometimes can be the hardest ones to get.
Do you see any defense reactions over there?
I believe he has Fate Foreseen in Arsenal.
Okay. Covering up with 6.
Yeah, so it makes sense to block for 6 on the part that you can't react to, because worst case scenario would be like you block for 3, then they swap in another Command and Conquer or something like that. This is just a Ravenous Rabble for 5 go again, so you're overblocked a little bit, but still you would rather overblock this than take any chip damage, especially since now that this Spider Bite is representing a 4th of your life total, which is now going to be a 3rd of your life total. And you really have to be careful because you can't go to 1 against this deck. 1 is dead, because if this other Spider's Bite gets flicked, there's no way to prevent that. I guess maybe... but maybe that's not true. Can you, like, Oasis Respite afflict Spider's Bite to prevent that damage? So I guess decks normally are cold to that, but even something like Dash could still just kind of wiggle their ways out of that situation, too. There was a pretty big commit, though, committing the Tunic to block.
And that's all you really want. That's all Tim can really hope for, is to eliminate things that could possibly prolong the game any longer.
Yeah.
Pieces of armor, equipment, defense reactions.
Yeah. But this is critical because this is going to be 5, 5, and 5. So this is getting at least 1 card out of Tim's hand. might be time to block with Flick Knives, but I guess you don't really want to block with that card for the Spider's Byplay that I was just alluding to.
Yeah, you want to hold that as long as possible.
Tough spot. He didn't play that Sigil, though. Is there a Sigil in Arsenal?
There is a Sigil in Arsenal.
Okay.
I think that was there just to play a mind game.
Yeah.
Make you think there's something else.
Honestly, I love Sigil Solace paired with attack reactions. It's just so clean to have your opponent sit there and worry anxiously of, like, what do they have? It could be anything, and it's just like, I gain 3 life.
Guarantee you Tim's hoping he thinks it's a shred.
Yeah.
Is that way he'll overblock?
Yeah. Interestingly, though, too, we've been seeing these last-ditch efforts been popping up and down from Tim's side. So if he ever gets to this, like, no cards in deck situation, like, that's getting pretty thin.
Mm-hmm.
Small deck, last-ditch effort could be the last-ditch effort to close out this game he needs.
See how Tim blocks here.
He's blocking with a last-ditch effort. I know he has multiple, so you probably don't need multiple last-ditch efforts. Oh, is that a Remembrance in hand as well? So a no block?
Yep.
Okay. I really feel like this game's going to come down to the wire. This game is really, really close.
It's closer than the scoreboard indicates.
Yeah.
Because board state is definitely a big part
Yeah.
of Dash's advantage.
And it really depends on how many tricks Tim has left in the bag. If he's just starting to play honest on-rate Flesh and Blood, if he's out of these attack reactions to throw Nigel off, then Dash is just going to overpower him and overtake him on just rate and value. He really needs surprises and tricks in order to close out this game.
And that's all Uzuri is. Uzuri is just a bunch of tricks, flash, smoke, and mirrors. With a little bit of skill involved. I'm
just
teasing.
a little bit.
I'm teasing, obviously, but
don't want to give Tim too much credit.
Yeah, never. Never will I do that. He knows.
So we're gaining 3 life, and then taking 5.
I love the little head nod there, but see, he
understands all the way down to 1 on that turn. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking with Spider's Bite. I think you have to take this. I see Hard to Find All and Hold the Line. I guess you could block with Hold the Line because it's just a 2-block anyways. Might as well block with it. But I guess that at the same time, though, that is just like one of your few reactions left now.
No blocks reactions.
Yep, Hold the Line being applied.
Comes flying out of the hand.
Holding the line, that's for sure. And I believe this is just Plunder the Poor. So it's just a 0 for 4 contract card. Going to get blocked for 6. And I think that's an Isolate in hand, so it's just going to go to Arsenal.
Yeah. And Hardened Findale still being held on to, so we're going to get a couple shots here.
Yeah, so unlucky. Nigel's not going to gain any life off this Hard to Find All since he's ahead on life. So unlucky. Always sucks when you're ahead. And then we're going to load up at least the Plasma Pistol and this Induction Chamber. And Nigel's thinking, do I want to put this last point into power or just another go-again attack? And I think trying to go for another go-again attack makes sense here.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you're just trying to take as many cards as possible.
Yeah, as long as preventing the attack response coming back from Tim. If you take all those cards out of his hand, he's going to be significantly weaker on offense.
Yeah. Importantly, though, that last card, Isolate in Arsenal, if Tim is able to find another high power value attack and Nigel doesn't have a defense reaction for one of these 6-power attacks, then that's just game.
Coming at him again with the pistol.
Yep. One more card, please.
Please, sir. May I have some more?
He's going to get it.
I believe so.
Yeah, I see another Isolate in hand.
Yeah, I don't see Tim blocking with Flick Knives and Tunic.
Warmonger's Diplomacy. Warmonger's Diplomacy is actually an interesting card here because you can't activate the abilities on the items through Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Correct. If you choose War, only thing
you
you
just
load
fire
is a
one little pistol.
Yep.
So that could be an interesting card to buy space here. We're seeing it blocked with, but I don't know. I think it's Isolate. Tim's definitely looking very isolated over there.
Yeah. That would make 3 because he has 1 in Arsenal, too.
Yeah.
Blue Isolate coming with a Spider's Bite.
Snap Lock. And then Isolate. Torture. Just torture him. But I guess there's not much of a torture decision here. Nigel can only just block. Like, he doesn't have the reaction. He just blocks it. And Tim doesn't have it.
It comes down to a certain point in these games where you're looking at your opponent and you say you either have it or you don't.
Yeah, I think this is game now, though. I think there's 2 blue payloads, and I think that's just going to be too much value for Nigel to ask for out of 2 cards from Tim's hand. Especially considering now he can go 4, 4, and 4 again. So that means each one of these attacks is asking for a card and a piece of equipment, or 2 cards. So just if he blocks with a 3 block, Flick Knives, that gets through 1. 3 block and Tunic, that gets through 2. And then you have the last attack, which you need to block 2 cards. This is going to get everything. I believe, unless he has something like a Sigil in Arsenal, which we know he doesn't have, or a full block defense reaction, that this is just going to be good enough.
Yeah, I think this is where we
the
bump
corner.
fish.
Yeah.
I think this is where we bump fish here. Yeah, because once you block a Flick Knives, you kind of know.
Yeah.
Your Uzuri opponent is conceding.
Another attack for 4. Yep, here we see the 3 block in the Tunic. Give that bad boy go again. Load it back up. Come in for 4 again. 2 cards, please. Tim flicking.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't want to give him, but you got him.
He's aware. He's aware of what's going on. And now that he's without armor, it's kind of at Nigel's disposal here.
This game has been way closer than I thought it would be. I really thought Uzuri was going to steal it.
Again, whenever these games get grinded out and go down to the wire, you never know what's going to be the small advantage that causes the tilt in the game.
Yeah, for sure. So pitching 2 blues, loading up all these steam counters. It's getting nice and steamy in here, just how Dash likes it. Time to fire. Oh, we're loading up another steam counter. So that's going to be each one of these attacks for 5. I believe there's 2 reds left in hand, so this is going to require Nigel's whole hand, but it doesn't matter having an arsenal or not when your opponent's dead.
Yeah. They should put that on a t-shirt.
That's the game.
I need to have 1 less resource last time.
Great game. Great game. Well played by both players.
Yeah.
Feeling close. Good. Yeah, I think
Both players are really exceptional. I've had the pleasure of playing them both. Nigel, just played last night, not too long ago. We were talking. Had a good conversation about what the event is going to be like for him.
Well, that was a nail biter. That Uzuri just needed 1 more trick up her sleeve, 1 more swap, 1 more combat trick, 1 more really powerful on-hit effect, and could have had that game, but at the end of the day, pew pew pews got there.
And those are the kind of games that you like. You like to see a little trickery. You like to see a little tech. And you like to see those cards that you put in just for those particular matchups pan out for you. And Uzuri almost got there, but just ran out of steam.
Yeah.
Just ran out of steam.
All the decisions mattered in that game. All the points, every point counted, whether blocks on offense or defense. Every counter on your pistol counted. Every little flick of the knives counted for sure in that end game. That could have been a completely different situation had that Uzuri been able to keep the nerve scalpel around. But, you got to go for the on-hits when they present themselves.
You definitely have to take advantage of whatever opportunities your opponent gives you. And we see here, sometimes they just don't pan out. Sometimes you just don't have the cards to get over the hump.
For sure.
That's what it looked like.
Well, don't go anywhere. We have lots of more great games of Flesh and Blood coming up for you. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first-of-its-kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth where you got more meta heroes coming at you now. We're starting to get down to the end, final rounds. Guess what? It's Iyslander v Lexi.
Surprise, surprise.
Lexi, still good. Iyslander, still good. Wow.
A battle of the undefeateds. Both of them are performing extremely well in this tournament, so let's see who's going to take it.
Yeah. Traditionally, it was surprising that Iyslander was performing as well as she was at the beginning of the season. I think this is quite a difficult matchup for her. There's a lot of tricks that Lexi has to kind of outmaneuver a lot of Iyslander's disruption. And a lot of that comes down to the instant speed activation ability of Voltaire.
Yeah, that is a true advantage when it comes to the Lexi gameplay. It is an advantage when it comes to Iyslander. It's an advantage when it comes to Bravo or Guardian. You can just trigger that Voltaire and get cards into play rather than have them ripped from your hand. And that is key in being able to follow up and attack back.
Exactly. So in response to a Channeling Frigid coming down, you can still just load in your arrows in response before you get that Frostbite tax and that Channeling Frigid tax on turn 0. So play draw will matter a lot because Iyslander's not going to be able to usually do a lot if she is on the play, and then that's going to allow Lexi to load in a couple cards into the arsenal. So you really want to be on the draw in this matchup overall. And it's really going to be incumbent on Iyslander to find just continuous disruption. Like, keep Channeling Frigid around for multiple turns. Make sure that you're finding the right ratio of your defensive cards and offensive cards to keep the pressure on Lexi, to make sure she can really never find your groove. Because if she does, and she really finds off like a couple of her power turns undisrupted, it could get out of control for Iyslander really quickly.
And of course, all of that goes out the window if you just see a Death Dealer revealed by the Lexi player. So if they reveal a Death Dealer, you know it's going to be pretty aggressive. They're going to come in with those tall attacks. I really would love to see if that was the case. If someone was playing
a Death Dealer Ice Lexi.
Oh, I would love it.
That would be interesting.
I would love it.
Guess we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be a Kraken Aether Vein Iyslander.
Ooh. Now we're talking spice. A couple of draw cards instead of just taking the damage. Yeah.
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 I wonder how much Daniel respected this matchup in his sideboard, though. If he has Trench still available to him, how much Arcane Barrier he's going to commit to this matchup. Bullseye Bracer still banned or suspended for the foreseeable future, so no free Arcane Barrier.
Maybe a Shock Charms.
Looks like we have Null-Rune Gloves. I'm sorry, buddy. No Death Dealer.
Man.
Yeah, just Voltaire.
I was really hoping. Got my hopes up.
I'm sure post-Lexi we'll see lots of Death Dealer.
Yeah. Lucas Oswald, he knows. He knows about all that. I've got a chance to play him with my Ice Lexi before, but looking forward to seeing how this matchup plays out. And who's on the play? Looks like we have Lexi. Daniel's on the play. Alrighty.
I believe so. Yep.
Activating Voltaire here. Pitching the Codex of Frailty.
It looks like he drew all the power cards too early. I see a Rain Razors, 3 of a Kind, and Codex of Frailty all in the opening hand.
Yep, go to end in Arsenal.
A little bit of an interesting decision to Arsenal the Rain Razors. I mean, 3 of a Kind instead of the Rain Razors. Let's say that there is Warmonger's diplomacy played here. You'd rather have the instant in face down in your arsenal, because if Warmongers comes down here, you're going to have that non-attack action face down and you're just going to be stuck.
Yeah, it's going to be stuck and you can't load another arrow.
Producer chiming in. I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm a huge Yuanji fan, so anytime this man's in the tank, I just want to look at him.
Okay. Future co-caster of mine.
And he pitches the Warmonger's diplomacy to come in with a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, for 8. This is some interesting tech that's been popping up a lot of the time now. We've seen kind of a Goliath Gauntlet Renaissance. Normally, it's just too easy to block out a Command and Conquer for 6. You just throw 2 little cards in front of it, boom, move on with your life. Command and Conquer for 8, different story, though.
Yeah, you have to respect it.
And here we're also seeing a little bit of a punish for the Rain Razors being kept in hand. Doesn't block.
That is absolutely true. Let's see here. Daniel's thinking about blocking 9.
Wouldn't it be crazy if there was a pummel here? Yuanji just flips over.
I think we instantly just call game. We just call game and move on to the next round.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's one there.
Oh.
Yeah, we're just blocking up rate.
Unfortunate.
We did have the Warmongers, though. So if Yuanji pulled the trigger on the Warmongers, that would have been devastating as well.
Yeah. I think he was thinking just get rid of as many cards as possible. Pop that arsenal. I want them both.
Yeah.
But now Daniel's in an interesting predicament here. Will he pitch?
It's not. It's just a classic. Oh, you made me block with my whole hand,
and I'm gonna
play a 3 of a kind.
Or is he gonna pass?
He's passing. This is
yeah. That Rain Razor is important.
Well,
he pulled another
you
Rain
got
Razor.
another 3 of a kind and another Rain Razor.
Yeah, this is gonna go great.
It's really going to depend on Yuanji's ability to present meaningful disruption here, and I don't know that. Oh, he does. He has already the Ice Vein in arsenal. His hand didn't look like it presented anything, but I think.
You know what I wish we had access to? Some of these players' inner monologues, just to see exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah.
When they're making these plays.
I think this is fine. So you just discard one of the cards from your hand or pay or whatever, and then you can just go double Rain Razors, double 3 of a kind.
Yeah. I
That's
don't
pretty
think you
good.
can play 3 of a kind back to back, though.
Yeah, you can. He has a 3 of a kind in arsenal, so you play the first one from
First one
hand,
hand.
and then the second one from arsenal.
Absolutely true. You're right. See, sometimes it pays to have people who are smarter than you.
Where? I've just watched this deck for 8 months, man. I could tell you the lines of this deck in my sleep.
Yeah.
Because I lose to it. I refuse to play it, but man, have I gotten beat up by this deck a bunch. As we all have. And here we see no Arcane Barrier. It looks like that Drill Shot going to be discarded. And then another 2 Arcane damage going to come in off the Waning Moon. And then it's just a meager hand of double Rain Razors. 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind. Just sad. Importantly, though, Yuanji does have a Cold Snap, and that is going to provide meaningful disruption. So I think what's going to happen here is Tunic's going to tick up to 3. Daniel's going to try to take the Tunic counter off, and then he's going to have to pitch one of these Rain Razors. So he's only going to get 1 Rain Razors double 3 of a kind. Unlucky.
Activate Tunic on response. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Cold Snap.
Coming right in. Cold Snap. Throwing that Frostbite down.
Yep.
See if he responds in any way, or if he's just going to relax and let it play out.
You do need to pay 1. Because you don't want
the 3 of a kind frozen.
You don't want that face down card frozen. I guess you could still flip it up.
By paying through the Frostbite. Yeah, that's true.
But
that's going to cost him one of those Rain Razors regardless.
I won't pay.
Won't pay.
For Cold Snap. Yep. I'm gonna freeze the face down.
Interesting decision.
Very interesting decision.
Tunic results. Yep.
He has to pay for it, right?
So he didn't pay for the Cold Snap, so that's frozen.
But he had to.
He can flip it up, so he's going to be able to play cards out of his hand.
I mean, the Tunic resource.
I wonder if he's just going to go full sicko mode here and just pass. That would be redonkulous. That would be committing the full married to this hand. Give me double Rain Razors, double 3 of a kind, or give me nothing.
If I play a card, I can immediately hold priority before you respond, correct? Yep. I'm gonna 3 of a kind.
Okay, you have to pay
2 for that.
Yeah.
He has 1 resource floating after pitching a Rain Razor. And then he's going to respond with his own Rain Razor.
Yeah. This really only plays around Yuanji wanting to crack Storm Striders for some reason, but I don't imagine that play would have been committed either way. Really, we're just going to see Waning Moon being activated and Daniel shrugging his shoulders and taking another 3 arcane damage.
Drawing up in his 3.
Yeah. And here we're going to need to see Snapdragon Scalers committed, which is a pretty big commitment.
I can still flip up with Lexi, right? It's been a while.
So yeah, he's going to have to activate Lexi, flip up that 3 of a kind from Arsenal, and then attack with the hamstring shot. Give it go again with Snapdragon Scalers. Then you're going to be able to load only one more arrow, though. I think he drew Arctic Incarceration, Searing Shot, and...
A drill shot, it looks like.
Yeah. So not the ideal 3 of a kind.
Hamstring shot coming in for 7.
Is, if we go back and we just think about it, though, if you just play this turn the exact same way, but you pay that first resource that he had extra floating there for the Cold Snap, he would have been able to play the second 3 of a kind to really power through this turn.
Yes, because he had the Tunic resource.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't need to deploy Snapdragon Scalers either. So that Cold Snap disrespect almost could wind up being quite costly. But it's always difficult to know because, you're drawing 3 random cards off the top. You don't know if you're going to have too many resources, not enough resources, too many arrows, not enough arrows.
There's always a possibility he drew all red arrows.
Yeah.
And that's usually the problem with Lexi when they do run into the problems that
this
they
is
do
a
have.
blue Searing Shot. We're going to go +1. Go again. Oh, we're going to activate Quiver. Interesting.
Drill shot coming in for 6.
So you're just hoping to hit a 0-cost arrow off the top with this?
That sounds like a game plan. It's possible.
It's a bit risky. So you hit a 1-cost arrow, you're not happy.
Yuanji defend here.
You have to be careful because I guess you're going to be able to play this next 3 of a kind regardless out of Arsenal, but now that you have Snapdragon Scalers committed, you're really vulnerable to your Arsenal getting gunked up, for lack of a better term, I guess. Especially with Warmonger's Diplomacy floating around.
Yuanji digging deep, thinking about using that sink below here.
Yeah, Yuanji tanking. I imagine just blocking with your defense reaction, losing a block value on your Coronet Peak. The only way you could block this out really effectively is to block with either 2 cards from hand or use Coronet Peak, and it's way too early to commit Coronet Peak to a block. There's no reason to be that aggressive with it.
No blocks.
Lex, no blocks.
There's no block you use.
Gonna take it straight.
Yeah. What's interesting, though, is I know he has Scar for a Scar in his hand, and that's going to be taxed by the hamstring shot. I guess he's going to be able to pay for it with Final Spring Tunic if that's something he wants to do.
Where's this counter going to go? On the Tunic.
Cards in hand. 4.
Yeah, it looks like Scar for a Scar, Aether Ice Vein, Blue Winter's Grasp, and Sink Below in hand.
We're going to go for a gamble here.
I wonder what his plan is. His hand.
Incarceration.
Wait. How did he do that?
He gave it go again.
He's under 3 of a kind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
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 Oops. That's a misstep.
Yuanji definitely caught it.
Yeah,
no
I would be shocked if Yuanji didn't catch that. So, yeah, now he's going with the Activate Quiver line. Unlucky.
Oh,
man.
Quiver
sticking around.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. Luck, thankfully, that looks a little bad. It's not the biggest misplay in the world because you're really only losing 1 point of value. He chose Go again off of Voltaire instead of +1. And it did make Yuanji maybe missequence his hand a little bit because he's thinking, oh, there's another arrow left to come at me. He chose Go again. Clearly there's another arrow. I'm going to save my Sink Below in case there's a more impactful on-hit coming. No more arrows. Sorry.
And pitching the Aether for the Scar for the Scar.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see the rare Winter's Grasp attack or we're going to activate Coronet Peak.
Oh, I'm 100% sure it's Coronet Peak.
I don't know. I want to get him. Get him.
Go again.
Send a message. Lightning Press is also an awkward card to reveal off the top to Quiver because since it's like a combat trick.
Now your opponents are made aware.
Yeah, your opponent knows about it. But at the end of the day, at the same time, too, Lightning Press is just one of those cards where it's just so awkward. Like, you can't really ever afford to play around it too well. It's just awkward in particular drawing 2 Lightning Press with your 3 of a kind, because Lightning Press does not play well at all.
It does not. What?
Oh,
Oh, you're
we
right.
did it.
Oh,
yeah. Send a message, Yuanji.
Throwing it at you. Let's go. Give
You
him a
blocking
hug.
on Winter's Grasp? No, I don't think so.
Give him an icy hug. There you go.
I've never seen somebody block a Whoop Blue Winter's Grasp in my life. That card is surprisingly useful in the Dromai matchup, though, because it's just another 4-power attack that kills a Thamai, which is actually pretty impactful. So it does have a place. It just normally doesn't get attacked with in non-Dromai matchups. But hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Very wholeheartedly. Looks like.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This is a good turn. We're going with +1, and we're going to give at least 1 +1 with this Bolton Shot. I imagine we're just going to go Bolton Shot, 3 of a kind.
He's got 2 Lightning Press in his hands.
Yeah, press him.
Almost certain that this is going to hit.
He's going to leave quite the impressment after this turn.
I see what you did there.
My life total's wrong. I have 22. 22.
Yeah. Fixing life totals. I thought Dan was a little high, but, you know, I'm not down there.
18? Yeah.
He didn't press. No press.
Oh, he forgot.
Oh.
No, my man. Oh, yeah, that's that sigh. That's that sigh. Like, I can't believe I just did that.
Oops.
Oh, man.
Pitch 1 to activate Quiver. Hope for the best. Activate Quiver.
Yeah.
See what's up.
Gotta unload at least one of them.
No. I guess. I guess you could always activate Quiver.
True.
A little awkward, but
honestly.
Bolton Shot, easy game. We haven't activated Lexi this turn, right, yet?
No, we have not.
So now we can load in this other Bolton. And he had the, especially even not hitting with the first Lightning Press didn't even have to be as big of a point as he wanted to, because off the reload effect off the first Bolton Shot, he could have loaded in the Lightning Press.
You have to have nothing in arsenal on the reload, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Oh, reload. You fickle mistress.
Or maybe he'll get it this time.
Maybe. I don't think Yuanji's going to let this one slide anymore.
We'll see. Luck could be a lady tonight.
Luck could be a Lexi. I think we're just going to pitch 3 reds to this Quiver.
Yeah, he's got to unload those Lightning Press. He can't keep those in his hand.
Keep 1.
Yeah.
If only you could Lightning Press over this defense reaction.
Guarantee you that's a play that Daniel wish he had back, but
yeah,
you know,
it's easy to do. We've all made that mistake before. You write down the damage, and you're like, oh, I meant to do the thing.
Yeah, we all get shocked because our opponents say no blocks, and we expect.
Oh, he doesn't even activate Quiver.
Oh man, so he wants to keep.
Why not activate Quiver?
You know.
Oh.
Again, I wish I had access to the
This
inner
might be an
monologue.
unfortunate situation where it's just like you make it's so easy to do. It happens to me all the time. You make a mistake,
and then they snowball.
You get tilted. You're like, oh, I made this mistake. I can't believe I made this mistake. You go on, and then you make a suboptimal play again, and you're like, oh, I can't believe I make that mistake, and it just creates this vicious spiral.
Either way, Yuanji's still aware that he has a Lightning Press, at least one.
At least one.
Yeah. So it may play in his favor, he being Daniel, when Yuanji decides to overblock, if he decides to do that at any point.
Yeah. And to be fair, Daniel's clearly frustrated. He's made a couple of small mistakes here and there. He's not out of this game.
Oh, he's still very much in it.
It still speaks to the power level of Lexi overall, that like it's still very much a position for him to win.
Again, that's why some of these heroes, like the OG heroes and the Tales of Aria heroes, they're so powerful that they can cover up some of those mistakes that we make as players. Like, they literally can just put a nice little gloss or a paint job over what could be an ugly scratch.
Here it's looking like Daniel's going to block with a card. A Falcon Wing. Take us 4 points of value, or 4 points of damage, I should say.
Really good.
Okay. Yuanji has a Meritus Scolding in Arsenal, I believe. And I believe he just drew a Channel Lake Frigid and Ice Bolts.
Frost Hex, it looks like, and another Blizzard.
I believe that's a blue Icebind. He was looking for some Icebinds before the tournament. Because he doesn't like Brain Freeze because he's a crazy person.
Oh.
5, go again.
Drill Shot coming in. 5, go again. Getting the go again off the Lightning Press reveal, so Voltaire was free to give up +1. And we're probably just going to press this one up. And then Arsenal the next Lightning Press.
What do you think of the use of Lightning cards into an Ice matchup?
I mean, Lightning Press is just a card that we've seen a lot in the more recent iterations of Lexi because of... It's not just the damage that it's pushing through, since all the arrows in the deck also have all these really impactful on-hits. Ensuring that their on-hits go through is very good.
Yeah.
Surprise! Take 11.
2 of them.
You're at 8.
They're twins.
Gotcha. 8.
Time to shrink that coronet peak.
-1 on Hornet.
Yep. And now I imagine we're going to see an Emeritus Scalding plus a blue, plus using Tunic counter to just really wail on Lexi here. So this is going to be 7 points of Arcane. Can't do anything about it. So Daniel going down all the way to 11. And this is the danger zone. This is
yeah, we're right there.
Peak danger zone for opponents to be in, especially with only AB1. There's not a lot of effective ways to mitigate. No Arsenal, only playing a 4-card hand. A lot of 3-of-a-kinds committed. Rain Razor's already committed. So already through a lot of these power cards. Codex of Frailty could be one of the most impactful cards at the moment, just especially if Yuanji plays without an Arsenal on turn cycle or he commits an Arsenal early.
True.
But I don't see any Codexes here. I just see some endless arrows. I think we're just going to main phase a Channel Lake Frigid.
Which is a very smart play here.
It's not a play that we see very often, but...
Let's see if he responds. Let's see if Daniel responds to it.
I don't... Yeah, this was definitely an interesting line from Yuanji's part.
Yuanji swinging for 2 with that Waning Moon here.
Yeah.
So only able to block 1 if he decides.
He's not going to get punished here, but I feel like this play does get pretty hard punished by Codex of Frailty. Maybe not, though, but at the end of the day, there's no Codex of Frailty, and Yuanji is incentivized to put on as much pressure as possible here. He's all the way down to 8. Daniel's down all the way to potentially 9 off of this, and there's becoming an ever-increasing array of cards that Yuanji can rip off the top in order to close the game out with Stormstriders.
Yes. Daniel taking his time here. This is a big decision on how you want to block this.
Yeah. His hand is a little awkward.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think it's double Endless Arrow, Falcon Wing, and a blue.
Yeah.
So it's a little clumpy. It's not bad, though. Especially with Yuanji at 8 playing off no Arsenal. I imagine it's just a pretty easy Endless Arrow go again, Endless Arrow go again.
Well, the load and the shot is going to cost him 2, right? It's going to cost him 3.
That's true. That's true.
So he's only going to be able to get off 1 arrow. Depending on how he blocks here.
Yeah, I guess you just AB1 then, pitch the blue, go +1, and then fire an Endless from 5.
That would be the optimal play. And then Arsenal the other arrow.
Yeah. I think I would have liked to see Arsenaling of the Falcon Wing then, just because it has the natural
go again?
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Kind of goes to 1 counter.
So back to Daniel's turn. Got he's walking on thin ice.
He
That's for
definitely
sure.
is. Yuanji has Let's see.
Oh, it's a Heat Seeker. It's not double heat. It's not a double endless arrow. It's a Heat Seeker. But I imagine that's not going to be deployed this turn because it costs 2 to fire.
And 2 to load.
Yeah.
So he's gonna.
And 2. Yep. Choosing +1. Sure.
Because critically, there's that channel like Frigid in play that's taxing everything, both the load and the Heat Seeker. But it's looking like he's going to pitching the endless arrow, which is also very dangerous because I guess maybe not. Like I'm just imagining there's a lot of awkward cards he can flip face up into arsenal from the Heat Seeker, but
Still a risky play because there is no cards in hand now.
Yeah.
You do have the Tunic resource, but if Yuanji had anything that could actually do Arcane.
Yeah, I don't think Yuanji can get to 10 with no arsenal. So, like, even if he has, I think Red Aether Ice Vein would be the most he can present, so that'd be 5+3 from the Waning Moon, which is only 8. So Daniel is safe this turn.
Yeah, but that would take him. Remember, he only has 1 AB.
Yeah.
So anything that comes in after would just be game.
For sure, for sure. We see another channel like Frigid, but I imagine what we're going to see is E-Strike and draw a card.
Yeah, I'm shocked he actually threw away the frosting there.
Just trying to deny Daniel as many resources as possible. Every card really matters in these tight, crunchy endgame situations.
+2.
Oh, coming in for +2.
Daniel is up against him. His life is at 10, so
yeah, I think.
And he has another lightning press.
Yeah, just the channel like Frigid is going away after this turn, so I wouldn't mind just blocking this out and then going to Arsenal the lightning press. Because you're still not going to die. It was once again a situation Yuanji playing on no arsenal. You know you're safe for this turn cycle. Assuming that this is fully blocked out. But you take damage, that's not the case anymore. Even taking 4 going to 6 is pretty precarious. So then, if we go through the range of options, we block 1 card, take 4, go to 6, precarious. We block 2 cards, take 2, 8, still precarious because you could lose to Red Aether Ice Vein Waning Moon.
Absolutely.
You block 3 cards, you're safe. No combination of cards kills you on the next turn cycle. And he's not going to be able to offer very much in terms of offense off of a 2-card hand anyways.
Oh, this looks like a blocking arsenal. And that's what it's spelling out to me. I don't think he's really going to consider taking this, trying to do anything back. But
I guess you could look to block with New Horizon, potentially. But anytime you give up New Horizon, it's always a...
Yeah, you lose your advantage. And Lexi having a 6-card hand is an extremely important.
Counterpoint, though, is she ever going to be able to play a 6-card hand again with the way this game's going?
No, not with the life totals being where they are.
I think it's time to block with New Horizon. But who knows? It's definitely an interesting situation.
Yeah. The thing about this game is, as you can see, all the little micro interactions, they matter.
For sure.
And I think Daniel's knowing that there are a couple of these things he wishes he could take back.
I guess what's interesting, so this plays actually really heads up. So think about it. I think I would have liked to see New Horizons block here. We can play Premeditate, use Tunic counter to then load in this Endless Arrow, and then threaten Lightning Press on top of it. That's actually a really potent combination of cards.
Considering where we are in life, yeah. The fact that Yuanji's only at 8 life.
This could, like, if Yuanji doesn't respect this and he doesn't have a defense reaction, he could die. Like, let's say Yuanji blocks for 4 here or something like that and tries to play back. Or blocks for 3. Only blocking for 3, I think he would die because that would go 5, and then they hit Daniel's another +3, which would put it back over 8. Oh man, I know I see an Aether Ice Vein in hand, but I don't think it's the right color. It's blocking for 4, blocking for 4. Whew.
Yeah.
Okay. I still think you have to pull the trigger because you don't want this in Arsenal, particularly.
Oh.
He shows plus, right?
Yuanji has a Emeritus Golden, I believe, in hand also, so it's kind of looking like we're spilling out the end here.
Yeah, very heads up play, playing around the Lightning Press.
Yeah, so it goes to 11, I go to 1. Yep.
And there's the Aetherized Fane with Emeritus Scalding in hand. Looks like Yuanji is going to be able to pretty comfortably just ride this one out.
I'll go to end Ponder Breaks. Yep.
So again, that's why I question the lightning card choice. Ice on Ice really does a lot of disruption, and that's one of the things that holds back Iyslander from being so powerful is when you disrupt her, because disruption doesn't like disruption.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't like being disrupted.
So Daniel's going to take 2 here. He has the blue, so he can pay for AB1 and then take 2, go to 4. And then it's going to be Emeritus Scalding plus Waiting Moon.
And that's going to spell game.
That's going to be game. No Storm Striders required. Importantly, though, if we blocked with that New Horizon on the turn cycle prior, having 2 extra life, that would not be the case.
True, because he could block 2 of the Arcane that are coming in for that 7. But then that's probably when Storm Striders will come in play.
True. Daniel in the tank, trying to figure out if there's any way out. What can he play around? What can he not play around? Turns out he can't play around much. He's just going to have to kind of take his Arcane Barrier lumps.
And if you take a look at Yuanji, he's just so calm and patient. He's not flustered. He's not bothered.
Yeah.
He knows what's going on.
Daniel he was tilted for a while. He was visibly upset for a couple of turns when he was making those early, misplays or what have you. But he did manage to make one hell of a comeback, made a really close game out of it, and at the end of the day, he was just 1 point of damage short. Just one little damage.
Yeah. If you take a look at him, Daniel,
Now he looks
fully,
calm.
yeah.
Now he's cool, composed.
He's calmed down a lot. His composure, he's regained it.
And that's really what you have to do, and that's what he's going to have to carry with him into the next round as well.
Oh, yeah. I took it down.
You what?
I took it down.
Okay.
Let's see.
So he AB'd 1. There was no fuse on that, so he doesn't have to discard a card or anything.
Oh, he just wanted to dole out damage on that turn.
Yeah. And importantly, this is a hand that doesn't kill with Storm Striders. I think there's E-Strike, Bindel's Fighting Spirit.
And an Ice Bind.
Ice Bind, Polar Blast. Yeah, so the 2 extra life would have mattered a whole lot here.
I just like how Yuanji just waves that off. Okay.
Yeah. I got Emeritus Scalding, dude.
Whatever you want to do, it's cool.
I'm chilling.
Yuanji's hand is in the ready position.
You missed the damn. Good game, buddy.
Speed right through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no red lights here.
Speed of lightning.
Shoot you at instant speed.
Cards that deal arcane damage. I remember those from Tales of Aria Limited because there was no arcane damage or arcane barrier. Yeah. There's just like deal 3 arcane damage.
Yeah, I tried very hard to make use of those cards.
Yeah, I think Lightning was underplayed while it was around. Like Channeled Thunderstep was the one Lightning card, like the only channel card that never saw any play.
I had you dead on.
Yuanji the slow roll. You were dead this whole time, actually. I was just trolling. But, I get it. You want to make sure, play around it. No reason to not cross all your T's, dot all your I's.
Yeah. You always like hearing that when your opponent says, yeah, I had you dead anyway.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel so good.
Oh, well. Well, close game. Razor thin edges, very narrow margins, very tight disciplined play on Yuanji's side. Critically blocking press, lived at 1 life, and that's all he needed to then close up the game.
And again, that's one of those things that happens when you have those cards that reveal, because now your opponent has knowledge of deck.
Right.
And that changes a lot.
Welcome back to the booth. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. That was as close as they get. I'm on the edge of my seat on that one.
Yeah. And then Ethan was definitely on the edge of his seat as well.
Ethan, big Yuanji fan. Runaways on his
man.
part. So thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We'll have more amazing games of Flesh and Blood right afterward from our sponsors.
All right, sweet. Yeah, big Yuanji fan. Cool. I want to take a second to plug another sponsor with a highlight moment here. Obviously, the ad reel highlights everybody, and we want to thank all those sponsors. But every round, I did forget at a couple rounds, but we'll catch them all. Every round, I do want to highlight one in particular. We already went over Team Ascent. Well, here's another team, and we just saw them on camera as well with Yuanji, and that is Team Runaways. They recently have stepped in as an official sponsor of the channel. So let me go ahead and plug what they've got to say. Let me remember. I think the command is Runaways. All right, there is an S there. So Runaways, their Discord's known for being a hub for community drafting. Well, they've stepped it up to actually add a ranked. It's like got this Discord rating system for CC even. As well as test streams that they want to share with the community as well under a premium Discord tier. So that just launched. We've got a bunch of people who signed up already, actually. There's been a lot of excitement for it. So with the link in the chat, you should be able to go check that out. So thank you, Runaways, for stepping in as a new sponsor of the channel. I'm actually on that team anyway. But hey, they paid for this slot. It wasn't free. So sweet. Let's go ahead and take a look at all the sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, It's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited...
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages.
Scrolling down,
we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, there's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth. We got some meta breakdowns for you, we got some giveaways for you, and then after that, we'll have another round of Flesh and Blood for you.
Amazing round. Amazing games have been played all day long here. And we have some incredible players that are just showcasing their talent. And I'm looking forward to the next round, I'll say that.
For sure. But first, let's take a look at the meta. I want to see a delightful metagame that I'm sure does not have an overwhelming representation of Lexi or Dromai.
No, Roger, but first introduce the giveaway.
Oh, first we're going to do a giveaway. My bad. That's
Here
fitting. because the giveaway is also keyworded with the meta. It's a meta giveaway.
So keyword is meta.
Yeah, it's a meta giveaway with the keyword meta before we go into the meta. It's a real meta situation we have going on at the moment.
Super meta. That's so meta of you.
I know. And it is for $25 Dragon Shield gift card, same as before. So if you won before, if you're Samo Bird and you win this again, you'll now have $50 for Dragon Shield's website. And if you're not Samo Bird, you'll have the same amount as money as him on Dragon Shield's website, which is $25.
Well, hopefully it's randomized.
I want to see Sam win again. I hope Sam's here, and I hope he types in META for meta, and he wins again. That'd be very meta.
That's super meta.
Speaking of meta.
Wow. Lexi Dromai. Blown away.
Oh my God. So surprised. But I am shocked at the number of 5. 5 is getting a nice little uptick here lately.
I did see a lot of Katsu walking around the room. So, yeah, Ninja's definitely picking up. And I think that's a response to the Dromai winning last week. The Dromai kind of being 4 of the top 8 slots. It seems like it's time to brush off those Kodachis and start taking down those dragons one swing at a time.
And partner, can I show you something that's very disappointing to me?
Sure. Hey, man.
It is super disappointing because with the uptick of this here, that is a direct line to getting easy wins. Because this matchup here should be, for the most basic Viscera players, unwinnable for Dromais. And I gotta tell you, I'm expecting, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you about that. And I'll say this because it hardly ever comes up, but as a black man, I am so super disappointed at the fact that Bolden is underrepresented. I am. But yet, put a hat on him.
Yeah.
But Bravo is one of those heroes I don't necessarily hate to see, but I am not happy to see because he represents a gatekeeping hero to me. He keeps my guy Viscera in check and out of the top circles because once we run into him, it is like a 60-40 ratio for Bravo in Bravo's favor because taking cards out of a Runeblade player's hand, as we saw earlier with the Iyslander v Vynnset matchup, it just steamrolls our momentum. It just kills it. It flattens it out. And we don't get a chance to do anything. Oh.
Yeah, that's true. Bolton is unplayable. You'd have to be an idiot to register Bolton in 2023. That's why I registered Bolton in 2023 last weekend in Dallas.
I would love to see how our Prism is doing. I wonder how.
Yeah. Off to a hot start. Hopefully it's not all falling apart for her.
Yeah. Dorinthia represented with 3.
Yeah. Great Axe Dorinthia. Unfortunately, this is bad because an uptick in Iyslander is bad news for Great Axe Dorinthia because she can basically never win that matchup.
Well, I mean, they have other outs, though. They can bring in...
This matchup's also bad.
That matchup is definitely bad. But there are some builds lately that include Brothers in Arms, that include Findale's Fighting Spirit Yellows, that are becoming standard, of course, Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
That are becoming standard with that. That is with the Decimator Axe and Great Axe, and gives Dromai a lot of problems, especially with Cleave being able to dole out damage also.
And then if we look to this is a bad matchup for this hero, and then a bad matchup for this hero, and then a bad hero, a bad matchup for this hero, and 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 a bad matchup for this hero.
Yeah. So pretty much it's just a bad matchup. I don't know if you know that. There's one hero here that has the advantage.
Uzuri too. The Assassins and Riptide are the only counters. The problem is that when you play Riptide and the Assassins, you're losing. You just lose to Dromai.
Now, let me show you what has a bad matchup with this.
Yeah, everything else.
That is how it works.
Yeah.
That is how it works. So usually something that is a specialized deck that can take care of something else is usually going to have a bad matchup against everything else.
The real question is, how does this matchup play out? How does the Riptide v Bolton play out? This is the questions that people need to know.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
Wait, I'm jumping on. We just got word. The Riptide that you're all making fun of is X1.
Hell yeah.
So
look
he's
at
on
that.
stream next round. The Riptide is 4-1.
I hope Riptide plays against this Lexi.
I wonder if it's Christian.
And I hope all of these Dromais lost. I hope every single Dromai is sad right now in the world.
I'm wanting them to win. I'm wanting them to win out.
I guess we'll have to see.
We'll see.
Well, are we ready to give away our
Yes.
meta breakdown winner?
Yes, we have 60 entries for the Dragon Shield $25 giveaway. Shout out Dragon Shield, longtime partner of the channel. So here we go.
Sam O'Byrne. Sam O'Byrne.
No. If he wins again, I'm re-rolling.
No.
So here's what's going to happen. It's going to be Carolina. The giveaways in the stream are so rigged to the people in my DMs. That's just how it works. All right, ready?
Ready.
Here we goes. 3, 2.
Sam O'Byrne.
No, it is Brung Coin.
Oh, okay.
Throw this on screen.
Well, congratulations.
Brung Coin.
Won the giveaway. All right, person who is not in my DMs, get in my DMs. Message me on Twitter or at... Here, I'll type it in chat, actually.
Yeah. Congratulations. You get $25 worth of wonderful goodies from Dragon Shield. Hard to go wrong. Lots of options.
So many choices.
Long-lasting, fun game sleeves.
As long as you wash your hands.
As long as you wash your hands. Always important. That's just good life advice. Sleeves or no sleeves, wash your hands.
Wash your hands. Yeah.
It's cold season. Flu season's right around the corner.
Yeah, that's definitely good advice. A lot of doorknobs to be touched by toddlers. Wash your hands.
As a person with a toddler, can confirm. Can confirm lots of doorknobs. Sometimes even licked. You got to watch them.
You have been cracking me up all day, partner. I got to give you that. Didn't expect it to be this much fun, but you have made it very interesting.
Likewise.
Thank you.
It's been a grand time.
It has. It has been super fun.
Yeah. And
I think we're still waiting on
that Riptide. I think we have that Riptide. Riptide confirmed. Do we know who's Riptide is playing into?
No, they haven't paired the round yet, but we do know the Riptide won. So whoever they play against. Hopefully not a Dromai.
Hopefully not an Iyslander.
If it is the Riptide that I'm thinking of, I am going to be ecstatic.
Yeah. I do have word, though, breaking news from my DMs.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Hamilton will not be winning this event.
Oh.
Picked up his second loss last round. That guy's, I think that guy's washed up. He hasn't won anything since January.
Oh, man. Hate to see that.
Although I hope he's just saving all of his winning power. He's storing it all up so he can go back to back at Worlds. Because if our podcast can't say we have the world champion on it, I think that's bad news. We'll probably lose like most of our listeners anymore. Roger is always crazy. This is normal. That's fair.
He is. He is definitely crazy. Like I said, this has been a wonderful day. Such a great experience. Great players. Great games being watched. Thanks to Forge and Fire for putting on this event and help sponsoring. It is amazing. Shout out to Mark. He is definitely pro player when it comes to events like this. He wants the players to have fun and enjoy themselves. And he also wants us to be wanting to come back again and do these events. So, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that, there's an amazing event happening tomorrow. It's a PTI event, but it's a 5K. 5K PTI event. Today's the 2K. Tomorrow's a 5K. More money tomorrow than today.
Are you playing tomorrow?
I would, if we're casting it, I'll cast again. If not, I have Katsu locked and loaded. I got some Kadachis in my back pocket ready to pick off some Dromais.
And I have Ice Lexi waiting to shoot the heck out of somebody.
Yeah, hopefully not me.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying a 0-turn Frostlock against a Katsu tends to be.
I would like nothing to do with Frostlock. Thank you very much. I will pitch my zeros to Kadachis.
Yeah. See, it just plays out.
Yeah.
But if I don't have that, I lose.
Okay. Well, we'll be right back, everybody. Get that Riptide locked and loaded, ready to spring lots of traps for us. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We have the battle of the outsiders coming up now. We have Riptide versus Uzuri.
I am super excited for this matchup because these are two players that are from my local meta. They are also best friends. They've played this matchup 100 times over. I promise you it's going to go down to the wire and it's going to be thrilling.
Okay. Who do you think is going to be favored in the Uzuri v Riptide matchup?
I'm going to go with Riptide. Christian Augusto's playing it. He's an excellent pilot of that deck. Jason is also a great Uzuri player. He plays that deck in our local meta, like I said earlier. He is an awesome pilot when it comes to Uzuri. But Riptide just has so many tricks that he can throw in at you, plus access to all the same Codex cards. It just makes the matchup so difficult.
Yeah, and if we see, I wonder if the new expansion slot Blue Arrow is going to play a major effect in this. Riptide getting a little bit of love from the expansion slot and the Bright Lights Outsiders, or Bright Lights set. Assassins technically got a new glove, theoretically, but needs a lot of silver.
Yeah.
Need a lot of silver for it. And there's already a lot of good silver options for their equipment.
Yeah. This matchup is going to be so super fun and sick. I'm excited for it.
All right, let's go down. All right. There we see Riptide and all of his bloated green gooiness.
He looks amazing. I got to say this one more time. The artwork on these graphics, man, it is amazing to see these guys come to life somewhat. Just breathing and moving.
For sure. So what's like Riptide's backstory? Are you a lore guy? Do you know how did he fall into like a toxic green goo trap and now he just loves green goo traps, or?
I have no idea.
Because I know Uzuri's like the assassin crime lord boss person. She's like the bad B-word that takes everybody and oversees all the assassins, keeps Arachne and Riptide in line.
And I believe that Katsu's the one who's trying to always win her back over to the good side.
Yeah, because she was originally from the Katsu village. Yeah, now she's like a ninja turned assassin.
Yeah,
very flavorful.
I can speak a little bit to the lore. So there was a lore piece that came out on Riptide, but it's mostly a story of him using his barbed undertow or barbed cast, whatever it's called, to catch prey. So it didn't really give too much of a backstory, but it explains like kind of how freaky he is with his postules and stuff. He's not a zombie; he's just infected. But here we go. We got the game. Sorry.
Okay. Well, let's see if he can infect up his boss Uzuri.
And of course, Riptide coming in with Dreadbore because he knows he's going to come in with a bunch of traps this game.
Yep. Prevent Uzuri's defense reactions. Uzuri's known to play a good number of defense reactions of her own. Dreadbore allowing no defense reactions to be played from hand. So you got to arsenal them, nor for any defense reactions to be played.
All right. Surgical extraction coming in here.
Yep. Pretty easy to just block with a bunch of cards. No reason to get blown up by any attack reactions or anything like that. Yeah. It's turn 0. You're going to draw back up.
And, of course, Riptide coming in with 38 life. So it's starting off with a deficiency already. So every life is going to be important.
Yeah. But he's going to get those trappy-doo pings. Got to ping down their opponent with the traps trigger. I wonder what traps are being played here. There's the Crucible of War traps that got errated.
One of them.
Let's see, we're seeing Shred here on a Remorseless, but I imagine there's a defense reaction being played. Looks like a Tar Pit trap. That's not going to trigger because
the attack doesn't have go again, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah. I'm going to arsenal this card and pass back to you.
So played a card from hand, which is going to go right into Arsenal. So now Riptide gets that Arsenal and playing a 5-card hand on his turn 1. So pretty powerful.
And one of the things that is notable about Christian Augusto's build of Riptide is he plays a massive amount of cards in his deck. I think he hovers somewhere right around the 70 marker.
Yeah, his deck is as fat as Riptide.
Yeah.
So here we see it with a Lace with Inertia here. Seeing if he has another pump to play from hand, he can just bypass the load requirements altogether, or he can just choose to pitch and load in the traditional way. And it looks like that's what we're going to be seeing here. For the chess piece, we see the Trench of the Sunken Treasure. not usually like a backup chess piece we see, but it's critical to Riptide's game plan overall because his arsenal can kind of get gunked up sometimes, and that's obviously not something he wants to happen.
And on the reload.
Yes, and he definitely has that New Horizon out there. That's also notable. As far as what Riptide's playing, giving him that extra arsenal slot.
Yeah. Importantly, though, Dreadbore is an action, and but it does allow you to put a card from your hand face up into an empty arsenal zone there. So it does allow you to play the New Horizon pretty effectively.
And the loved ones of both Christian and Jason are on the stream rooting for their men. It is awesome. Love to see when families are participating in gaming. Let's see here.
So I believe there's a Codex of Frailty in hand, and I think that's the new card from Bright Lights, the immobilizing shot.
I do believe you're right.
Yeah, it's the new Riptide specialization. No.
Sorry, I don't know the name of that card. It's not immobilizing shot, as you can see, though.
Yeah, it's not immobilizing shot. It's something shot.
Lace with Frailty gets plus
Lace with
3.
Frailty. Oh.
Trigger on. Actually, Riptide trigger. We'll load.
Intoxicating shot. I thought it was. I saw it was an I, and I was like, IN. It's not infecting shot though. It clearly wasn't that, but it's intoxicating.
Well, I think that picture answers your question about how Riptide got like that.
He just found some green gas in the Bright Light City.
Just got it infected. Maybe he has a bunch of frailty and it just has the opposite effect on him.
Yeah. This hits a hero. They create a courage and quicken token. And you would say, normally, well, you know, you don't want to give your opponent buff power and go again. But you know what Riptide's traps usually trig on?
Go again and higher power.
Yep, that's right. Riptide giveth and Riptide taketh away.
Yeah, it's a mental psych game that he's playing. That's my mother's friend, coworker, brother, sister.
We've all been there. Importantly, this frailty trap's being played from Arsenal, which is completely allowed through the Dreadbore ability. No foul play there. But now that it's committed, now it looks like he's going to give the immobilizing shot go again. Given that the frailty trap's already been played, already resolved, no frailty token going to be committed here. So
Codex of Frailty.
we're able to just play this Codex of Frailty of our own, free of penalty.
Myself a ponder.
And being able to keep some of the card advantage here, getting that ponder token.
Yep.
Want to get a remorseless.
Yeah. Importantly, Codex of Frailty does put the card face down, so the remorseless ability is not on. So this is just coming in for 5.
Sounds good. I'll keep track of our life totals as well.
And then, let's see. I think Remorseless is the most missed trigger in the history of Flesh and Blood. I have seen more Remorseless triggers missed than any other trigger. And specifically, Brody Spurlock's superpower is his opponents never remember Remorseless. It's one of Brody Spurlock's many, many superpowers, but Remorseless being blink text is one of them.
Oh, I promise. Christian won't forget.
He's got to pull to the side.
He won't forget.
I take slight umbrage with, you know, the Remorseless being pulled out as like a remember trigger thing on the battlefield, but you know, is what it is.
Yep.
Oh, Jason. Jason called his own trigger. He didn't have to do that. What a guy.
Yeah. Like I said, these guys are best friends, so they're going to play pretty fair and equal. Not that any of the other players don't, but these guys know each other pretty well. They want to let a missed trigger happen if they can help it.
Yeah. Looks like we got an E-Strike in hand, a Falcon Wing. I wonder what the Arsenal card was off the Ponder token. I didn't get a good look at it. Could be anything.
Yeah.
Could be a trap. Could be an arrow. You should make a trap arrow. You ever think about that? Like a down and dirty? Put 2 in 1?
God, no. Game's already complex enough. Let's not add things to it.
Looks like it was a pump. We got a Lace with Blood Rot.
On my next thing.
And then we're going to pitch to Dreadbore? Or no, we have another. Oh, we can play a Ravenous Rabble. Interesting. Which triggers Riptide, which loads in the Falcon Wing.
3 for 3.
Yellow on top. A little unlucky revealing the Tar Pit Trap. But not the worst. It could have been a blue. So Ravenous Rabble still attacking for 3.
I'm going to say, here's Crown. Okay. I'm going to crown this away. Sounds good. Draw.
Tucking away with the Crown of Providence.
Getting a little filter action going on.
I got you 233. Look at that, dude.
As I said, these guys are friends. They know each other extremely well. Hence the casual conversation that they have going on.
Yeah. Now the Falcon Wing's coming in for 6, threatening that Blood Rot on hit.
A whole 5 grid.
What's the white border card that we have over there?
I don't know. Might be an alt art.
Technically, yeah.
I definitely see a Leave No Witnesses and a Ravenous Rabble in hand. I can't tell what the...
Oh. Is that a Command and Conquer?
It says Command and Conquer on it.
Oh.
It's a Command and Conquer from Art House Syndicate.
Jason he does like the bling. I will say that.
I think hero altars are kind of underrepresented in this game, especially the tokens. Since they're tokens, I feel like there should be a lot more like leeway in how they can be represented, as long as like their text stays the same. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's an interesting underexplored area of the game. Since the heroes are so personal to so many people, you would think that there's more people to even further that experience.
Agreed.
It looks like Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4.
How many cards do you
Now
have?
that is an attack with go again. I do know Christian has some traps in his hand, a tar pit trap in his hand.
It's blocking with a down and dirty.
Okay. No reactions. Tar Pit Trap, Riptide Trigger.
Double trigger.
Deal you damage. Got you 32.
Yeah, 32. Load that card in Arsenal. And importantly, Tar Pit Trap makes it so that the next on hit that happens doesn't go through. So if Uzuri tries to present something like a Shakedown or a Humble or even a Command and Conquer, nope, just damage.
Yep, just vanilla damage. And that
Leave no witnesses.
This Leave No Witnesses is going to leave some witnesses. There's going to be a witness left behind.
Yeah. Sounds like they were in witness protection.
Yeah.
Gotcha, Ethan.
That was silly. I knew that was there. I should have.
It is what it is, man. It's nerve wracking, you know, like we're all up here.
See, again, friendship wins out. Death Touch coming in for 6.
Yeah, threatening some pleasant disease tokens that everybody loves to have on their side of the battlefield if it hits.
The sickness, as we like to say here.
See a Spreading Plague in hand, so definitely an attack reaction available. It can really punish people who try to overblock and try to play around some of the tricky Uzuri-ness. Just give them a bunch of Blood Rot tokens. You're trying to overblock me? Okay, buddy.
Yeah, take that. I'm going to get the damage anyway.
Well, it also blocks for 3. So
turns out that's pretty good.
Yeah, blocking for 3 is a pretty good ability.
Turn's going to be Codex.
So we see a Codex of Frailty. Interesting that we're not deploying the Nimblism that I saw in hand first. So we're going to have to discard a card. I know there's a Nimblism. I wonder what the other card is.
I'm thinking about what I'm grabbing real quick.
Jason decides to grab a Leave No Witnesses.
And it seems like this could be potentially a bit of a misplay. I guess it depends on how much you want to respect a trap. Because you could tunic counter, even if your other cards are red, you could tunic counter, swing, Nerve Scalp, or Spider's Bite, play the Nimblism, and then the Codex of Frailty. That way you're not like, discarding that card of value, but
getting some use out of it, yeah.
If you're just trying to play vanilla attacks without go again, no pomps to play around Riptide traps, I don't know.
Christian's still making a decision on what he wants to grab here.
Yeah, thankfully,
grabs it down and dirty.
Yeah,
pretty smart.
Even if you don't want to block with this down and dirty now, Trench is going to be able to filter this away for a resource.
One card in hand, my guy.
I think I see another intoxicating shot floating around.
That you do. I know we see an inertia trap.
Yeah.
What else do we have over there?
Seek and Destroy.
Christian has to unload a card here for the effects of Codex of Frailty.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to do is...
He's going to have a Frailty token of his own, so he's heavily incentivized to block this turn anyways, which is what kind of makes the selection of down and dirty so interesting, because Riptide doesn't have a lot of attacks he can play from hand, so he's probably just incentivized to block out as much as possible anyways.
Savon, huh?
So now we see the Nimblism being played, which pumps this Leave No Witnesses up to 7 friendly points of damage. It does have greater power. So I guess if we're trying to play around traps anyways, this does turn on a good portion of Riptide's traps.
Block.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Both players talking about that down and dirty.
Yeah.
Meaning that they can come from Arsenal and defend.
Yeah.
Reactions? I'm going to inertia trap. No Riptide trigger. I'm going to deal you a damage.
There is a Riptide trigger.
You're above your base.
Huh? Yeah,
You're above.
it's above.
Yeah. Oh, if I play a card from my hand, I can Riptide trigger.
Oh, sorry, not, yeah, I meant
Yeah.
Riptide trigger as an inertia trap trigger.
Oh, there is. Yeah,
Yes.
you're going to get inertia.
I will take one.
You're going to take one. Go to 31.
Just always clarifying whose triggers, who's where.
On your 7.
Always important to maintain consistent communication throughout a game of Flesh and Blood.
2, 4. Ready?
Jason, just letting his best friend know, hey,
Boom.
you have to make sure we hit these triggers. He's not going to let him miss it.
Gonna earn Uzuri a shiny piece of silver. Cold foil silver. Are cold foil silvers worth more than regular silvers? So they count as 2 silvers?
No.
Okay.
Still have the same playability value.
Yes.
But word on the street is it's worth more.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll ever see diamond tokens be represented by real cards. You know, it was a Rudy promo a little while ago. And now he has the diamond hand promo thing. I wonder if any real Flesh and Blood cards will ever make diamonds.
You know, I would like to see a real gold token.
I mean, a solid gold?
Yeah.
That'd be a way to flex on somebody.
Exactly.
Just drop a gold ignet on the table. I'm really royal over here.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
Looks like even though he has the frailty token, Christian here is still electing to deploy his own Codex of Frailty, give one right back to Jason, get his own Ponder token.
I'm going to grab myself.
I wonder what he's going to select. Looks like a Heat Seeker with the floating resource from the Trench of the Sunken Trench.
Coming in for 4.
For 4? Yeah, you got me a frailty, unfortunately. It's real annoying.
Looking to possibly fill up both of those Arsenal slots, being that he is playing New Horizon.
We need a way to load his arsenal with a face-up card, and I don't know that he'd be able to do that before the
That's what Heat Seeker would do, right?
Oh. Heat Seeker does put a card face-up.
And being that you can stack the way those resolve, being that and the Ponder token, you'd be able to fill up both Arsenal spots here.
For sure. So you said I'm smart. You're smart.
Thanks.
Look at you go.
I have my moments. And Jason knowing exactly what both of these cards do, so
It's fine, I'll give you 5.
knowing that both of the effects will go off, rather.
Yeah, blocking with a Nourishing Emptiness and a Looking for Scrap.
Give you frailty back.
Interesting choice with the Nourishing Emptiness.
Arsenal, pass on over to you.
Yeah, Uzuri just wants 6 powered attacks, and sometimes, like 5% of the time, you'll have it on turn 0, and just for the extra blowout.
Yeah.
I don't know how good a card is that it's only good 5% of the time you draw it, but hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
It has some playability.
Yeah, it does something. Blocks for 3.
And maybe it's just another popper for the Dromai matchup.
Those are pretty important.
So they main deck it.
Block 2.
And there it is. That down and dirty still putting in work.
Yeah, right off the top from the Pounder token.
Okay.
Comes in with the shakedown.
Passing on priorities here. Taking 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Imagine we're choosing red here off the shakedown.
8. Yep. 28. I guess I didn't.
Riptide isn't a deck that plays a lot of blues, and even the blues that he does have aren't super impactful usually.
Except for those legendary traps that he has.
Not gonna choose the
There are
wrong
a few of them.
There you go, bro.
Oh man.
Sheesh.
You get a pretty decent hand regardless.
Yeah, like.
So.
Does he? So if you take, I feel like Infecting or Laced with Blood Rot feels like the pick to me.
I agree with you. But he still will get at least 2 shots off. With the Ravenous Rabble being played, then he'll load an arrow. Depending on if Jason has something to stop him in his tracks, but he'll get to Arsenal another arrow.
Yeah.
You can still Rabble buff. Take the Ravenous.
Sounds good.
Okay. Ravenous Rabble being taken instead.
Yeah, it's a pretty smart play also. Passing back to Frailty.
Yeah. Easy. Okay.
I guess leaving him with the infecting shot, you know he's going to get the 3 value. But Ravenous Ravel does have that modularity where sometimes you'll flip a blue or a yellow, and then you just have the 3 vanilla damage, or sometimes even 2 vanilla damage.
Or a random Gorg Tome, and you just get 5 attack.
I wonder why we did it like this. So what we could have done instead is just play the Lace of Blood Rot and fire the infecting shot, or the searing shot, sorry. So that would have been a little bit interesting, and then you could have just, I guess you don't necessarily want the Endless Arrow and face down. It doesn't have natural go again, and it can be kind of a clunky card, but I still think you would prefer to have an arsenal than not, especially with Trench floating around. If you don't want it, then you just trench it away, baby.
Yeah, and get that extra resource, absolutely.
You still have to worry about your opponent's own codex is still floating around too. That could punish you for not having an arsenal. So this is classic. Pitch a blue, attack with Scalpel, 1 floating resource. Oh no, what are you going to do? Tunic, Command and Conquer. Tunic, anything.
He's so good. Go to 2. Yep.
Surgical.
Okay.
Wow.
I see.
Christian demonstrating that he has the power of sight.
I think he blocks with 2 and just attacks with the Ravenous and passes his turn.
Yeah, don't let this one hit.
All good, man.
This is not a card that you just want to willingly let hit willy-nilly.
Yeah. I'll block 4 here. That's good.
Blocks for 4 with 2 pumps. Back on to Christian's turn. Looks like an E-Strike time. Is it E-Strike o'clock?
It is.
We're going to draw a card off this E-Strike.
Yep.
Oh, we don't mind that I'm doing it for the viewers. I'm going to draw a card.
The viewers appreciate it, Christian. Well-represented game state's a nice game state. Can you play that?
So, taking 2? Take 2.
Is it only arrows can't be defended with cards from hand? Or reactions from hand?
Correct. As long as you're loaded with Dreadbore, which is probably why he loaded it last turn.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Isolate.
Oh, it's trick time. Jason trying to make sure he gets Christian all alone by isolating him.
Yeah, we do see a trap in hand. Doesn't do you much good against a dominate attack into CNC, though.
Very true.
I wonder if Wreak Havoc will ever be good enough to see play. It's like the CNC at home, the Milquetoast CNC.
The great value CNC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Nobody believes that, though.
Nobody.
Block 3. I'm going to activate Uzuri.
Yep, there is a Command and Conquer.
What are we looking at?
We don't need the Wreak Havocs. We got the real deal.
Boom. Sheesh. I understand, guys.
Just trench it away, baby. just put it at the bottom of your deck. No reason to let him have that card. Yep.
Sounds good. I'll just take 3. Go to 24. Okay. You mind grabbing me? I got you. Arsenal passes. Yep.
I wonder how worried Riptide has to be about fatigue in this matchup.
Well, if it were your basic Riptide,
Dreadbore.
probably
Pitch.
chances of being fatigued are pretty high. But being that is a Christian
To damage.
Riptide, I guarantee you he's probably got maybe 20 more cards in there than his opponent has at the moment.
What if he was a Jewish Riptide?
Oh, I have no idea. It did not go over my head. I just want you guys to know that. It did not. I just didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to touch the plate.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, it's just I want you to block. I want you to block with those knives, though.
Looks like the drill shot is going to hit, and we're going to shrink down that lovely Findel Spring Tunic. I think that's Spanish? It's a non-English tunic, that's for sure. Beautiful history pack version.
3.
As I said earlier in the matchup, Jason likes the shinies. He will hunt down cards for value and for their aesthetics.
Yeah. This is always unfortunate when you see this on camera. I don't know if nerves are just getting to him, but Jason's just hurling here, so.
Another. That's two of them back to back. Okay.
As the day goes on.
Frailty trap, Riptide trigger, deal you damage.
So that's going to get checked by a Frailty Trap. Ping him back and give him a Frailty token.
Sounds good.
Handed him out of Frailty. Coming in with an E-Strike.
Go again.
5 go again. Looks like Christian has a Remorseless, a Drill Shot, laced with Frailty. Can't see what the other card is.
So what do you think this card in Arsenal could be from Jason? He's been sitting on it for what feels like a little while now.
Your reactions. Take 5. Go to 19.
Well, he played the Command and Conquer last turn from the Arsenal, so, or from hand rather.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering.
He's incentivized to not attack from Arsenal. Obviously, he has the Frailty token now. But Leave No Witnesses, pretty good card. Even if you don't have an Arsenal, you don't want that let that one hit. Give him that second piece of silver that would let him rebuy one of the pieces of equipment.
And Leave No Witnesses is one of those cards where I was talking about earlier about the artwork on it. It's the highest inspiring. If you just see a pretty face coming at you with a sword, I don't think you're gonna not want to defend yourself.
In the art, she has got like blood on her face. She's like, I'm not murdering people.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm not.
She's just wiping it off.
All these dead bodies around here. What happened?
I didn't do it.
I'm just a cute girl.
4, 6.
Yeah.
Dad joke mode definitely activated.
Yeah. Dave's gone on long enough. I can't hold him back anymore. Looks like we got a Remorseless being fired in, so no defense reactions from hand, no defense reaction from Arsenal. Got them both ways, coming and going.
Again, that use of that dread board, you gotta wonder if it's keeping that if the +1 is keeping cards flying out of our opponent's hand here.
Yeah.
In a later game, wondering how much that +1 will matter.
Yeah. Are there 1 or 2 cards left in hand for Jason here? Looks like 2. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking there's time. We haven't seen a lot of attack reactions here out of Jason. Here we see a beautiful shred lined up. So Christian's really got to be careful on this one. But I don't think he has a...
He does. He has a tar pit trap, it looks like.
It's a tar pit trap? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The alternate full art was a little hard to gleam.
Sounds good. Shred.
Yeah, dropping it by 4. So now you're only blocking 3.
Isn't block for -1?
Oh, no.
Okay, that's good.
That would mean he's only blocking for 2.
Yeah. But yeah, I think if you have the trap, you 100% need to do it here. Even if you're not getting the Riptide ping off of it. This doesn't have go again, so you're not getting the Riptide ping or any of its effects. But you can't let those blood rots or frailties hit you. It's just so much value.
Arsenal the down and dirty and just moving forward.
Yep. What's nice about the down and dirty here is like even if you don't want the block, you can just turn it into a friendly resource and load in something else with your Dreadbore.
And the combination of down and dirty and trench is super, super important.
A lot of flexibility in that. You get the resource, you got the block, and you have the attack. It's basically like a full card at that point. It's basically the same thing as having it in your hand.
Pop a silver. Okay.
Popping the silver, going ahead and drawing a card.
Isolate.
You got to spend the money when you get it.
Yep. Importantly, though, it does only block for 2. So on this isolate, if you block with it in a 3 block, a 6 power is still coming in over.
Way of doing my hand though. How many cards you got in hand? Can I grab this real quick? And if you got a shred, I feel terrible about myself.
I don't know if you guys picked that up on the stream.
Yeah.
Christian told Jason if he has a shred, I'm going to feel terrible.
There's a bright, shiny shred right over there. To pieces, you say.
And I love how Jason is maintaining his poker face throughout this process. He hasn't moved a muscle.
No worries, man. Let me use this for the first time.
I thought it took more muscles to frown than smile.
I haven't even been
Is that
It
not
does.
true?
It does.
Okay.
Speaking of someone who's been sad,
But now he's smiling. Look at that, proving me wrong.
I think he's smiling because he finally, like he said, got to use his fab metal token.
Ooh. Yeah.
That says dominate.
Those are classy.
Dominate, right? Yep.
I think it says it right there.
We're going to block with Trench.
Oh, no.
Block a clock.
Reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Shred.
He's got it.
Shot. Yep. I'm also going to give it go again.
All good, my man.
Oh, and then.
They're friends.
Yeah, they're friends.
They're friends. Would I let a random stranger in the day like take that one back? I don't know.
Let's see. That's what I mean.
But sure, they're friends. We all know what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
It's not easy playing Uzuri. It's not easy playing Riptide. It's not easy being an outsider.
It's not. These heroes have a lot of triggers, and you have to remember how all the interactions work.
Yeah.
And one slip up can cost you an entire turn.
Yeah.
Of where you could have been pushing the point through.
Yeah, you miss one small interaction, it can be very triggering.
He strike coming in for 5. I think he elected to draw a card.
Here. I made a mistake. I should have gone that first into this. But
Oh, you had to fish out more blocks.
I believe he drew a hurl after that, so a nice go again attack to lead off next turn.
You didn't have the shred.
That's
there.
fair, yeah.
I was like, I think he really wants these boots to pop, but I should have probably known you had the shred. But
What happened to the silver token? Wasn't there a silver token
He
floating
used
around?
it to draw a card.
That's right.
Man, taking 5.
Yeah. Doesn't get any interest on that by holding the silver, so he has to spend it when he gets it.
Yeah, that's going to be the merchant's ability. You get 5% interest on each silver and gold you have at the end of every turn.
Arsenal pass.
All right. I'll pass up. Draw over it up to you, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tunic. Yep.
I wonder if that's going to be set after heavy hitters. This is going to be like financial bankers. This is going to be like the merchants,
investment
the alchemists, the illusionists. Because money is just like a concept we made up, man. It's not even real.
One of their specializations is going to be called loan.
Hey, we do have wager incoming.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
See?
Perfect follow-up.
Thank you, my guy. Boop.
So this hurl is going to get checked by a frailty trap. Actually, technically going down to 2 power now because it came from Arsenal. The frailty token's there. Pinging Jason down to 22 from the Riptide trigger.
And Riptide's another one of those heroes where you think you have the advantage on them, and then before you know it, those little bitty pings from the traps, they add up.
Ooh, I see a spreading plague. Laying in wait. I wonder if we'll see it. I wonder if Christian won't be like, I gotta block this with 2 cards, and he'll just get a bunch of Blood Rot tokens. It's a prime opportunity because it's not isolate. You can't double block and isolate, and you're thinking, I really don't want to get hit by one of these scary 6-power attacks. What do I do?
Block 3.
Oh, but he's just blocking 3. So now we're coming in.
What you got going on?
And then we're going to leave no witnesses.
Okay.
Oh, no, Death Touch.
Mm-hmm.
Full art Death Touch.
He wants to infect them.
Yep.
What would you like to give me, my man?
I'm going to give you a Blood Rot.
Oh, the sickness. Gave him an infection.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you could have pitched the last card to give him a second Blood Rot token there.
Yep.
Otherwise, we are technically spewing a card of value. Not you able to, like, having that spreading ability carry over on a turn cycle. It's not the end of the world. It's a small missed value play, but at the end of the day, not the end of the world.
Inertia.
Got a Syrian shot coming in for 7.
Yep.
Dealing an additional if it hits.
And it's carrying that Seek and Destroy on hit, so it would cause Jason to not be able to maintain an arsenal on the next turn cycle if it gets its on hit through.
And Christian has no cards remaining in hand, so he's going to take the 2 from the Blood Rot at the end of the turn.
Yeah, 11 to potentially 22 at the end of this turn cycle. I think things are actually looking kind of grim for Riptide.
Thank you so much.
I wonder if he heard us.
What are your thoughts on the state of this game?
I'm thinking it's definitely going in Uzuri's favor. I don't see
You're taking 8.
a big swing on the turn until he takes 8.
You want
knock me down to 11 real quick, my man.
And then that will definitely put things back in perspective.
That's
So,
surprising to me.
Yeah.
Rip. Tunic trigger. Jeepers.
Yeah, Ravenous Rabble. Reveals a Frailty Trap. So coming in for 4. I feel like taking that was a little bit of a dangerous game.
No block.
Do you see a Codex of Frailty in hand?
Collapsing trap.
Collapsing.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Triggering Riptide.
Oh boy. Now he has to discard
all of it.
13?
Technically, he doesn't have to. So here's what's interesting. He could.
Now collapsing trap.
Oh no, this isn't an assassin attack.
All good.
Okay. If it was an assassin attack, he could play the Concealed Blade and then pitch to the Spreading Plague. As it stands right now, he's still going to be able to pitch to the Spreading Plague.
Spreading plague. Okay.
Pitching the Codex, yeah, because you want to keep that one around. You don't care that much about the Concealed Blade. It doesn't. It's just kind of a value blue. So it's not something you're super attached to. So you're just going to discard the
one card and not draw.
Yeah.
I guess you discard now. Sorry, Judge.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is an interesting timing interaction. So we can't let the collapsing trap resolve because then he wouldn't.
Okay. So we'll resolve this fully now. Cool. So you will discard.
I'll take the one. Did I take the one right?
Or does it create a trigger when it becomes blocking?
Yeah, you've taken the one.
The trigger goes on a stack, so
you can respond to the trigger.
You can respond to the trigger, but once it resolves fully, it's whatever's left.
You got one float, and you got that, and you got a Seek and Destroy.
So once it's resolved, that trigger will go on the stack. The collapsing track would be officially considered to be a blocking card for the purposes of Spreading Plague. And I believe that's the interaction we're seeing play out now. Because otherwise, if you did it in response to the collapsing trap, it wouldn't be fully resolved, so it wouldn't be considered a blocking card. So Spreading Plague wouldn't see it, and then you wouldn't get any value off your Rat Pox.
Oh boy.
I'm wondering if Christian knows.
And now everybody at home is ready to pass their L1 judge test.
I wonder if Christian knew that. Be interesting to see how that plays out.
Gotta love those really technical, nitty-gritty, niche interactions in Flesh and Blood. It's just like, yeah, but the thing is the thing, but until it's not the thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking real quick.
My favorite interaction is like when the dragon attacking is not attacking. So like if it gets popped, like Iyslander gets it with an ice bolt, yeah, your attacking attack's not attacking, so you can't use your Phantasmal Footsteps yet.
Oh, trust me, I understand. I declare an attack and rune chants just fly, and my attack is not really an attack yet. So I get it. I get it. So my question is that a game state question? Oh.
Cycle anyways. Spike Pick.
Oh, now we get Spike Pit Trap.
You've done a reaction.
Is this the one that's done a reaction? Oh, we got all the legend. This is a legendary turn, man.
That's what I was saying earlier about the blues and Riptide. They're all like legendary traps, so they matter if you call a blue. So, that shakedown.
Yeah.
So you're gonna put the top card of their deck into the graveyard. You're gonna put one in, and then you're gonna lose life equals the number of cards with that name. So I'd like. What's the best flip over there? Like a shred? Hitting a shred would make him lose a lot of life.
Oh, yeah, that would definitely make him lose a lot of life.
Leave no witnesses. Isolates. I think shred's the most played card, though.
Yeah, the isolates have been mostly tucked.
Yeah.
So I would think that shred would be the one that can deal the most damage.
CNC or leave no witness feels bad. I don't think I know what you have in that arsenal, and you're gonna use it. It's a death touch. I don't feel terrible, but okay. No Riptide trigger on this. So Spike Pit Trap. You're gonna mill the top card of your deck. Okay. And I think.
Does he go down to 11 now? Ooh. Oh, we knew the top card from the Ravenous Rabble.
That was such a massive misplay on my part. If I had played Codex first, I would have made you discard a card.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't have, like, the collapsing would not have done anything.
Yeah.
They're walking me through. Just when I said that I thought this game was in Uzuri's favor. Look at the tides. Look how they've changed.
Yeah, those tides have really been ripped.
Jesus. That's 3. That's 3.
Ripped right out of Uzuri's hands.
Oh, man. And now you got to wonder, did Jason make the right play by taking 8?
That's one of those things.
You go to 10.
It's the kind of like the guardian principle that I like to think about it as whenever you just shrug your shoulders and take a bunch of damage, you have to be sure that what disruption or what you're doing is almost foolproof. Because you know if you're ahead that there's safety in just blocking out and just taking the boring line and just getting your small incremental value.
Agreed.
And it's kind of like the trap I especially had a lot when I was like playing Oldheim or when I was learning Bravo. I'd be like, oh, I have a sweet disruptive effect. I'm going to crush him. I should take all this damage to do my disruptive thing. And then my opponent has like the defense reaction in Arsenal, and then I took all my damage for nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, I should have just blocked. And then you realize over time, like, oh yeah, it's boring. It's safe. It's like eating your vegetables and working out. You should probably just block.
Ooh. Willing to block with the New Horizon?
No reactions. Top card. Ooh, it might be red.
So that
He's too good.
Leave No Witnesses hit shouldn't have banished the top card of Christian's deck. I guess mistrigger.
Treadbore.
Oh, the inertia trap was banished. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Loading an endless arrow.
And that's where that silver came from.
Sounds good. Be a red. Hey, we live in. This endless arrow now is for +1, +2. So coming in for 7, my man. 7?
7 damage.
That's a lot of
And 2
damage.
turns ago, when Jason was above 20 life,
He could have just shrugged off.
He would have been like, okay, I'm cool. Now that he's at 9, 7 damage is a lot of damage.
Put a sink below in hand that he can't use.
Yeah.
Dreadbore.
Probably going to be looking to Arsenal that one.
Here you go.
Just coming in with Ravenous Rabble. So Christian down to 6, Jason at 9. These Ravenous Rabbles are dangerous, though, because Go Again is one of the most easy ways that Riptide has to punish decks with his traps. I guess I don't know how many Frailty traps are left. I know that's the most common one. And we saw the legendary trap, the collapsing trap already be played. So I don't know exactly how many. I guess there's also the yellow trap.
Power Pit Trap?
Power Pit Trap, yes, thank you.
Did a Codex. Played a Codex. That's a Codex.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any Crucible traps, though. We haven't seen those be played, and it kind of makes sense since those can only be played from Arsenal. It's quite the restriction.
Taking 3, going 3.
Well, but not from Riptide, because once you play a card from hand,
True.
you do get to trigger Riptide.
Yeah. Their effects just aren't that powerful, though.
I
But
like the tripwire trap in Riptide, if anything.
yeah.
Because that one deals more damage.
So I believe Christian took some damage last turn. I think he's at 3 now?
Meditate. Wow.
Or is he at...
Infecting shot for 5, 8, 11, and on hit.
Yeah, I think life totals weren't updated last turn.
Blood Rot ×2.
So this is 11 damage. Thankfully, Jason does have that sink below in Arsenal. I think he has another one in hand.
What's going on?
But he's going to be able to cover this up.
Oh, 3. My bad. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. There we go. Player's got the life totals updated now. So that's 8 plus 4 makes 12.
You're good, on your turn.
Yeah, and Jason electing not to sync with the sync.
Tunic. Arsenal pass.
Just going to Arsenal what I believe to be a new sync. We'll see if he wants to sync that sync.
Say that 3 times fast.
We'll see if he wants to sync that sync. We'll see if he wants to sync that sync. We'll see if he wants to sync that sync.
Success.
Float. 1 float.
But Riptide still has the initiative in this game. He still has the
Take that back, or we are doing it? Okay.
ability to be presenting the damage, asking Uzuri the questions to make sure that she can keep answering some of these on hits and the damage to try to keep the pressure on. But if Christian has a turn that's a little lackluster, not really as able to pressure Jason in the right ways, 3 life is not a lot of life.
It's not. Doesn't leave you a great deal of margin of error.
Yeah.
On hit ponder.
But here we see Premeditate from hand, which then was able to load in the Bolton shot into Arsenal, which is then pumped up to 6 from the Premeditate, and on hit will create a ponder token.
I have a sinking feeling we're going to see a sink.
Choosing not to sink. Sounds good. We're going to close this chain real quick.
Yeah, closing on up.
No sinks off that sink. I see a Nimblism,
Trigger load. I'm not
Frailty, Codex of Frailty, and a Leave No Witnesses. Or no, sorry, Looking for Scrap.
Hard to get. Yep.
Heat Seeker.
Look at that.
And
I think you just have to shrug your shoulders and take this.
Take 6. Going to 3.
Yeah. Because you're going to go tunic counter, and you're going to be able to play Looking for Scrap off tunic counter. So that's going to be 5 go again into Nimbleism, into Codex of Frailty.
Yeah. And without the New Horizons, so Heat Seeker can trigger. He chooses to resolve them in the order he wants, but he's not going to get both cards in Arsenal. He's only going to get one.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. So I did ponder right now. Okay. So we'll do that. Heat Seeker. Bang. Wow. Do not have a second Arsenal zone though. So.
Yeah. So he's
Volt
not
Shot's
able.
one of the best ones to flip up into Arsenal, though.
I've been feeling pretty bad.
Although this hand does not block very well. I don't believe there's a trap either.
Looking for a scrap?
Yeah, I see a Hamstring Shot, Seek and Destroy.
Codex of Frailty and a Bolt Shot.
Yeah.
Here it is.
So 2/2 blocks, 2/3 blocks. But Jason's going to be presenting
2 cards in hand.
quite a bit of damage this turn. He did have to go down to 3 to present this, but last turn I was talking about Christian having the momentum to keep presenting these threats. Now the ball is going to be strictly in Jason's side of the court, where he's going to have a lot of the momentum to keep taxing Christian's cards.
Christian's still deciding how to block here.
Yeah, given that you have that arrow, it sucks, but I think you have to block with the Codex of Frailty.
I think you do.
Christian's deck also looking kind of low over here. The yellow on yellow is hard to see, but we also see players on both sides really getting low on cards. We're really getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Both of these players have had success on the day. They're 4-1, so they're making critical decisions, and they're making them well today.
Yeah, I think Riptide has more cards in deck than Uzuri.
I think what I do.
I think there's only like 12 cards left in Uzuri's deck. It really looks pretty thin at this point. And importantly, Riptide has that Quiver of Abyssal Depths to even get 3 more cards back into deck. So he would actually win this fatigue situation if given the space. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think, well, maybe. I mean, so this Leave No Witnesses is going to come in for 7. Christian's going to take 2, lose his arsenal. But that's not 3. Last I checked, 2 is not 3.
Oh, but then he gets to come. Jason gets to come back at him with a full grip, a full hand.
Yeah, but how much is really left? What threats does Jason have left in this ever dwindling deck?
Arsenal and top card. It's a red. Get a second silver.
Second silver. Black Tep Whisperers. Able to be purchased at your local Foot Locker next turn.
All good, man. Arsenal. Just gonna draw it, pass over to you.
Yeah. 3 cards left in deck for Jason?
Sounds good.
That's what it looks like.
It's definitely not a lot.
But Christian can just block out here.
I see a Hurl. That's critical. Being able to use all your cards at this point in time going to be very, very important. I think I see a Shakedown, able to be swapped in off of some of these stealth cards. Oh, that's a well-timed Frailty trap.
Taking the damage.
Chasing, falling all the way down to 2. Those Scalpels and Spider's Bites not being able to play. This Nimbleism is being shrunk. It's still going to be 4. It's still 4 go again. It's still pretty threatening.
The Nimble Strike coming in for 4 go again.
Yeah.
Or 5 go again, right? No, 4.
4 because it was played from Arsenal, yeah. But I think this gets there. I think assuming this is a stealth card, I actually think it...
Shakedown.
Oh, no, just Shakedown by itself. 6 damage.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that.
Technically, you do have a reaction available too in the Black Tech Whisperers, but not pumped, not being shrunk back down.
Hey, man, that's awesome stuff.
Uzuri takes down the Riptide. As close as it gets, 2-1.
What's there?
Stated that in the beginning that this game was going to come down to the wire. These players know each other inside and out. They know their decks inside and out. They've played this matchup hundreds of times. So they have experience. And Christian's experience guided him all the way down to the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah, for sure.
But Jason got the win.
All right.
Guarantee both of those.
Welcome back to the booth. Edge of my seat there. Like, just 2 more pings of traps. Riptide has that game. Just 2 more points of damage. Riptide has that game. But ultimately, Uzuri was able to pull it out with enough of her shreds, Codex of Frailties, and just the grindy game.
Gotta wonder if that blood rot that sat there from that collapsing trap turn really played a part. Because,
For sure.
Because if that play doesn't happen and the collapsing trap isn't actually a legal card that's blocking just yet before the spreading plague's resolved,
yeah,
that's 2 more life.
Yeah. Judges were watching on the field. I'm sure that they made sure that whole interaction went down for the cleanest possible application of the rules. So thank you to our judging staff for helping us with those rules interactions, because God knows, for as much as I'm studying the law right now, I cannot handle the rules of Flesh and Blood as well.
And for all the math that I do on my 9 to 5, I definitely couldn't count that.
A lot.
Yeah, damage.
Math checks out. Well, thanks for sticking with us for that game. That was a blast. We have more great games of Flesh and Blood coming at you next. Last round before cut to top 8, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for fab players by fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Hey, everybody, welcome back.
Hello.
Matt White is taking a break, resting those eyes, resting those ears, but he'll be back before long, where you're joined with our new guest caster, Emery Powell.
Hello, everybody. My name's Emery Powell. I'm a local here to St. Louis area. I actually live over in Columbia, but I drive out here to a bunch of the pro quests and the big events. I travel a lot as well for the game. I played in Dallas last weekend. I've played at Baltimore, played at Nationals.
Awesome, awesome. So what do we have this round?
This round we have Uzuri versus Dromai.
Okay, that's not great news for Uzuri, right?
No. Well, hold on. We did see an Arachne fatigue of Dromai once. Maybe we'll see a repeat.
Could be. Anything's possible. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, the new already dead card increases the popper count to hopefully good enough levels.
Yeah, for sure. So what needs to go right for Uzuri then? Just the critical poppers at the right time?
Not just that, also just like the way that we see the dragons come out. One of the big things about the matchup is how the dragons get developed in what order. We could easily see Dromai start to like throw dragons out willy-nilly, and then at that point the Uzuri can kind of formulate a game plan around it. But also, if the Dromai realizes what type of matchup they're playing, they could easily pitch stack so that we get these like really powerful second cycle dragons of Miragai plus Chromai plus I'm blanking Kyloria, and then that's going to be really hard for the Uzuri to fight back into, because that's going to be so much advantage over the course of such a short amount of time.
Yeah, those dragons definitely are able to kind of get it coming and going, where if they are able to get the offensive value, and then you have to spend even more damage coming at them, popping, or not even popping them, just taking down their life, that's just so much value that Dromai's getting.
Oh yeah, and it's also going to be super hard with what dragons we see based on toughness power. All these 3 toughness dragons are just like, they're so hard to kill because they only have 2 damage on their weapons, as opposed to something like a Guardian where they have 4 to 6.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to start sideboarding some Talishars.
But that only kills 3, though. Then they cast a Remembrance, and then, oh no, what do you do?
I hadn't thought that far.
Maybe we'll get a...
Let's head on down to see what's going on.
All right. So we have Tim versus Austin.
Yep.
This is a win-in match, so whoever wins this will be going on to top 8, and whoever doesn't will have to kind of sweat it.
Yeah, those dreaded tiebreaker sweats.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever had a tiebreaker sweat go well for me.
Me neither.
Yeah, unlucky.
I played Magic since 2016. Never, not once. Always the bubble boy. Same with every single pro quest as well. Always 9th place.
Yeah. If only there's nothing we could do, right? It's complete out of our control. It's not like we could have just won the extra match. It's just only tiebreakers. Nothing else.
Exactly. Never our fault.
Yeah, unlucky.
It's all Gem's fault.
All Gem.
It's a small thing.
I'm sure Tim's not happy at Gem right now, getting paired into an Uzuri on his winning end.
No, I don't think so either. Austin's also a really, really good Dromai. If any people who might remember back, Austin here won the PTI event at Chicago a couple months ago, beating out Levi Roush on Azalea.
I was thinking he looks familiar.
Mm-hmm. He's been playing Dromai for a long time. I'm actually good friends with Austin. I've talked to him a bunch on Discord. He's been playing Dromai since basically he started the game.
Okay. Any spicy Dromai tech we can expect, or just kind of stock lists?
So actually, one of the lists that made top 8 at Dallas this past weekend is Austin's list, and so we're going to be potentially seeing that list. I believe it was the first seed who, Nicholas, who he's on Austin's list.
Okay.
So Austin will be on the very same list that started out first place during top 8 of Dallas. So we're going to potentially see something along those same lines, maybe a small change due to, development in the meta.
Okay. Interesting equipment slide up for Tim over here. We have just not only Null-Rune gloves, but Null-Rune hood as well. Really packing that Null-Rune.
Oh, yeah. So Tim, I know Tim too. He's a longtime player here out in St. Louis. He used to be an Oldhim main. And one of the big strategies that Oldhim used to do into Dromai is you would play double AB, so that when they Tumulti the first one, you have the second one on backup. And so Tim might be falling back to his Oldhim ways of presenting double Arcane Barrier into the Dromai to play around that Tumulti pop.
Yeah, there's not a lot of new Oldhim tech happening anymore.
No, rest in peace. Rest in peace, my wintry boy. All right, so a pretty powerful turn 1 here. Austin just making a bunch of Ash, developing a dragon, and Tim actually getting some good value off of a Sigil on turn 0, so that way he can cycle some of his hand.
So I believe the gold token was popped, though, so this should be coming off the field because he pitched 2 card.
Yes.
That gold token should definitely be gone now.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't get moved here. Yep, there it goes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, no harm, no foul.
I think he might have heard us. All right.
I don't think I can see that up there.
We couldn't see that there, but thank you.
That's Tim's patented 4-sided dice. It's got the for any Magic player, it's got the Nico Bolas horns.
Okay.
So it doesn't have a 4 on it. And so what he would do is he uses the horns as his 0.
Okay.
And he just ticks it right on up every single turn.
Cool. Here we see a Nerf scalpel coming forward, getting checked by that Wave of Reality Ward 1, and then Cadaverous Contraband taking care of that Yendrai.
All right. Interesting to see Tim playing Cadaverous Contraband here, especially because as Uzuri, Uzuri's not really known for playing a lot of non-attack actions, mostly
really
reaction heavy.
Codex of Frailty is going to be the big one, right?
Yeah, so this probably maybe like a hedge for the mirror match. You play the Contrabands as ways to get back codexes.
Or against Lexi.
Or against Lexi, too, yeah.
So Mirror Guy coming in for 2. No threat of Phantasm there, being followed up by a Blaze Hedgehog.
Some pretty good value here. A nice 6 damage push.
Somebody has to have altars out there of Sonic on this card, right?
Somebody has to. It's inevitable at this point. If not, we can get Mara on it at some point in the near future.
Yeah.
Oh, powerful turn here going into a CNC, threatening Tim's arsenal.
Yeah,
and
getting that second resource from pitching to activate Flamescale Furnace.
And it's especially relevant here because of the fact that since Tim presented this Null-Rune hood, he doesn't have the traditional Uzuri equipment package of having that Crown of Providence. So this every single Command and Conquer from now until the end of the game is going to be very, very threatening.
Yeah, and I think there's just a Remembrance in hand, so thankfully that Command and Conquer is able to take care of the Mirror Guy, though.
Yeah, there we go. Mirror Guy, one of those really important dragons, as it stops the Phantasm. Got to get that off the board ASAP.
Yeah. Speaking of dragons, we got to get off the board ASAP. We see Chromite coming down now.
Oh, yeah.
Second Command and Conquer, pop.
Yeah. Unfortunately, popping the Chromite doesn't do anything because it refreshes the action point.
Looks like this was a double Tome hand, so I believe Tome is being pitched, but we're still arsenaling a Tome as well.
Yep, that should be going really powerful into the next turn. That way Austin can get a little bit of hand filter, maybe even draw into one of the powerful one-of dragons like Dominia or Tumulti.
Yeah.
And then just utilize that to start eating away at Tim's hand, Tim's armor.
Yeah, really patient play here. So Yendrai attacking, and Tim actually electing to block with a cut to the chase on the Yendrai, not wanting to give up any points of life.
Oh, yeah. Tim is a very methodical player. Very slow, very deliberate. Likes to make sure everything that he can is within his control.
2 ash created.
Yep.
Here we see Rake the Embers coming down. One of Dromai's most potent cards, just able to ensure that the board presence is going to stay consistent throughout the next couple turns here.
Oh yeah, Rake the Embers is as a Guardian player myself, Rake the Embers is such an annoying card to play against.
Yeah.
A single Rake the Embers can end up costing you 3 poppers out of deck, and against the deck like Uzuri, who doesn't have that many poppers to begin with, and your daggers aren't they're not very resource efficient, so it's always 2 cards to answer 2/3 of a Rake the Embers. And so here we're going to see pass back. Tim with 2 cards in hand. It looks like I see a Sigil and a Shred.
Yeah, if it's a blue Shred, you could go Tunic.
Oh, it's a yellow Shred.
Yellow Shred, yeah.
Ooh.
And it's just a Sigil and Arsenal, so nothing too crazy down there.
Yeah, but good thing to note, the Sigil does give him some Command and Conquer protection, it being an instant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what are we going to see Austin here? He's down to 1 Ashwing left.
Yeah, he does have that Tome in Arsenal. He's kind of sitting on it at the moment. He's being really patient with it.
I'm thinking he's going to try and wait until he gets one of the bigger dragons, or he has a hand that has like a bunch of non-go again in it, and he wants to like filter for a go again attack action.
Gotcha. This Ravenous Rabble revealing a red. How lucky, coming in for 4.
I'm wondering exactly how many blues Austin has in his list. If it's anything like the first seed list back at Dallas, my guess is probably 0.
So that Miraging Metamorph attacking and then getting popped. So no auras on board, so not able to capitalize on its punishment, quote unquote, here.
But good thing to note, though, for Austin is that is a popper that has been used on a non-dragon, which means that, and the next dragon that comes out, there's 1 less popper for it in the deck. We've seen 2 Contrabands and 2 CNCs now, and if Tim's playing Already Deads, that's potentially his entire package. Or no, wait, we saw a Death Touch earlier too. So considering that we've seen that, it's probably already. He's already through like a third of his poppers at this point, and one of them was used on.
Yeah, and here we see one attacking in the shakedown.
Mm-hmm. 38. Granted, that is the one that, out of all the poppers you have, that's probably the one you want to attack with the most. That hand disruption is very, very powerful, especially if you can use it to snipe a dragon out of hand.
What did he take?
2 ash.
I don't think it hit. Austin, I believe, blocked for 2
with the
and then
sand
used
cover.
the sand cover.
Yeah.
There's another popper with a shakedown there.
Yeah, that Rake the Embers, the first Rake the Ember Ashwings were finally clear. We finally cleared those up just in time.
Just about like only 2.5 turns later.
Yeah, second Rake the Embers.
Yep, just in time.
Activate Tunic.
Yep.
Only this time it looks like he's got the ability to clear most of them here.
Yeah, Warmongers. Really. This is a subtly good card against Dromai, in my opinion.
It is.
Because, sure, I guess Dromai is going to be able to set up, probably going to choose peace here. I see a good number of dragons in hand, but at the same time, you're not going to be able to then pressure your opponent's hand back.
Oh, instead, we're just going to send it with a Nourishing Emptiness. This does not have Dominate, though.
No, just 6 friendly points of damage.
Yeah, he's got a lot of attack actions in his graveyard there. Hasn't seen to burn them all to try and filter them out yet.
Yeah, that's a long ways away.
Oh, yeah.
Reactions. Nope.
We're just going to full block this here.
Yeah.
Is he going to sink?
I think so. I see a Ravenous Rabble in hand. I guess there's an Isolate. Are we just going to isolate or pitch Isolate for one of these Scalpels, clear up the last Ashwing, and come in with a Ravenous Rabble? I think there's a Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal.
Ooh, if that is a Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal, that's a pretty powerful turn here for Tim. That can potentially take some nice tempo, actually kill the Ashwing, and threaten 8 damage with a relevant on-hit into the Dromai. Especially the Banish. The Banish on that Leave No Witnesses is also very clutch because it can pull cards that are very powerful from the top of the deck. Oh, he sent the Nerve Scalpel at the face to try and eat this Spectral Shield. Because the Spectral Shield's been sitting on the board ever since the Wave of Reality popped back on turn 1.
Yeah.
Finally seeing it eaten up.
Kind of disrespecting the Ashwing a little bit too, though.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he just wants to Arsenal the Ravenous Rabble, though.
Yeah.
And he wanted to present, he wanted to make sure that this Leave No Witnesses came in for a relevant break point instead of potentially being eaten by a single 3 block.
Yeah, Ravenous Rabble is one of the best answers to like these 4 power dragons, being able to, or 4 toughness dragons, I should say.
Oh, we finally see the Tome play.
Yeah, I see. Oh,
there it is. That's a Dominia.
Yeah. There's the Dom Daddy Dragon.
And we see 4 red cards in hand for Austin here. So I think we're going to be seeing a nice little Dominia coming out and stripping a card from Tim's hand.
Yeah, assuming there's a red on top, though. You know what's a nice answer to a Dominia?
A blue card.
A Ravenous Rabble.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Hopefully, though, that Ravenous Rabble comes in for 4. Having a higher density of blues and yellows in Tim's deck.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed that it comes in for 4. That's for sure.
I've played many a match against an Uzuri where they play that Ravenous Rabble and they flip that blue shred, and it's like, ooh. It's like I will happily take 2.
Yeah. Austin in the tank here a little bit about what to pitch. He's kind of spoiled for goodies here. He's got Uvia, he's got Yendera, he's got Burn Them All, he's got a Sigil. It makes sense that he's going to potentially deploy or Arsenal and Uvia. It's one of the hardest dragons for Tim to kill, having that 6 butt.
Oh yeah, and this is where like the Guardian matchup is very relevant because that Anothos just kills all the 6 toughness dragons. Like Tumulti's 5 toughness, Uvia 6 toughness, very easy for Guardian to clear. But for Uzuri, it's going to be real tough.
Yeah. How lucky flipping a red card.
And he doesn't have a popper either. So, getting rid of a cut to the chase. Very powerful attack reaction for Uzuri. And now Austin no longer has to worry about that. I believe that's a red one, too.
Yeah, already blocked with 1 earlier, so that's 2 cut to the chase down.
And then there's the sync, cycling his hand. What did he draw off of it?
Surgical extraction.
Surgical extraction. All right.
So it's also a guaranteed way to kill the Dominion.
Yep.
I missed the sigil. 37.
So if you really wanted to clear the board, what you could do is send the Ravenous Rabble at the Ashwing, and then the Surgical at the Dominion. You know your opponent's having a Command and Conquer, so you're heavily disincentivized from having an Arsenal anyways this turn cycle.
Yep, especially since you don't have Crown.
Reveal the red.
Right. We got that red.
I wouldn't also hate to just like scalpel the dragon, scalpel the face.
That seems pretty good here too, especially since you know about that CNC.
Yeah, just push your little points of damage. You're going to have to end the game at some point. But
he's going for an Arsenal. I think that's maybe because of the card that he has on top, which is a 1 for 5.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be very relevant if Austin plays something like an Uvia here so that Tim can now, block out this CNC and then also present 1 dagger into the Uvia and then use his last resource floating for the 1 for 5 to finish off the Uvia.
Yeah. Good point. So 2 cards, red in the pitch zone, so you're able to activate Flamescale Furnace, make a 3rd resource if he wants to attack with his Command and Conquer.
And it looks like Tim also has a popper in hand. So Austin's going to play around that popper and just send this Command and Conquer for its raw value.
Yeah. Importantly, though, that means that you don't have to care about your arsenal as much, but still going to give it up and just send this already dead at Uvia.
The big thing to note, Tim actually blocked with that 1 for 5, and so he has this already dead that he's just going to play off of this Tunic counter to kill the Uvia. Pretty much the same thing, only this is actually going to also clear the Ashwing along with it, which is very good value.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as we see another Uvia in hand for Austin.
And ashes for days after that first tome coming down.
Oh, yeah. So it looks like he's just going to make some more ash, develop a nice 6 attack.
Sorry, can I pitch?
You already pitched.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that.
You're good.
6. So it looks like he's going to arsenal this Uvia here.
Yeah.
And Austin just has a fat stack of ash there. I don't think he's going to have to worry about his ash economy for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely not. So trying to think about Austin here. He looks to be trying to play a little bit of a longer game here. And I think what he's trying to accomplish by attacking with these nourishing emptinesses is just get cards out of Tim's hand, present some damage, get some chips damage where he can, and then just try to overwhelm him with a bunch of dragons in this end game.
Yep, because this is, I believe, the 3rd Chromai that we've seen. One of them pitched earlier, one of them played. So we're starting to see that pitch stack go, and we see that Chromai next to a sand cover. So he's going to have a potentially really powerful defensive turn in his 2nd cycle where he finds that Chromai and he develops another dragon like a Kyloria with it. And then he gets to stop something like a Surgical or another 0 for 4 from Tim with that sand cover.
Yeah,
so he can keep his hand and present massive pressure.
Yeah. So it'd be hard to believe there's not a shred lurking around here. So I wouldn't be surprised to just kind of see like a flame scale block plus a 3 block and then have that defense reaction, the Fate Foreseen there to cover it up.
But unfortunately for Austin here, we can see it. There is both a shred and a cut to the chase.
Oh yeah, and that shred, and I guess that's one of the really dangerous things about blocking Flame Scalper is in the face of a shred, because that Flame Scale Furnace is just gone now.
Yep.
There is plenty of ash floating around, so not really going to be hurting for that particular resource in this game, more than likely, but still.
And Austin still has 2 tomes left. One was pitched early, so it's definitely guaranteed for his second cycle, which will be very powerful. But we also haven't seen the third one yet, which is going to be very powerful when it shows up, potentially, unless he just wants to continue developing that second cycle game plan.
Yeah.
Of which we are also seeing Tim start to develop, as we saw him pitch a last-ditch effort earlier as well, which, for those of you who don't know, this card doesn't show up very often. Last Ditch Effort is a 3-cost 4 attack. It says it gains +4 and go again if you have 0 cards left in your deck. So Tim already planning out this super long game strategy, potentially trying to, have this really powerful, very late game cycle where he just gets to go, all right, I have no cards left in deck, but I have this 8 attack go again. You have no cards left in deck. Here it is. Block this or you die.
Yeah, for sure. So, able to pitch Shred and Warmonger's Diplomacy, activating both of his daggers, and then cleaning up the Uvia with a Death Touch, 6 power attack on that 6 toughness of Uvia. And then playing a Remembrance, shuffling in some of these critical poppers here for even more late game support.
Yep. The unfortunate thing here about this Remembrance, though, is Tim will have to reshuffle. He'll have to shuffle away his carefully planned pitch stack, but considering how long he plans this game to go, he can probably just set up another one.
For sure. The real question is going to be whether or not Austin is playing Remembrance. We haven't seen him draw any yet. We're pretty far through his first cycle, especially with these tomes coming in. Do you think he has it available to him?
I don't know. I didn't see trans lists from Dallas too well. And so maybe that might be a development that Austin made to that list, because I do know that list did get fatigued by Jacob Baugh, the 8th seed. And so maybe, after that weekend, Austin and the cabal, as they like to call themselves, decided, okay, with all of these Dromai mirrors potentially going to fatigue, maybe it's time we sideboard in some remembrances for that mirror match. But considering how deep we are into the deck, I'm not entirely certain he might have it in there at all. We might have, if maybe it's a one of, and it's just somewhere trapped in those bottom 10 to 5 cards.
Yeah, it was possible. So, blocking with, hey, we just got that one back. We just got a Command and Conquer back. And now we're just blocking with it again.
Yep.
Tragic.
And critical thing for Austin's side, we saw him pitch a Kyloria and a Tome there. That's going to be routing in his second cycle. So that's going to be something to keep track of when we get to second cycle here, is when we see that second Tome, we know that there's going to be a Kyloria with it, and that might also come back with an Azalea, with Chromai, maybe even a Mirror guy, so that Tim's remembrances to shuffle back poppers just aren't as relevant anymore, because he's been pitch stacking these dragons that just say poppers are no longer relevant.
Yeah.
Connor, you get a frailty attack with that touch.
You have one floating from the
So here we saw Sigil of Solace gaining 3 life into a Codex of Frailty from Arsenal, getting back Death Touch, presenting 6 damage. Austin's going to be able to pretty easily cover this up with a couple of blocks, but that's 2 cards out of his deck if he wants to do that. And without Remembrance, it's a non-trivial resource at this point. The cards in deck are becoming more and more valuable as these turns go on.
Oh yes, especially with the tomes. Tomes digging through your deck pretty fast. I've played a lot of Ninja in my day, and when you play a lot of draw effects, you tend to fatigue yourself a little bit faster.
Yeah, looks like Austin's electing to take 2 damage here, probably getting a Blood Rot Pox token then.
Mm-hmm. And then also something to note, he's pitched his Tomeltai. His last pitch was a Kyloria and a Tome, so this Tomeltai will be right next to a Tome for that second cycle.
Yeah, the real question is it going to be too little too late, though?
Mm-hmm.
Because, what is Tomeltai really blowing up that's, important? Findel's Spring Tunic is probably the best one, but...
Probably, but at that point in the game...
You've already gotten so much value.
You've already gotten so much value, but also at that point in the game, that's when you start that's when Dromai starts to like try and get this arcane damage going as like a finishing move when your opponent's at like 15 or less life. You start to play your Azvalize, your Burn Them Alls, get that like those 1 to 2 pings of arcane every single turn, and it finishes the game very efficiently. Double already dead popper. Wow, that's pretty good there.
Double pops.
Unfortunately, one of them used on a not so poppable Ravenous Ravel.
Nah, that's okay.
Well, we have a big play here with an Isolate. Looks like he has a Command and Conquer in his hand, so this would be Isolate, Command and Conquer.
With a Shred backup.
So with a Shred backup too.
Yeah. So you play around something like an Oasis Respite if he really wants to, because especially it's important to like. Shred is one of the worst cards to have in your arsenal sometimes because you just can't clear it if your opponent's not blocking.
Exactly. And then also it only affects assassin attack actions. So if you're drawing your hands and you're seeing your damage you're presenting is like all these Command and Conquers, E-Strikes, Ravenous Ravels, even if your opponent is blocking, you still can't play the Shred anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's any solace for Austin after that whole interaction with the Command and Conquer Isolate Shred play is that he only lost a Nourishing Emptiness on his arsenal. So he just ate some damage and lost a not so relevant card.
Yep, and Austin has very much shown that he doesn't really care about trying to play to this end game of having dominated Nourishings because he wants that dragon end game. So losing this Nourishing is not that big of a deal for him.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So it looks like Lightning Strike came in for 7, which Austin was happy to just block with 2 3s, take his 1 point of damage, and move on with his life.
And it looks like he's not attacking with that Azvali, going to force Tim to waste a Leave No Witnesses to clear it.
Yeah, no dragons to witness that attack anymore.
Unfortunate. All right. We have a Billowing Mirage. Very powerful 1 for 3 go again.
Yeah.
Almost a 1 for 4 actually because of the Ashwing that it makes with it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a pseudo leg tap that blocks for 3, which is really powerful.
Yeah. And then whatever value, let's say a Scalpel goes at that dragon, that turns it into a 1 for 5.
Oh yeah. There's another Azvali coming in with the Ashwing. Tim is just going to take that.
32. 2 and 1 arcane.
He chooses not to play around the popper.
Yeah.
31.
Tim is not
He had a
AB.
Tunic resource available, so if he wanted to AB, he could have used Tunic resource to just soak up this point of damage. Maybe he has a different plan for that Tunic resource on his going into his turn, but
my guess is what he's probably going to try and do is he's probably going to try and utilize this Tunic resource as a way to clear both of these dragons. Like maybe pitch his dagger, and then he has like another 2-cost attack or something in his hand. It doesn't look like that though because he has a yellow Isolate and a Plunder the Poor.
And then another Remembrance. Whee!
Hey.
What a fun card! Shuffle in back more poppers.
Yep, and there he is. He's gonna grab those Command and Conquers. Probably maybe grab back an Already Dead as well, as I think he only has 2 CNCs in his graveyard at this point.
I believe that's the case.
Oh, he's gonna grab a Codex.
Interesting. And I think at this point it's pretty safe to say Austin has 1 at most, but not more than that Remembrances in the deck. And if we look at the deck size, that looks to be a pretty thinning deck at this point. That's not a healthy deck size.
No, but it is important to realize though that we do have a very powerful second cycle coming for Austin with multiple pitch stacked power dragons alongside those tomes.
Yeah, and deploying the first Burn Them All to start pushing that arcane damage consistently. And we'll see if Tim ever starts to actually like Arcane Barrier, because we could have Arcane Barrier last turn with the Tunic resource. He didn't use it. I'd like to see him use it now.
Yup. I would like to see him use this resource at some point as well, because it's going wasted value. This game is easily going to go another 6, 9, maybe even 12 turns. And so that's a lot of wasted value by just letting a Tunic resource sit there.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Austin attacked with an Ashwing, and it was popped by a Command and Conquer. How lucky that was just shuffled back in the deck.
Oh, yeah. We might see the Tunic resource here now, as can't see the other card in Tim's hand. I think it's a Backstab, which is probably a blue.
Ravenous Rabble coming in for 2.
Ooh, that's going to be very rough, because I'm assuming what Tim's plan here was he was going to try and Ravenous Rabble for 4 on the Uvia and then send Dagger, Tunic, Dagger.
Yeah, but it looks like instead we just had to send the Surgical at it. But once again, not using that Tunic resource. So now we're basically coming at the point where had he used it the first time, he'd be back on Tunic Resource all over again.
Yep.
Dust up.
Playing a dust up. Oh, and there's the fourth copy, I should say, of Tome that we've seen, even though, we've only seen 3 tomes, but this is the 4th time we've seen it. So this means that we've officially gotten back around to Austin's second cycle.
Yeah, that 15th turn is that critical getting through first cycle, like marker usually. Cadaver's Contraband was the card coming out of Arsenal. Definitely want to block this one out. Don't want to let him get back any of those Rake the Embers or any of those pesky non-attack action.
A nice fat Uvia to put on top right there would be really good.
Yeah.
Make those Ash Wings, and if Tim cannot answer that Uvia, it's just going to make Ash Wings every single turn. It's almost like a Rake the Embers, but on steroids if it goes unanswered.
We are letting this hit, though.
And and look what he got. He got that Uvia back right on top. I think Austin has been keeping track of Tim's poppers and like all of Tim's go again attacks that have come in for 4. So we're going to start seeing him try to prioritize these dragons that have higher toughness, have the ability to just stick on this board and be a lot harder for him to clear with these daggers.
Yeah. At first blush, you might be like, Shakedown from Arsenal. Why would you do this? And then you look at those black tech whispers. You look at these bad boys right over here, always threatening to turn on the attack reaction clause that it needs to have its on hit.
Oh, yeah. And big thing, too, is that, Austin's deck is all red cards, and a lot of them have go again, and a lot of them cost 0. So
I think he's going to name red here?
Probably, yep. And he's probably going to take this Uvia. This Uvia
just got this
very
one back.
Powerful.
And that's going to make his hand basically unplayable.
Yes, we have 3 cards. None of them have go again.
Snapdragon Scalers used last turn on that dust up, so no. And I guess the card in his arsenal could be a red that's playable. If that's a red card that's playable that has go again, that kind of bails this hand out. But short of that happening, he's in some trouble.
Oh, and it's another red attack that doesn't have go again. But at least it is a dust up. If Tim lets this hit, it will develop a dragon that will have to be answered by Tim, which means more resources devoted to those daggers. So that's less damage being sent at Austin's face.
Yeah, I wonder how much that's starting to matter, though, because this deck...
This deck is getting very small at this point.
Teeny tiny deck.
Banish 3 for burn them all.
I think... Uzuri's also getting quite low. This is not. I think this is going to come down right to deck size wire. Like this is going to go. Every single card is going to matter here.
And one of those big things about Dromai is that her deck size doesn't really matter all that much. If she can stick a dragon and you don't have a way to clear it, they will attack with that dragon every single turn, regardless of whether they have 0 cards or 1 card.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're seeing one of the most powerful late game hands that Dromai can present. We have the Mirror Guy combined with a Kyloria play. So we're going to be able to develop that Mirror Guy and then follow it up with a Kyloria, attack with it, no Phantasm, threatening that card draw.
Something to potentially keep track of. I haven't seen it. How many 0 for 4 D-Reacts does Tim have left? Because if he has any of those left, he's potentially trying to look to get those back if he's sent them into his second cycle to try and answer that Kyloria very cleanly, and then he can kill it with both daggers. But if he doesn't have any of them left, that's going to devote 2 cards to that Kyloria.
Yeah. Interestingly here, I think Tim was really giving it a lot of thought as to whether or not he should play this Codex of Frailty, because he's going to have to discard a card. He has to discard the Shred and has no ability to clear it before this effect happens. Interestingly, on the Shakedown turn, that was the card he chose to Arsenal, was this Codex of Frailty. So he could have actually deployed the Codex of Frailty on that Shakedown turn, had no cards in hand, and utilized it effectively that turn. But I think he didn't want to stack his Disruption on that single turn cycle and thought he could get more value out of it later, but that didn't wind up being the case.
Yep. And Austin just going to take this right on the chin, get rid of that Blaze Hedgehog. Probably doesn't have... Yeah, sorry, he's got the 2 dragons, so he's probably just going to look into developing those. Doesn't really care about losing a 0 for 4 go again when he has, a 0 for 4 that has go again every single turn that draws a card.
And presents this arcane damage.
Oh, yep. And then he can just end with the snatch if it doesn't get, if he doesn't have a popper.
Kyloria.
Pitching it. Very interesting play here. I don't know I don't know why he would do that.
Maybe one, two.
Now we're seeing Tim finally going down and using some of that arcane barrier. Really prioritizing his life now.
We're going to see him attack with the snatch.
I think you could just shrug your shoulders and let this hit, though.
Yeah, there's no more Snapdragons, and Dromai doesn't really have a way to give go again to her attack actions that don't naturally have them already outside of that critical equipment piece.
And already a card in hand, so you're not even denying an arsenal by covering this up.
But he's going to devote a popper to blocking 3 damage and allowing the on-hit to happen.
Yeah.
He looks like Austin drew a rake off of that snatch, so he's going to arsenal the snatch that he has in hand already. And now it looks like he's probably going to try and use this Mirror Guy as a tempo swing to develop this Rake the Embers and then end with an Ash, or end with a Snatch, so that way he can, present some really big damage and try to eat more of Tim's cards.
Yeah. I think we see another Command and Conquer here that's probably going to be used to clear up this Mirror Guy.
Yep, and there it is.
I wonder how many cards are even left in Tim's deck. I think Tim is actually behind on cards. I think for as much as I've been pointing to this deck up here for being low, this deck was the secret low one the whole time.
Yeah, because even though Tim has cast 3 Remembrances, Tim did get, a lot of those poppers just sending at face that Austin has just taken on the chin. We've seen him shuffle back a lot of these Command and Conquers, but I think 3 of them have been sent at Austin's face, and Austin has just taken 2 of them on the chin. So Austin utilizing his life total very efficiently here to just clear out some of Tim's deck and just keep himself ahead on that fatigue race.
Yeah, I wonder how many cards that actually attack are left, because I guess the other critical question is it doesn't even matter how many of these are here necessarily. It's how many of the cards in Austin's deck attack. We know that there's some dragons still floating around, but how many of those are Sigil of Solaces? How many of those are Sink Belows? How many of those are Oasis Respites? Because if there's 20 cards in deck and 10 of them are just these useless defensive cards that don't actually offer any offense, it doesn't matter if Tim only has 1 card left in deck. If he can just swing these scalpels over and over and over again, he'd still win that game.
Oh, Tim going to clear some Ash Wings and then just send a raw Isolate, not flipping it to a 6 to try and clear this Yandere. I just want to use it to clear out that endurance counter so that he can maybe kill it next turn.
Block 3 reaction. Sync. No sync.
All right. Full blocking out this Cadaverous Contraband. Also just going to cycle this Sigil so that he can draw up a full 4 here.
Banish or burn them all to 6.
Yeah. So Austin must not have had Red Go Again affect that turn, because he just presented the Cadaverous Contraband and then passed, so not getting Burn Them All value. So I think out of the 7 turns that this Burn Them All's been in play now, these 6-7 turns that's been in play.
Okay, so it looks like Tim here, Austin just counted the deck. It looks like Tim here has about maybe 2 to 3 hands total left. It looked like he had about 6 to 7 cards left in deck, plus the cards that he's going to pitch here this turn. So Tim's very, very far behind in this fatigue right now.
Gotcha. Yeah. Here we see a Chromite about to come down.
19, right?
Yep. 1919?
Yeah. Break the chain, Codex Frailty, choose Cadaverous Contraband.
Yep.
I get a pawn.
And of note, there's also a Mirror Guy in that hand with that Chromite, and that's one of the most powerful combinations that we can see that Dromai has access to, is stacking up this effect that makes multiple action points in a single turn, and that's a way to give that snatch that he still has in his arsenal go again without actually giving it go again, playing the Chromite, playing the Mirror Guy, attacking with the Chromite, and then it can't be popped by Phantasm. So then he has 2 action points remaining.
Mirror Guy?
Yeah.
Chromite? Sure. Chromite for 3? No.
So here we see Tim actually choosing Cadaverous Contraband of his own to put into Arsenal. This way, when he hits a dragon, he can actually just put another Codex back on top. It's kind of a self-containing dragon-killing loop he set up there. Really interesting.
A pretty good loop there.
For 3. Good catch.
So the snatch coming from Arsenal from the Frailty token being shrunk down to 3.
And I believe Austin, if I remember correctly from what I saw, Austin had a Sigil in his hand that he is arsenaling here, or it was a Sink Below. I can't remember which.
I'll do
That Cadaverous Contraband Codex of Frailty loop is kind of blowing my mind right now. That seems really, really good.
It's really good tech, yes. Just being able to constantly loop a 6 attack back into your deck.
5,
just so that way you can like constantly clear every single dragon. That takes care of the Uvias that are such a big issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. I never thought about that before. I've learned something. I've learned a very valuable lesson about this matchup.
Pitch here, attack Dromai. Yep. Pitch here, kill Dromai.
Now here comes the Codex for the contraband.
Yeah, kill that.
He has 2 resources floating.
Put this on top.
There we go.
That's sick. That's so cool.
This is very cool.
So the shortcut is basically, so you pitch 2 blues. So the first, so you get 6 total resources to work with. So first nerf scalpel, 1 damage goes at the Dromai or any dragon or phase. Second, dagger is activated for the second point of damage. You have 2 resources floating. You can then play Codex of Frailty, getting back Cadaverous Contraband. Cadaverous Contraband has an on hit whenever it hits anything, not just a hero, just on hit. Put any non-attack action from your graveyard back on top of your deck. So then you put the Codex of Frailty you just used to get the Cadaverous Contraband back on top of your deck. You then crack your Ponder token at the end of the turn, and then the Codex of Frailty goes right back into Arsenal, setting up the loop all over again for next turn.
Really critical here. Austin finally drew back into that third and final tome, and he used it so that he could pitch out this Tomeltai, actually choosing not to play it, but instead choosing to develop this Dromai that did not get popped, and so he has multiple action points, and there's that Kyloria that we saw with that pitch stack, with another Kyloria.
Double Kyloria.
This is a very powerful turn for Austin, and this might be
yeah.
This might be the turn that just closes it out. Even if Tim doesn't die this turn, this is so much advantage that resource loop that Tim has been utilizing with that Cadaverous Contraband and the Codex is about to just crumble to dust.
Yeah, because you can't let these Dromais just draw cards like this. You only have 11 life, so I guess
you only have 11 life, and like it's 2 cards. You know, Dromai plays 1 for 7s, and so if Austin draws, a red and then Miraging Metamorph, this is 8 damage. Tim would go to 3. That's a 7.
Block 2, going to 5.
Take 2, sorry. Yep. Got you at 5.
Yep.
Draw.
There's the other tome. There's another Kyloria. Oh my god.
Triple Kyloria.
And of note, Austin still has resources floating. That's a turn right there.
That's a lot of Kyloria.
That was a pitch stack right there that Austin set up with those tomes. Back-to-back tome into double Kyloria, draw off the Kyloria into another tome, which then drew him into the third Kyloria.
I can't even count that high to how many cards he's drawn this turn. That exceeds my ability to comprehend numbers.
I am an avid Ninja player, and I've not drawn this many cards in a single turn.
What a roller coaster of a game.
Oh, yeah. Going from watching this powerful resource loop that Tim had with Codex plus Contraband to be able to just like keep clearing these dragons and potentially look like he might actually be able to just fatigue Austin this way. But then, boom, powerful triple Kyloria cycle. And he draw off that Kyloria another red 4, and this is going to eat the rest of Tim's hand. He's gonna devote one of these 2 blues that he has plus that tunic, and he's not gonna be able to utilize double blue for Contraband plus Codex this turn.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. You have to kill the Dromai, and then you have to hope you have a popper left, but I don't think you have a popper left.
But even so, Tim's at 1, and he knows that Austin
there's a
is
burn
going
them
to
all.
Burn them all because it was revealed off the Ravenous.
Oh yeah, this is
so
all
even if you have the popper, that's 1 arcane damage, so it's minimum eating 2 cards regardless.
Yeah, I'll pitch here, throw a dagger at you.
Yeah, Tim sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah, he sees it. He's gonna probably get a death touch here.
Contraband, kill Dromai, I guess.
You won't have the resources.
He doesn't.
Yeah, have the
He
resources.
doesn't have the
for
resources
that.
for that.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. I'm just gonna kill Dromai with whatever. I'll ponder. An Arsenal, I guess.
No.
And that's the last 3 cards. And there's those last-ditch efforts that I talked about, but they are too little too late, and they are not enough in the face of this what is it? Is it called a crash of dragons or roar of dragons? That's a lot of Kylorias.
Dumpster of dragons.
A dumpster of dragons. Yeah, that's.
I've seen some Uzuris just want to race.
There were only 4 cards left in Austin's deck, so Tim wasn't that far off. It was close.
To be fair, though, he only had 4 left because he drew like 9 cards in a single turn.
That is a lot of cards. That's a fair point. All right, let's come back up to the booth. What a game! What a day! What a grand day! I know you just were here for this last round here, but it's been a really great day of games overall, I would say.
Oh yes, amazing pitch stacking by Austin there. He realized that his second cycle is going to be the thing that wins him this game, and so he easily as we saw him pitch stack those Kylorias next to a tome, and so then it was just like we hit the tome, we hit the double Kyloria. Tim couldn't block it all, and then he found the next tome, and boom.
We drew about 500 more cards.
And Tim exploded.
Yeah. Well, that's not, you know what? If nothing else was taken away from that game, I've learned how to fight Dromai on a really interesting access as Uzuri. That Cadaverous Contraband Codex of Frailty loop is something that I can take and store as like a little piece of a puzzle to a matchup that I thought was just horrendously bad no matter what.
It gives you a lot more play. It potentially turns like a 90-10 matchup.
Yeah,
almost unwinnable into maybe giving you just those extra percentage points that you can sneak out a win.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm going to keep thinking about that interaction. I'm going to keep thinking about how unplayable I want Dromai to be.
I'm going to keep thinking about how many cards Austin drew and just be absolutely jealous.
Yeah, and you keep thinking about how awesome our sponsors are. Well, let's hear from them now.
All right, hello everyone. So that is the last round of Swiss. So there will be a top 8, and I'll have the graphic made as soon as we know it. It looks like overall the time on that round is like maybe 5 minutes left, so it should be pretty quick. We're gonna run the ad reel and hopefully be back with the top 8 to just keep on moving today. Real quick though, I want to take a moment to once again highlight a special sponsor each round. So let's take a look at Fabric, fabric.gg. Longtime sponsor of the channel, and also when I used to live, sorry, I'm typing in chat. Fabric is the command. Yes, when I used to live in Kalamazoo, one of their employees was local to my game store, Jason Alt. So I always got to sell him expensive Magic cards. It was great, and then to see them dip into Flesh and Blood was equally as amazing because it's led to a lot of great opportunities that I've had to write articles for them. There's a lot of articles you can find on their site. There's a lot of data to inform your deck building decisions right up the same vein as you would find on like EDH Rec, kind of their parent MTG site. So huge shout out to Fabric. We're just running through so many great games today, and Fabric is a huge reason as to why we can even be here and get those games to you all. So with that, let's jump to the rest of the sponsor reel. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be right back with the top 8. See ya.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Welcome back to the booth, everybody. We have a top 8 for you, and boy, is it an exciting top 8.
Man, these guys have endured the test of time, the rounds, the grueling play. They've gone through 7 grueling rounds of playing flesh and blood. And when I tell you, you have some of the best of the
bunch of Lexi. Good way to send out the old gal, huh?
Great send-off for her. But what's really surprising, if you take a look at that number 1 spot, Jacob Ball playing Dash.
Yeah, I mean, yep. Jason is on Uzuri. Yeah, we've been watching Jason. No, we haven't. Never mind.
Yeah, we watched Jason. He played Austin. I mean Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So it's not as Lexi dominated as we thought it was. It's only 4 Lexi in the top 8.
Yeah, that's only 50% of the field.
Yeah, easy, balanced, fun times.
Everything else is miscellaneous.
Yeah, but it looks like Yuanji crushing it all day today. 2nd seed on Iyslander. We watched him play today for a masterclass on that hero. And then we see Lucas Oswald, local St. Louis staple. So 2 of the runaways in the top 8. None of the Wolfpack. No Hamilton, no Fung, no Spurlock. We're falling behind on the Wolfpack.
Oh, man. But I will say this. Jacob is a phenomenal player. He usually is somewhere hovering around top 8s whenever he's going to some of these bigger events. You'll catch him on the screen, usually testing out something that's unconventional, and that's why he gets so far ahead when it comes to what's on the curve and what's really being played out there. Because he has some of the experience with trying to experiment with other things.
Yeah. Looking at the top 8, I think it's a little unfortunate that Jason got paired into Yuanji on Iyslander. It's not typically a great matchup for Uzuri into Iyslander, but anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to all these matches.
Yeah, I think that might be a good first round to cover, just because it's kind of novel, and we've seen a lot of these matchups play out before.
Question, is that 3rd seed a Bravo or a Dromai?
We just saw him. That's Dromai.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Austin.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Austin had I don't know if you had a chance to watch any or hear about any of that game, but Austin drew approximately 900 cards on a turn with a triple Kyloria turn.
Sweet baby Ray.
Yeah, it was 2 tomes, 3 Kylorias, a snatch. It was a lot of cards.
Oh my gosh.
It was a sick turn.
And here I am doing something simple as eating and missing it.
Yeah. How dare you?
How dare I?
How dare you attend to basic bodily functions instead of casting flesh and blood?
Man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. We'll forgive you.
Yes, but I'm looking forward to the Lucas Oswald matchup only because I want to be the one to tell him how great he is and then also criticize him harshly when he makes a terrible play. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm just excited to see more good games of Flash and Blood. That's what's most important to me.
Yeah. As long as we get to criticize Lucas, I'm all good.
Fair enough. Well, don't go anywhere, anybody. We'll have the best games we'll have of the whole tournament so far, and these top 8 games coming up before you know it. So sit tight, and you'll hear from us soon.
the scrubs.
Yeah,
To
unfortunately.
talk about the top 8. I don't even know who's in the top 8. I know Yuanji,
Yeah, I don't know.
Lucas,
Yep.
the Lexi that beat me.
I heard the names announced. There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, so 4 Lexis, and then one of each of Yuanji's name is misspelled.
Incorrectly, yeah.
Yeah, Jacob, Yuanji, Jason, and Austin. Okay, interesting. Jacob,
Super surprising, right? It's like
first seed with Dash. We saw something like that happen to Dallas too, where Merrick was practically first seed. He conceded both to me and also Yuki.
Okay.
And he would have been first seed anyway.
Yeah.
Like if
Just
he had
take a break kind of
yeah,
thing. I always
yeah,
do that. If
yeah.
I'm like locked for first seed, I'm like, I'll get lunch.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can have
They
your
played
way.
actually. It was if he didn't concede, Yuki was not making top 8.
Okay.
Let's
Gotcha.
put it that way.
Yeah. Understood.
A lot of Lexi mirrors.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Yuanji's against an Uzuri.
Yeah, that's great for Yuanji. That's like I don't know how many Iyslander reps he has. He's playing my deck and he picked it up this morning. Last minute decision.
Yeah.
But that's a really good matchup for Iyslander.
Has Yuanji only dropped? So Yuanji only dropped a game to Jacob, I assume.
I believe Yuanji only lost last round, and
Okay.
seeing Jacob in first, I assume it was to him. Yeah.
Yeah, it had to be.
Which makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Dash has a great Iyslander matchup. I think Dash is like super reasonable into Lexi too.
Yep. I
Like,
agree.
I'd call it 50-50 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, we have 4 Lexis. First, we have Jacob against Julian. I don't really know much about Jacob's version, but I do not think he is a more tree fog variant. I think he's just kind of like boosty boost.
Okay.
That kind of
I
stuff.
heard there were tree frogs around, so I assumed he
There were
had like a package or something.
but it was not Jacob. There
Okay,
were
makes sense.
2, and one of them was still one of them was on stream. I don't know their name, but I know chat will probably know
Got it.
because he was definitely on stream for a game. Fatigued somebody. Lucas against Casey. It's a nice little Lexi mirror. I know Lucas is excited. To
He's
play
so
some
excited
Lexi
to play the mirror.
mirrors. And then we talked about Iyslander versus Uzuri. That's
Yeah, that's like the least close game I would expect. It can get
Yeah.
interesting. Like Uzuri can banish
Right.
the combo
a hex.
pieces.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have items as Iyslander, it's pretty challenging.
Right.
I think you
yeah.
actually like need them to win.
Yeah, and it depends also maybe on Uzuri's AB. Like if he chooses. Wow, I just realized his last one was Fang. Nice. We at least got one in the top 8. Like if he has AB2 and he's like banishing the right things, it could be kind of a grind.
Yeah. No, it's
Um,
always a long game. You like have to get at least one chill down.
Right. It's gonna be interesting. Do we know which one's gonna be on the featured on the stream?
Yeah, we're gonna pull in Yuanji.
Okay. Keep it spicy.
Yeah, I think all these are great matchups. Like the other 3 are super tight, and then like Yuanji's matchup should be super like nerve wracking.
Yeah.
It's like, does Uzuri get the item or not?
Yeah. Austin Reddington repping Dromai. I think he's like the only Dromai remotely in the top tables.
I haven't seen a single Dromai today, not even like next to me. I assume they're here. I haven't seen the meta breakdown, but
Yeah, when I was walking around for the last round, like winning in match, there were only 2 Dromai on that entire
Row of tables?
Yeah, 2
Okay.
Dromai
Okay.
out of like the top, I don't know, 20 players.
Big surprise. I mean, we just saw Dromai win Dallas, and there were a lot of Dromais in that top 8.
Yep.
He played against Austin. He is playing Tome, at least into Lexi, probably into most other heroes. Yeah, he played well. There were some good Tome turns. And it's like one of those things where I know he's about to Tome. He knows I know. Like it's like Heat Seeker for 5 go again, no blocks.
it's go time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool bracket. I feel like it's tradition at Battle Hardens lately for Lexi and Iyslander to be in the finals.
Yep.
I'm of course hoping
That
it's
has
Lucas
happened
versus
so
Yuanji.
many times, and it's just a Battle Hardened special. It's not even like a calling.
Yeah, just
thing.
Battle Hardened
The
specifically.
callings are just like dashes and Dromais and Azaleas, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And PTI events too. We've had a lot of ice versus ice. I mean, the ice talent's like the only talent that like basically lets you interact with your opponent in a way that like even if you don't want to interact with me,
Oh, yeah, 100%.
you're gonna interact with me.
Yeah. It's just like
So
tough
I
decisions.
Yeah, but I'd be really excited to see one of those Dromai games. I mean, like obviously, I think it makes sense to try not to put any Lexi games on stream that have to be on stream because Lexi's
we're
literally living legended.
Yeah,
but
we got one more week left, right? Or 2 weeks? One more week, right? One more week of ProQuest, and then
the Monday after Melbourne calling is the ban and restricted announcement update, and so Battle Hardened Pittsburgh the week after. Are you coming to that?
Yep, it's going to be Yuanji and Roger in the booth on that one.
Oh wow, that's so exciting. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, Battle Hardened Pittsburgh is going to be the fresh, I guess, format.
Yeah,
as
no, that'd be
fresh
super
as
cool to
things
see.
can be, or at least
There will be no Lexi in top 8. Wow.
maybe not stale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's so
well,
strange.
I think it's like when we were looking at the nationals top 8s from like there was like a European country where like there were no Lexis. It was like
Sure.
4 or 5 Dromais, and they all somehow lost a Bolton. I think that was the Netherlands.
Oh, I remember that.
was it?
Yeah, that was sweet.
So like technically that's kind of exists in some places.
Sure.
But it would be a big surprise to me if like the calling Melbourne next week we don't have some Lexis in the top 8, and tomorrow's PTI event if we don't have some Lexis in the top 8.
I'm sure we'll be back to Iyslander Lexi in the finals.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to steal my deck back from Yuanji. We'll see.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I have
It's
the
a good
meta.
deck.
I have the meta breakdown as well.
Oh yeah, I want
All
to
right,
see
let's
that.
take a peek at this. Sorry, chat. We've been
Oh, wow, we
in
had
the grind.
114 players. That's great.
Wow, it's a pretty big battle hardened. Anything over 100 is usually pretty
standard.
decent. 20 Lexi, 14 Dromai, 10-10 Azalea.
I think I played 4 Azalea. That's a big share of the 10.
Yeah. The top 8. Well, in terms of conversion, Lexi did a really good job.
Yeah, and Dromai, not so much.
Well, everyone else not so much.
Yeah,
right? Like
agreed.
literally, there's just
Getting
like one
one
of
in.
each.
Yeah, no, that's reasonable.
like technically, Uzuri is the best because 12, like 20%, 1 out of 5. Iyslander 1 out of 7. No Teklovas and no Dash. Interesting. 1 Max. I played against the Max round 1.
Okay.
Definitely a little bit of a newer player, so I didn't feel like it was like a choice that like he thought it was the best deck in the format type of thing. So
No, I love Max. I just
feedback.
feel like the deck is so fair when like we have
Yeah.
Lexi and Dromai playing.
I
all
think
these
his
decks.
hero ability, I think his weapon like was really good for limited.
Yeah.
Banksy, but
when you have like 10 armor, it's
yeah,
not
it feels
so
like
good.
it's missing something. Like I feel
Agreed.
like there should have been like a majestic version of that weapon that
Mm.
it was either 1 less damage for 1 less resource or 1 more damage for 1 more resource. Like something so
Yeah.
to not make it like an actual even breakpoint, because it's the hit trigger is like I don't think it's that bad. I didn't realize until like literally like a week ago that you could just put a counter on anything with Crank.
Oh yeah, no, it's quite strong. It's
Like,
just like you're saying in
that's
CC, the fact that it attacks for 3 every turn isn't quite good enough. Like you have to
Right.
work to give it a
Yep.
pump.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some condition where it always swings for 4. That would be
Yeah, if it was like either
more
or, right? Like
competitive.
0
Yep.
cost 2 block or 2 attack or 1 or 2 cost 4 power.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I feel like that would be so much better. Like it the nice thing about Max is the play pattern against Max is it feels quite easy. Like I'm gonna block this. I'm gonna try to keep a 3 block for the Banksy.
Yeah, you know the Banksy's coming.
Yeah. When the Banksy's for 4, you're like, dang it. And then when the Banksy's for 4 and you put a counter on like any cool item like penetration script or reverse polarity, like that feels nutter butters.
Yeah,
right?
agreed.
So yeah, we're I think we're still in deck checks right now.
Yep. The update is all players are actually on break to get food.
Okay.
For about like a solid 30 minutes or so. Still.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Let's see. Should we do the thing? The guess the
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sweet.
You know how this works? Can you explain how this works, Ethan?
Yeah, what are the rules?
Oh, okay. Yes. Let me scooch you guys.
Are
over.
we supposed to try to guess?
Yeah,
Or are we
yeah.
supposed to get chat? Should I read chat?
Well, it's going to be a communal thing. So
okay.
the way Fabs guess the Fab event code works for anyone who's tuned into the Savage Feats streams before or on when they're on MinMax channel as well, we like to feature the Fab event codes, which are generated in Gem.
Yep.
That are like the unique code that you use to actually join events. If you're going to like manually type in the what can you do it in Gem, right? Like you type in the ID to find the
Yeah, you can join event, type in the thing. It's usually like there's a dash.
Mhm.
I was
Yeah.
pointing at it, but no one else can see it but us.
So there is a lovely community member, Deb.
Deb, yeah.
Nice.
Bobble Waffle on Twitter, also Bobble Waffle on Ko-Fi, who has partnered up with actually Team Ascent based off of the success of Guess the Fab event codes that we've done live before,
Yep.
where you can actually buy a lot of these designs on T-shirts.
Yeah.
On T-shirts. So some of them are really cool. Like Sam O'Byrne has the True Mole one that he rocks in like almost every video now.
Yep.
That art is fantastic. So every stream when we get a little gift from Deb here, they're pretty fantastic. She does an incredible job. So illustrated for us. I have come up with the other.
The incorrect answer.
Yes.
The distractor.
Yes. And
Got it.
Brody is really get in my head as to which ones I would have made up based on the real one. That's how
Sure,
he
sure.
determines it, rather than even looking at the artwork first. So go about it as you want.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead kick off the poll so chat can also play.
Yeah.
Also, there is a
I could be wrong
Really?
now. I probably haven't. I don't
Okay.
think Ethan would.
I
be
always
honest.
feel like it's like some wordy one, like erudite constrictor. Like that
Yeah,
always.
there's
seems-
usually one weird word and one normal word.
Oh, that's
Gem.
fair. Yeah.
To me, erudite. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Erudite.
What does that mean?
It means basically like
Wise or intelligent.
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Synonyms.
I'm seeing. I guess you're gonna make a poll, but chat. I see a lot of C's. Pat Eshke says A. Hey Pat.
I mean, I think it's
And-
definitely constricting. It's not constricting. It's just curled up.
Yeah, that's fair.
It could constrict. It has the ability to, right? It's showcasing that.
Yeah. Snake feels too basic.
Yeah,
you know?
agreed. He's got like party shades on too. Like those aren't reading glasses. That's like a
Yeah.
one lens rectangle, right?
Yeah, it seems very erudite. Like all the adjectives feel like they could work.
I agree.
I do feel like I've seen wise.
What's
boa
your reptile
before,
knowledge
too.
like? Reptiles, right?
Yeah, snakes are reptiles.
Okay.
Uh,
Can you differentiate a boa constrictor, python, and snake? Because I cannot.
absolutely not. Snake is just the big circle, and these are all the little circles inside the big
Yeah.
circle. I don't even know if like boa constrictor and python have like Venn diagrams. Like, are there type of snakes that are boas and constrictors, or vice versa with python?
Yep. I think pythons are a little chunkier than this. I'm off of C actually.
You're off of C.
Yeah.
Pythons are chunkier than this. Okay. I could see that. I could.
Like
see
they're
that.
like the buff snake, right? That's how I think of them.
Yeah, this is not a cobra. That's the only thing I know, but like
Sure,
that's not very
sure,
helpful.
sure.
I want to go with erudite constrictor. That just seems so cool. Like it's like how do you make that up? You know?
Yeah, I mean he's clearly demonstrating the ability to constrict with that curl up.
The chat right now is heavily slanted towards C. We've got
Oh,
44.
we must know.
No, that
Do we have
caught
to be
my
the
attention.
same?
No.
All right, I'm going with erudite constrictor.
It's definitely sage snake now.
All right. The correct answer is.
Yo, erudite constrictor.
Oh, I got it.
You baited me. You started going like
Wait,
that.
has this been done before?
Well, so the problem with this one is that this is one of the shirts you can actually buy.
Oh, I thought
so.
so.
Chat should
I
have
was
known
like,
then.
this
They could,
looks
why
so
did they
familiar.
Google this?
Yeah, how did no one get that?
If you've seen
Some people did get it though.
I did look around their inventory there. I
Yeah.
think the shirts are pretty sick.
Yeah, even in the ad, this is one of the featured.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
So, yes, wise boa. It's a great piece of artwork, though. I love the like sun visor glasses there.
Yeah.
So if you like this, where should you go again to buy a T-shirt?
Yes, let me type in the chat.
Okay.
To pull up the link here with Command Ascent, the bot should listen.
Nick Boba says it's on the Ascent Gaming website.
Uh-huh.
And I guess if you like this kind of stuff, you can also tip Deb at kofi.com/bobblewaffle.
Oh, nice.
And she's also on Twitter, bobblewaffle. Got to meet her. She was, I think, in Denver.
Yeah, she was also at Nationals.
Oh, okay.
Got to say hi in person. All right, the bot isn't pulling up the website link, but it's also in the description here. It's ascent-gaming.com.
Okay.
So where you can find it.
Ascent/gaming.
Gaming.
Oh. Ascent-gaming.
All right, next one.
Okay. Oh.
Oh,
Wait,
this
it's a
one's so
guaranteed urchin?
Fun.
That's spicy.
So we're mainly guessing the adjective.
Yeah, this is an awesome drawing.
So it's like, do they look like little hands? That's like the tactile thing. Dandy is. I don't really know what dandy means
I
here.
like it.
Poofy. Yeah, a poofy urchin or tangible urchin. I'm
Yeah.
always gonna go with like the most ridiculous one. Like tangible urchin just seems so crazy, but that's what I feel like most of the gem like codes have been. They're just like, what is this?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Poofy's not like the gem style.
Yeah,
But he's
yeah,
got a lot
yeah.
of poops, if those are poops.
Yeah. They also look like little hands. I could see tactile, but I want to go with tangible. What's chat saying?
I think I'm hardlocking Poofy urchin. Like, how would you draw a Poofy urchin? Because urchins are spiky, right? If you're not drawing
fair.
individual poofs on all of the spikes, like what else would you do? Even. Yeah, I'm locked on C. You guys
You're
know what
locked
you
on
want.
C?
Yeah.
DM Armada, Jimmy say A. Is there a poll?
Chat is in between A and B right now.
No, it's definitely C.
evenly.
Dude, I'm just completely off base all the time. I like the sound of tangible urchin.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like it's tangible. Oh, now I'm not feeling good about this one.
He does look dandy though, like or she. I don't know.
Tactile urchin also sounds like that's what she's representing, the little hands.
Mm.
All right, you guys have changed my mind. I'll go with tactile. That's Is there a poll for this one?
There is a poll. There should be. It's on my end.
Okay. I can't see it, so I assume hopefully.
Yeah, we've got A
guys at home.
clocking in at 40%.
40%. So it's like it has a what's it called? What's it called when it has the most but not a monopoly or whatever?
Majority?
It's not a majority. Majority is like over 50%. It's the other most.
Oh, I don't know.
Like multiplicity? Whatever.
All right, so what are we locking
All right,
in on?
I'm locking on A, but you're going with D?
I'm hard locked on C.
Oh, sorry, C.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
All right, I'm on A. Dan's on C. Tell us the right answer. Oh my gosh, I
No,
changed
you
my
had it, dude.
mind.
What have you done?
That's what today's been like, folks.
Yeah.
There's a 50-50, and I'm like, let me do the other option, and immediately get punished.
Relative
Rats.
majority, says chat.
Relative majority. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's not
Tangible.
how
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, well done, everyone. Next one. Yeah, well, actually, short story. The reason they all say urchin is because what other animal could that be?
That is fair.
I had no idea. I was drawing blanks, so they all
That makes
just
sense.
became urchin.
I think my point was pretty bad. I don't know how I would draw any of these, let alone.
That's fair.
That's
That's
poofy.
fair. This one's
I
hard
got
to draw.
tunnel vision there.
Yeah, this one's hard to draw.
Yeah, I agreed.
All right, chat was also wrong, to be fair. They were all A.
Okay.
All right, next one.
Here we go.
Wow. Little duck meeting. Okay.
I
like it.
There are multiple ducks, but none of these options are plural.
Yeah, we're clearly focused on the one with the wings up.
That's fair. It's fair.
I think at least based on how they're describing the creature.
Well, because like none of these are plural, familial mallard maybe. But outgoing, like you need other ducks to show that you're outgoing and or talkative or loquacious. I don't like loquacious does not seem like a gem.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of stumped
Gem
here.
literally generates from any adjective plus animal. And
Really?
It even includes
Yeah, there's some wild
like
words in
fringe
there.
colors. So things like eggplant can come up as an adjective because that you could use it
Type
as
of
a
color.
Yeah, so just be warned.
Dang it! So we can't even use that to rule anything out.
No, the adjectives can really be like almost anything.
We just have to stare at that picture and try to divine something.
Yeah, I'm looking at duck and duckling. That's interesting that there's some overlap there.
That is fair.
Do you think
That's fair.
these creatures are old or young?
They look young.
Or neither. And then
They're so happy and free of like
yeah, I think these are
the
ducklings.
vicissitudes of life.
Hmm.
You think they're ducklings, so you think A, loquacious duckling. I'm going with the weird one. I'm gonna go with familial mallard because I like that kind of stuff. Like that's why I like tangible urchin. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like outgoing duck, I'm throwing that one out for sure. I'm not
Really?
going.
I think it might be that one.
Nah, it can't be. No way.
How's your bird knowledge? Do you know what mallards look like?
They don't look like that. I'm pretty sure. I think there's like colors.
Yeah, right. They have like a stripe or something. I don't like. I think they would differentiate like the colors, right?
Right.
That's what's got me. I think these are ducks or ducklings. I don't know what
I think mallards are ducks. No.
Canard looks like.
Is chat having?
Oh, are they just also ducks?
I'm sure they are. I'm locking in B. I got to go with my first gut because last time I changed my mind and then I got juice. So you know.
Oh.
All right,
No,
chat.
he's so outgoing. I'm on C.
All right,
Chat
I'm
is
locking in
pretty
B.
tied. It's actually 30% A and C.
Yeah.
All right, I'm on B. Come on.
You guys ready?
Yeah,
Easy.
that makes sense.
Nice.
Easy outgoing duck.
Outgoing duck. I can't believe it's that simple. You know, I'm always
Sometimes
going
it
for
is.
the weird
That's
ones.
how they get you.
Well, yeah,
Or how Ethan gets us.
Yeah, so if it's like a simple one, I've got to. It becomes harder almost.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've got to come up with something based on the simple one.
That's fair. That's fair.
Loquacious duckling is like basically a fancier version of saying exactly outgoing duck. But it could have been both ways.
That's
right?
fair.
It could have
That's
been
fair.
loquacious duckling and I simplified outgoing duck. That's how Brody tries to pick it apart.
Oh,
Oh,
I think
sure.
you do such a good job because I have literally no
Yeah,
idea
no, I
at the
agree.
time.
My win rate in this was better than the battle hardened. So
Chat was
I'm
more
at
on A than C,
0%.
I went two
so-
for 2 and 1. Awkward.
though. Is chat 0 for 3? They either got 1 right or 0 right. I forget, but they were wrong in this one. It was majority A.
Mm.
All right, we got one more.
Chat was mainly A.
Oh,
so-
nice.
All
thought
right,
we were capped
here we
at there.
go.
No, we got
Redemption time. Prize tickets time. Guess
Wow,
the fab.
that's beautiful.
Named goat seems.
He's got funny hair.
That's true, but like.
And a name tag on his head.
Named goat. Named goat. I'm
Oh,
going with
man.
named goat. Like if she wanted to do spiky goat, there wouldn't be a name tag saying goat.
Yeah, I wish I knew this artist better. Like,
but
would
just
they
goats.
just slap a name tag on to make sure you know that it's a goat?
That has to be named goat because she could just draw the full goat body.
I don't know.
And have
I-
fire on her.
I think I have the metagame here. Like, if I was Ethan and I saw this, surely I'm doing
Dang
something referring to the name tag, right?
I know what you mean, but sometimes it's just simple. I'm going with D. I'm locking it in. I'm in D.
I'm on Just Goat just because I like that one.
I'm pressing the button. What the heck does this button even do? It's supposed to be the hype button, but
Wait, press the goat button. There's a goat button.
there's a goat button. What the heck?
Press it.
Wait, do they actually hear it?
Kind of.
Do I gotta put it closer to my
Yeah,
mic?
A little closer.
Okay.
It's just goat. Like, it's chill. It's just
It's
goat.
a named goat. I'm in. I'm all in. I gotta get 1 out of 4, or else Ethan won't leave a message in my phone messaging service. Whatever. That's what they used to do on the radio, right? It was like you gotta get best out of 2 out of 3. I don't know. I used to watch something on NPR where they did that.
I think it's without question. It's just goat. Like, it's nice.
Just
Look
goat?
how simple he is. He's just goat.
All right.
Chat?
I'm in on D. You're in on B.
Yeah.
Chat's
following you, Michael.
Hard locked on B.
Chat's with me.
It's like heavily.
All right,
Heavily.
guys. Don't worry. I won't lead you astray. We are naming that goat.
You ready?
Named goat. Here we go.
Just goat. He doesn't need a name. It's goat. Like, he doesn't have a name. He literally doesn't have a name.
Oh.
Did you think the name of the goat is goat?
Yeah.
But still just goat.
How?
It was always just goat. What do
You
you
got me
mean?
so good,
Yeah.
Ethan. I feel like you're doing such a good job not smiling as I'm just getting completely juiced by every single one of your distraction answers. Wait, what? It's just.
Oh, I wish I
goats.
could play this for prize money.
I'm so glad this is not how you win
At Flash
gold
and Blood.
foils and PTIs because I'd be like desperately just trying to get a dub.
Yeah, that's a good business idea, though. I think Deb should consider that.
Have tournaments?
Gold foil tokens of her
Oh
drawings.
yeah, that's
and play
fair.
this
That's
game to win
fair.
or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd buy in.
That does seem like a good idea.
Well,
All right.
speaking of business decisions, there's a couple cool things coming with these Guess the Fab event codes. Now,
Oh, coloring books?
Not
That's so
only
good.
can you buy them on Ascent, there's the link, ascentgaming.com, with Wise Boa right there as a t-shirt, which you've seen featured on Sam's worn it all the time. I'm trying to get one for myself. There's also a Deb's Fab Farmery coloring and activity book.
That is incredible.
That is
Well
going
done.
to be
Well
available
played.
in person if you're local to Colorado at the Coaxing.
Okay.
If you've heard Joey Seinart from Decks and Drafts start to plug that event all over the place, he's the one who put that idea together. And there's actually pre-orders live for that coloring book if you want it for your kid or yourself at night.
Yeah.
Whatever you're up to.
No,
I'm
that's a
going to
great
drop
idea.
that link in the chat as well. Those are
That's
both really
so
great
cute.
ways you can support Deb.
I
Is
bet they'll sell out.
Schrodinger's Pummel really also a gem event code?
No,
that's
that
a
one's
different,
separate. Yeah, Ascent has their own Fab merch, and then
Yeah,
also
yeah.
Okay,
works with
okay,
them on
okay,
some of
okay,
this
okay.
as well.
I like that too.
Yep.
I'm a big
Oh,
fan.
there's no Just Duck or Just Goat t-shirt yet, is there?
there might be now.
I'm interested.
All right, so here's a great way to wrap this segment as well. Something that DM Armada and Flake started to do. So I have the event code of this Battle Hardened, and between the two of you, you're gonna try to draw it.
Yes, I'm so bad at drawing.
All right, let's do it.
So you have the mouse.
That is amazing.
We won't tell them what it is.
No,
and
don't.
They're gonna try to guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Chat's
Are we
gonna try to
taking
guess.
turns, or you're saying we're working together?
You can both give it an attempt. This one is
Yeah.
insanely hard.
Great.
Insanely hard.
All
Okay.
right, we're ready for the
Uh,
challenge.
Let me change the color of this as well, so it'll show up better.
Oh, so we can
Alright,
like
the-
paint. We're just
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
paint directly. All right.
The-
Oh.
Oh, the chat's gonna get.
Don't say it out loud. Do not say it out loud. Say it out loud.
Is there a
Everyone
way we
take a
can
peek.
mute for like half a second to
Can we like
talk
Yeah,
about
okay,
this?
use
you guys-
our Googles?
Yeah, I'm gonna
to-
mute you
Yeah,
guys.
oh,
I don't
okay,
even
yeah,
know what-
I'll just look it up. It's fine.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm about to go to
We can stay live.
Google.com to do a.
Well, live search Google. Oh, that's like already a clue. We said too much.
I told you it was hard. Good luck, guys.
Wait, what?
Good luck. I don't even know what that is.
I usually tank for quite a while on these types of challenges.
Oh no way. See, this is how funky Gem can be. You were questioning, could something like Loquacious Canard or whatever it was be a real thing? Well, let me tell you, yes it can.
Why have you done this?
All right, Dan, give it a go first. You got the mouse. All right, so remember, folks in chat, it is an adjective plus an animal. Okay?
Is there a way to erase once I start, or am I just like locked in?
So you can erase everything, but you can't.
How do I do
go
that?
Back. Click the two middle buttons. So either one of those is gonna erase whatever you drew, but it erases everything.
Okay.
There you go.
I just wanted okay.
All right.
You want me to draw this?
Yeah, chat's got a guess.
Okay, I got you, chat. Yikes. Okay. He'll go up here.
DM Armada is really good at this. I mean,
Really?
as a teacher, I imagine he draws on a whiteboard more than the average person. But he is quite nifty with the mouse. We'll see if you guys can compete.
Terrible with any artistic tool, actually.
This is looking great, actually, to be honest.
I'm actually extremely proud of this so far.
This is definitely better than I think I.
All right, actually, you wanna
do.
make this spicier?
No,
okay, I'm gonna make this
I
spicier. The person who guesses the
Yes.
closest to what this
Okay,
is.
okay.
Oh, actually, hold on. Stop using the mouse for a second. Okay. The person who guesses the closest to what this is going to win a dragon shield. Whatchamacallit? Oops, let me find
something.
where it is. It's a dragon shield $25 voucher for the online store. All right, whoever guesses the closest. So 1 second, let me throw that on screen as well so we can. There we go. So look, whoever guesses the closest, you can use the mouse again.
Okay. I've done
$25 to Dragon Shield main store?
So it's their online web store. They've actually
Okay.
merged US and EU. Both use the
Okay.
same codes now, thank God. It was a mess
Okay.
before.
I've done.
So No, but you
got-
gotta remember there's an adjective here, Dan.
No, I've done the easy part. We're getting to the good stuff. I have.
The
I have a
animal's only one
strategy.
step.
If any of my friends at home are watching, this was classic my drawing. I'll give this straight. Oh wait, what's this?
Oh God. All right. The moment someone says one part of it right, I will let the chat
There's
know.
zero chance anyone says any part of this right.
I don't even.
I can explain.
Okay, I guess. So I just do another drawing.
Yeah. Give him another.
You can like
attempt.
draw it on me. I have a white background. I don't
Give the
mind.
chat another attempt here. That's Dan's attempt. Can you describe a little bit what it's doing? Be
Him?
careful.
Yeah. He's wearing a top hat. He's a very classy fellow, but he's also playing basketball, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, I see.
Ah,
Not
I
the
see what
normal
you're-
combination, you could say.
that is how I interpreted it as well.
Okay. I'm watching in chat. No one has gotten either word correct yet.
No, of course not.
Of course not. No one has gotten either word correct yet. This is a mess. Oh, I like this guess a lot, but that is not correct.
Oh, yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, that's a similar vein though. Get more specific than lizard, guys. Get more specific.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to do this?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Top-down view.
That's smart. Give him a different angle. This looks pretty good too. I'm excited for the adjective.
All right, no one's gotten either half still. Chat's trying. We're not giving him much help.
Do they want hints?
No.
I don't-
Let Michael.
Yeah, I
give
agree.
His attempt here, and then maybe something will be needed.
Yeah, because surely the adjective is guessable, but the
Well, you got to illustrate it for it to be guessable.
I think I've illustrated it perfectly, actually.
Oh, we got Joshua Scott in the chat. I'd be worried if the casters had to Google lizard.
Yes.
Good take.
That is what is going on here. Okay.
No, okay. Look, no one in the chat has gotten either half right. So, if other people guessed gecko, Komodo, iguana, that means it's not those. So keep trying. Go
Context.
Go more
please.
specific.
Not asking for any particular reason, but do we have access to more colors?
Yeah, I can change the color for us.
I don't know if that interests Michael or not. Oh, okay.
All right, it's not an aardvark. DM
like
Ramada
that.
has inspired a bunch of aardvark guesses.
I'm going back to Google. We're gonna get this done.
Not a platypus. I actually think this animal is unguessable. I have never heard of this animal.
Yeah, that's kind of a shame.
I'm gonna give everyone a hint. It starts with A. The animal starts with A. The animal starts with A. That means only A guesses from here on out. All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So in theory, it could have been aardvark, but it was not.
I can maybe help here.
Ensatina.
Oh, nope, you taking up that space. Never mind.
Wait, you want this space?
No, I want to see what you're doing.
We can
Remember, if we erase it, it erases everything. So we're locked in.
Oh, Naora. Pretty close. It wasn't an axolotl, but that was a good guess as far as like an A thing. It's not an anole. That's another very good one, though. Our chat knows their animals. It's not an agama or armadillo.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Actually, hold up. It is. Hold up.
Save us.
Hold up. It is agama.
Yes.
I even forgot.
Okay, we just need the adjective.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you're on the right track. Are you?
All right. As of now,
think I know what you're doing
if
here.
no one can guess the adjective, Will is going to win because Will was the first person to say agama, unless I'm wrong. I'm going to scroll back a bit.
Okay.
But that is the animal, people.
I have one attempt to add after Michael, but I'm pretty sure off of the two of them we're gonna get there.
Agama, yes. No one knows what agama is, but it is agama. All right, Will leading so far.
I'm gonna make this so confusing. I can't wait.
Globetrotter agama. Not quite.
Oh,
The
boy.
basketball's really messing with you.
That's my best attempt.
Not bad.
Oh boy.
I'm
I
just
already
glad-
regret doing this and I haven't even started.
I'm glad that they guessed the lizard thing because I don't gotta draw the rest of the body.
So we're gonna do like this.
Oh, some people are getting close. I mean, now everyone's spamming, something agama. So in theory, put a monkey with a typewriter. You will eventually get it.
I put my best foot forward. That's the best I could possibly do.
A little bit of that.
Oh, polymath agama. That is interesting. I wonder if that's in the gem roster.
Yeah, I'm not a good artist, guys. No one knows what this is.
Wow. Oh, Phil from February also guessed polymath agama.
I didn't even know that.
The smart people are out with the big words. Meanwhile, Michael can't even think of relevant majority.
Some windows? I don't know.
Is it really relevant majority?
Yeah, that one didn't sound correct to me either. But
I want to Google that too.
I wish I could explain what I'm trying to draw.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell people what that is.
It's best if I don't.
Oh, I know. Oh, you're doing charades. Oh.
Yeah, there's a hypothetical implied plus sign here.
You got to remember, it's supposed to be adjective. You're drawing it as if it was a noun.
Oh,
So
I know
guess
what I'm doing.
That's another guess. The adjective can actually be a noun.
Yeah, but look at what I did, and then look at what Michael did.
Yeah, all that.
Surely there's a reason we're making these drawings, right?
Surely.
This
is quite the stumper.
What could this be? Maybe there's a person's trolling here.
Ooh, people guessing periodic. That's not it. Not abacus. And people are really trying. This is getting good engagement.
I don't know how to
Keep going,
illustrate
folks.
this word.
Keep going.
We're gonna keep trying. We're gonna keep trying.
What kind of person is fancy and plays basketball? Think about that.
Yeah.
How would you describe that person?
It ain't me.
And by
but,
person, I mean Gamma.
I think this hint is pretty big. The adjective can be a noun, and Dan has tried to draw the noun.
Yeah, no, I'm all in.
All
here.
right.
This is all you guys get.
But if no one can get it in the next like 2 minutes, we do need to set up for the top 8 and jump into it. So once again, if no one can get it, Will is going to win. Because we got it. It's hidden. 1 second.
The complex gamma.
There we go. Well done. Silence. I do think you're the first person. I'm going to scroll back a bit just to make completely sure. Completely sure.
Complex gamma.
Well done. That is an apartment complex I drew.
I knew that, but I.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and you drew a complex equation.
Yeah, I don't see another.
Yeah.
Complex. So I think that means
And a complex person is like plays basketball, but also like I don't know, goes to the theater and stuff.
All right, silence.
Maybe.
Email me at.
Oh, that's their name. I thought we were
I was
being
like,
muted.
Oh no, you're good.
That was fun.
That was fun, and we're about to wrap up, I guess.
Yeah. We've
Okay.
got just about 5 minutes until the top 8 is going to begin.
Okay.
So, thank you all for joining me and helping out fill this time. That actually flew
Thanks
by.
for having us. That was great.
DM Romana coming in with the hot takes.
That's a very
Right?
complex one. It was complex. I'm just glad we were able to like figure out the agama part and give some hints.
Yeah, well done.
Because I have no idea. I did like the one comment. If the casters have to Google what a lizard looks like, it's probably not a good look.
That is our rules and policy manager, Joshua Scott, ladies and gentlemen.
Very astute man. Very erudite.
Gotta look for
man.
that.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you all for joining. I'm gonna take over from here.
Okay.
Cool. I guess.
All right. Well, with that, folks, we're jumping into the top 8 like pretty much right now. It's gonna be like maybe 4-ish minutes until they're ready, but I think the players are already seated, so we got to swap out casters. I want to take another moment to plug the wonderful sponsors that we have bringing this stream together. So for one, I really hope the bot comes back. It seemed to not be working on the last one. So I just typed !Deb in the chat. Maybe the bot is dead. I have no idea. Could I show top 8 again? Yeah, the top 8 is going to be on the break reel. But there we go. Once again, huge shout out to Deb. You can support her with the coloring book that's available at fabcoaxing.com. Fabcoaxing.com. You can also buy her t-shirts on ascent-gaming.com. Support her and a wonderful Flesh and Blood team. We're going to highlight another sponsor pretty specifically this round, though, and that is the Realm. The Realm Games is putting together basically their own version of a Calling Plus. In December, I believe December 1st through 3rd, there's going to be 3 days of Flesh and Blood with the invite-only 20K and open entry 10K. That's crazy. You can just show up and join a 10K as well as have an incredible weekend with other things to do, not only for Flesh and Blood, but also Pokemon Magic, I believe Alpha Clash as well. Pokemon TCG and VGC, by the way. That's all happening in Columbus, Ohio, December 1st through 3rd. They're calling the open entry 10K the Big Brawl. So bring in the new year with the Big Brawl. Thank you so much to the Realm. It really looks like the bot is dead. I can't pull up the links, but there should be links in the description below for everybody there. So thank you once again to all the lovely sponsors that helped make this stream happen. We got today wrapping up. We got tomorrow, full day for you again. We're going to run the ad break and then be right into top 8.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages.
Scrolling down,
we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke, Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first-of-its-kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
Hi, welcome back. St. Louis Battle Hardened is going down. I am Matthew White. I am having my friend and lovely and beautiful co-host, Emery Powell here. Yes, I gave you all the superlatives I could think of about your physical features. How are you doing, bud?
Good, good. You?
I'm doing all right. Roger's on a break, so Emery is joining me. We're going into the top 8 matchup, Yuanji versus Jason Fang, and it is going to be Iyslander versus Uzuri. It has been a long day for these competitors. I am looking forward to this top 8 because it is grueling, and we want to see who's going to pull it out. Jason Fang here. Local meta. He's going Uzuri. As we saw earlier with him and Christian, Uzuri has a few tricks up his sleeve.
And then Yuanji Lee to our left. No introduction needed. Mainstay on the Flesh and Blood pros scene. Member of the fabled Runaways competitive testing team. All around amazing player.
So who do you have in this matchup, Emery?
I don't know. I actually didn't watch Jason's match against Christian, so I don't know what style of Uzuri he is on. I do know that it basically depends. I do know that the contract version of Uzuri, one trying to play more towards fatigue while sending a bunch of 1-for-5, 0-for-4s, the banish cards from the top of your opponent's deck, has a better matchup into Iyslander than the more red line aggressive versions do. And so I think that if Jason is on the more red line version, he's going to be looking at a much harder matchup than if he was on the more contract heavy version.
Yeah. So Jason has some tricks up his sleeves, as I said. He's going to be playing Uzuri, and it is going to be an interesting matchup because Youngly, as we've seen, is a very patient Iyslander player. He can wait it out. He can wait for his opponent to make plays, mistakes, and he just capitalizes on every single one of those opportunities that present themselves to him. He plays the cards that are in front of him and that are in his hand. So looking forward to seeing how he gets through.
Yeah, I actually have a funny story on the background of why Yuanji's on Iyslander today. He forgot his Lexi deck.
I saw this on Twitter.
He thought he had it with him, and so he was juggling either Dromai or Lexi as his deck for the day. So last night at the house, he was jamming a ton of Dromai, and this morning realized, you know what? I don't think I can play Dromai. I'll play Lexi. Looks for his Lexi deck, can't find it. Says, all right, Dan, I need to borrow your deck. Dan's deck is Iyslander, and that's how he's on Iyslander.
Well, it's been treating him very well here today at our second seat going into this top 8.
I would say so. I would say that it kind of works out. Things always seem to work the way they should. So, favorite Runaways, having a representative in this top 8 is definitely a mainstay, I would say, in the Flesh and Blood community. Jason, again, local St. Louis player here, doing very well with his Uzuri deck. So,
yep, always happy to see St. Louis locals here in these top 8s. We're normally used to seeing Lucas represent St. Louis a bunch on camera, but today,
I'm sorry.
Today we've got Jason. We're ready to watch Jason kick Yuanji's butt.
Real quick, we've got some people in the chat asking what the other top 8 looks like, so I'm going to flash that on screen while these players get ready. So it should be 1 second.
Well, that's not the top 8.
Not yet.
No, that's
Matt, let me press my
Matt's
producer
beautiful
buttons.
mug.
There we go.
There we are. As you see, another St. Louis representative, Jacob Ball, in the number 1 first position playing Dash. We have Julian Fleury playing Lexi. Lucas, of course, playing Lexi. Casey, Lexi. Austin getting in there with that Dromai. It's going to be...
Yep, and we for those of you who were watching, we watched Austin's winning in match in round 7. Incredible pitch stack into a double tome, triple Kyloria off of a Chromai and a snatch to start off his turn.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fair. I
Yeah.
think his opponent was very tilted after that. I probably couldn't have held that in.
Roger and I both like audibly gasped when we saw the second tome into the third Kyloria, and we're like, "Oh my God, this game just ended on the spot."
Again, we want to send a special thanks out to our sponsors and Fortune Fire for putting on such a wonderful event today and allowing us to come together and have a chance to play some Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Forge and Fire, always a great place. Runs a lot of the local RTNs and ProQuests. Always like to drive out here and support them whenever we can.
Yes, and definitely makes it player friendly, incentivizing players to come out from all over. We have events going on tomorrow. The PTI is going to be amazing.
Can't wait for that. That's actually at a higher prize pool than this one, 5K.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the winner if I can borrow at least $5. Definitely going to need it. Definitely going to need it for some Starbucks to get through. Looks like we're all set up here.
All right.
Ready to get to the action.
So, seeing as Yuanji is the second seat, it looks like he decided that he was going to go second in this matchup, making Jason go first. And Jason's just going to start off with a Nerve Scalpel into a Leave No Witness.
Yuanji will block. Getting rid of the CLF here. You think that's the thing he wants?
Oh. That's some pretty interesting value there on turn 0. And he gets a silver token off of it too.
You think he wants to get rid of both of the shreds there? Or just one would have sufficed, right?
I think one might have sufficed. That way you have an arsenal going into your next turn. Okay, so seeing Jason's hand here, it looks like he's got Nimbleisms in his deck. So that means he's probably more on this red line version of Uzuri that's trying to play very tempo heavy into its matchups. So it looks like Yuanji chose Go again with this E-Strike because he still has 2 cards left in hand.
5 attack. Coming over, Jason's mulling over how he wants to defend. You see the Command and Conquer. You see the Nimbleism in hand. Can't quite make out the other 2 cards there. I believe it's a Ravenous. Rabble.
I think I see a Backstab. No, that is a Ravenous Rabble. Never mind. And then an Infect.
Yeah. So a couple of choices here to just decide how he wants to block this.
So just looking at the equipment pieces real quick, Jason did not present a single point of Arcane Barrier into this matchup. Never mind. There's a Lantern. I did not notice that. I thought he just had double dagger.
Wow, and he's coming. Yuanji's coming over with a 9 attack Fandale's Fighting Spirit added with the added 2 power with the Goliath Gauntlet.
That is a very beefy Fandels. That is a 10 value Fandels Fighting Spirit here.
Considering the 1 point of life he gained, yes, that is adding the value there. Let's see how Jason decides. Is he just going to take this?
Wow, just taking it on the chin.
Well, I mean, yeah. Iyslander doesn't have, well, Yuanji doesn't have a arsenal going in, so there's no particular way to hiccup on the tempo. So
no disruption going in here. So he's just going to have a free turn of damage.
And that's when you want to play Iyslander super aggressive whenever you get that. So 4 coming in with the Ravenous Rabble will go again. Revealing an E-Strike off the top, I believe.
No blocks. No reaction.
Yuanji saying no blocks. He's going to just take that.
All right, now what's Jason going to do? Is he going to CNC? Nope, looks like he's just going to use the Nimbleism Infect, and then he's probably going to Arsenal the CNC, save it up for a future turn.
Yeah. These auras that are presented by Uzuri and Lexi really cause problems for Iyslander because they're additional damage, they're disruption, they're anything that hinders Iyslander from just playing the game straight the way they want to. So
the most critical of these being the Inertia token, the one that takes your hand and your arsenal at the end of turn and puts it back on the bottom of your deck. Very powerful against Iyslander, who wants to have an arsenal every single turn.
Absolutely. Yuanji mulling over how he wants to block here. What I want to make note of, Emery, is both of these players' poker faces. You can tell that these guys definitely have been in the tops before. They're patient. They don't really get rattled by much damage presented. Any type of card that would disrupt. They're both stoic style players. So you're going to be able to see if they ever do get tilted or anything that does cause them to be.
Not so much tilted, but maybe a little bit more expressive.
Yeah.
maybe a nice little laugh or a nice chuckle, maybe even a nice smile out of one of the two at some point in the game.
Oh no, Jason's gonna get tilted. No, I promise you. It will be audible. We'll be able to hear it if he ever gets upset, but we'll see. For the most part, the game is going pretty smooth here for both players.
And looking at Yuanji's hand here, it looks like he has a Channel Lake, Insidious Chill, Frost Hex, and a Brain Freeze. All of these very powerful arsenal targets against this more red line version of Uzuri, especially that Brain Freeze with an Insidious Chill. You know, maybe trying to block in such a manner that you get to play this Brain Freeze and keep the Insidious, and then go play the Brain Freeze, Ice Fusion it, and then arsenal that Insidious, rip a card out of Jason's hand.
I think the other thing that Yuanji's actually taking time here to think of is not wanting to block with a second CLF. Because he's already blocked with one on the first turn.
Yep. CLF, very, very powerful card against aggro matchups.
All right, moving forward.
And also Yuanji taking his time to think about that turn. As a reminder, top 8 matches are untimed. So you're going to see these players potentially take a lot longer to think about than they might have during Swiss. That make sure that they're making every single play as efficiently as they can.
Coordinate Speak is going to take away a Nimbalism. Yuanji's going to arsenal the CLF, and then he's going to draw back up.
All right. So it looks like Yuanji has a Blizzard in his hand. So depending upon what he decides to do, Jason, looks like it's going to be 5 go again. So this Blizzard might be played here, try and stifle Jason's turn to prevent that CNC that he has in his arsenal from coming in.
Blizzard.
Yep, and there it is.
And the best part about that is that you do get a Frostbite because it is an ice card. So therefore, Iyslander will trigger, giving you a Frostbite. So not only do you have to pay 2, but you have to pay an additional 1 for whatever it is you want to do after. That taxation really plays a big part in playing against Iyslander. I know I'm stating the obvious, chat, but forgive me. There's some people who don't know.
Jason taking his time to think here, wondering if he even actually wants to pay for this or not. He only has 1 card left in hand. I did not see the color of the card. His arm is currently blocking it.
I will not pay.
All right, so he chooses not to pay. So this E-Strike is going to be the end of the turn. It no longer has go again. And Yuanji's going to block it for 3.
That's it for me. Anything on your? Yeah. Good? Okay. I'll draw back up then.
And as we see a Fandel's Fighting Spirit, Yuanji's hand, so we know what's coming. Pitch in the blue, swinging for 7.
And what I think about this Fandel's Fighting Spirit, though, is that it is only 7 value. Yuanji does have a higher life total currently than Jason, and that's not a good position you want to see yourself in, is when your Iyslander opponent sends one of their Fandels and they don't gain life off of it.
But it is still a 7 attack, which means it does double breakpoint, so there will be bleed over if he does not block with at least 2 or more cards, including the crown that he's blocking with now.
Now the big question about this crown is he going to sink his arsenal or a card from his hand? And it looks like he's going to sink the CNC to the bottom.
Oh, unless you have anything else. No, oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. And then take 2. Plus.
And as a player, Curtis Yuanji telling him to resolve his crown of province.
Yes, we want to make sure our cards are fully resolved in the feature match and in every Flesh and Blood game.
Yeah, as I said, the players in this community are usually pretty good about telling you if you missed a trigger.
Scalpel.
It'd be hard pressed to find somebody who will just, yeah, no, you can't do that.
Starting with a Nerve Scalpel. Looks like we're gonna, yep, this will be the Channel Lake Frigid turn.
Yeah, it got frosty real quick, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's been raining all day here in St. Louis, and I think I just started to see a little bit of hail.
Oh, that's not good.
Everything
Is it in the form of a frostbite?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Following up with a waning moon, as to be expected. because it is on Jason's turn. Waning Moon is coming in for 3 and not 2. Jason calculating all the damage, deciding if he wants to block this, what he wants to pitch. Oh, he doesn't have to pitch. He only has 1 arcane barrier, which would be the lantern. So he's deciding if he wants to pay the 1 for that. There you go. And he does. He takes 2.
Looks like Yuanji might not block this now, as it is only 1. Although Yuanji, yep, he has a Blizzard. So it looks like this, with the Channel Lake Frigid, plus the Frostbite, plus the Blizzard, plus a second Frostbite now, I think this is officially going to be the end of Jason's turn. Unless he has another blue card in his hand, but it looks like he just has a couple of reds and a Spreading Plague.
It looks like he has 2 blues in his hand.
I thought I saw an Enlightened Strike. Oh, yeah, E-Strike is in his hand.
Yeah, interesting choice here.
Yeah, he has Leave No Witnesses, E-Strike. So he's going to play the Leave here. But it costs 3 resources, so...
Miscalculation.
Mm-hmm.
3, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, never mind. Ooh, that was a...
You wonder if that's going to cost him.
Cool. I guess nothing for me.
Pitching that Spreading the break.
Mm-hmm.
And you hate to see when you pay into something that is stop, like a Blizzard, something that's a hard stop, and then you don't get any actual benefit out of it.
Yep,
Wasted
yep.
resources really count in. Wounded Bull.
All right.
And he pitched the ice, so Channel Lake Frigid will be sticking around.
And once again, you know, you hate to see when your Iyslander opponent's Wounded Bulls come in for 7, because that means that you are very far behind in the game. Looking at Jason's hand, I see a Nourishing Emptiness. So that's probably not going to be coming in on offense here. It is a 2-costed 6 attack. So probably has a little bit of a lower priority into a Channel Lake Frigid turn, so we might see him block with that. It does block for 3. He has
another Leave No Witnesses?
I think he arsenaled the E-Strike, so that might be the Leave No Witnesses from last turn.
Maybe blocking 2, taking 1. Checking his grave. Want to know probably how many more.
I think it looks like he's got a Yellow Isolate and a Death Touch as his other 2 cards.
Mm-hmm. So notable point to note that Jason's playing Snap. He's not playing Bolters.
So he blocked for 6 on this, took 1. And now, what is he going to do? It looks like he's going to E-Strike, probably maybe for 7 here. I don't know. Maybe drawing a card might be a little bit better. Try and get yourself an arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if you do get some disruption, you can still establish some powerful turns.
Nope, it's coming in for 7.
All right.
And you see the sink below in Yuanji's hand. What is Aether Ice Vein?
I see an Aether Ice Vein. I see at least 1 ice card in the sink, and I see another card that looks like more of a generic. So I think it is a Scar for a Scar. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that this Channel Lake Frigid is not staying around unless this sink below draws Yuanji another ice card. Looks like he's going to block with the Ice Vein.
And then go into reactions and do the sync. Do the thing.
All right, so it's going to fully block this, and it looks like he's not going to do a sync here, primarily because he's used 2 cards out of his hand. There's no real point to try and find a second ice card at this point, since this channel's going to go away regardless.
And
he'd rather establish this Cold Snap into his arsenal.
And swing for 4 with the Scar for a Scar.
Cold Snap, one of those really powerful ice cards to arsenal alongside Polar Blast. Just a 1-costed, give a Frostbite, draw a card, and then play a Waning Moon attack after it for 3.
And again, these attacks that are in Iyslander, they're all above breakpoints. So Scar for Scar is coming in for 4, which means he can't fully block it with 1 card. So he's either going to leak a damage or he's going to get an extra card out of Jason's hand here.
No blocks, take 4.
And
All right, so he
Jason
declares
off
no
all
blocks because he knows that this channel is no longer around. So it looks like he's going to want to try and utilize his full 4 cards, try and pressure Yuanji's life total as much as possible this turn.
I don't like what I just saw Yuanji pull. Oh. He's got a Blizzard Bolt.
Is that
He's
the
got a Red
third?
Aether.
Is that the 3rd Blizzard I see at the very end of his hand? I see the Ice Bolt. I see the Red Aether Vein.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Another Aether Vein.
Yeah.
He's playing a Hurl. Jason is coming in for 3 with Go Again.
Choosing not to, pay. That would be pretty detrimental to get rid of your 1 dagger at this point in the game.
So Yuanji opted not to block and take. Took 3, so now we're on to the surgical extraction here. And now we're activating the Cold Snap.
There's the Cold Snap, giving 1 Frostbite. Although, of note, Jason does have a resource floating, so if Jason has any 0-cost attack reactions like Cut to the Chase or Shred, they can be played.
Yuanji had 2 floating resources with the blue Aether Ice Vein that he pitched. It only costs 1 for Cold Snap, so now he's coming in with the Waning Moon. Jason will block with the 1 floating resource, which means he takes 2.
And so now Yuanji has no fear. Since Jason only has 1 card left in hand, that means that there's going to be 0 attack reactions coming this turn. So he's probably just going to cover this up with his Sink Below.
But he still has to be aware of, oh no,
Oh, he's
resources,
gonna-
which means he can't shred.
Nothing with me.
Yet, Yuanji just making sure.
Arsenal.
All right.
Covering it up. Upticking Tunic. Pitching a Blizzard. It's gone with a Red Aether Ice Vein.
There it is.
That is 5 Arcane coming in.
Easily one of Iyslander's most powerful plays. Red Aether Ice Vein fusioned.
And being that Jason has 1 AB, he's going to take some damage here.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like
Seeing that he's on the red line list, what he's trying to do with this Arcane Barrier is he's trying to do just a single blue to cover up Aether Ice Veins. It's a pretty simple play. You AB 1, and then with your 2 floating resources, you pay 2, so that you eat the Aether Ice Vein trigger fully with 1 card.
True, but the 4 damage is critical here because, as we all know, once you get below 10 with Iyslander or anywhere close to that number, you're in kill range.
Mm-hmm. And of note, Yuanji does have a Tunic counter, so Yuanji might have a free turn if he can use this Tunic counter to pop his Storm Striders.
See what he does here.
I don't think Jason has any blues, so he might just have to just take this on the chin, or he might have to just give up 2 cards to it.
I think he has 1 blue in hand, right?
Is that a blue cut?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a red Death Touch. So he's going to pitch the red Death Touch here. And then the Aether Ice Vein's going to trigger.
Yeah, I think he has to either give up that.
He has another Death Touch in his hand
He has a
alongside
Codex,
that
correct?
Nimbalism. He does have a Codex, so...
Let's see, will he pay into it with the Codex? Oh, no, he gives him the Nimbalism.
All right.
I have a Blizzard Bolt that was arsenaled, a blue Blizzard Bolt, and now Yuanji has the Ice Eternal. Ooh. Ooh.
Powerful Arsenal card, Ice Eternal, especially when you have a Tunic counter active. That means that you can generate 2 Frostbites on your opponent's turn with only a single blue card. That's a lot of disruption. And then you can also, fusion it, and it's just on top of a powerful disruption, it's just even more damage.
Well, he has the Blizzard Bolt in arsenal here, but he still has that resource over there on the Tunic where he can decide to pop Storm Striders and give extra damage. But he's going to pitch and activate the Blizzard Bolt.
Yep, it looks like we're going to wait on this Storm Striders until next turn.
Well, he has a red Aether Ice Vein here.
Oh no, he's gonna use his tunic counter to Waning Moon, get some more free damage in.
Yeah. Down to 6. Yep.
Yuanji putting his Ice Bolt into his arm piece instead of his graveyard.
Yeah.
All right, he's fixing it.
All right. And as predicted,
And
Aether
there's
Ice
the red
Vein
Aether Ice Vein. Doesn't even need to be fusioned here. You know, Jason's at 6.
Yeah.
So all you need is just maximum arcane damage so that you can kill him in a couple more turns. Maybe actually it looks like it's just going to be next turn. Jason is at 1. Yuanji only needs 1 card.
So he has a Frosting. He has a I see that attack action. Red card.
Another big thing here is that Yuanji is at
Oh, it's a
22. So since Yuanji's at 22, he can just take all of the damage here that Jason can present. And then once Jason has no cards left and Yuanji knows that it's safe, there's not going to be any like Oasis Respites or anything out of Jason, then he can just go for the kill.
Yuanji has a Chilling Ice Vein. Oh, yeah.
Yep, I see that Insidious Chill.
Insidious Chill. I'm sorry, excuse me, and 2 Frosting in his
Mhm.
hand. So.
All right, well,
Yep.
interesting. I'm surprised he didn't try to go for it there, because correct me if I'm wrong. If Jason only has 1 card left, and Yuanji could just pop Stormstriders, play a Frosting, and then finish the game with the Waning Moon for 3.
Well, he knew it was coming anyway.
Yeah.
Didn't really matter. And as you see, Iyslander takes down Uzuri, and Yuanji is moving on to the top 4.
All right.
Great performance by Jason Fang. He is an awesome competitor. Kudos to him for making it this far, and both those players for putting up a great game. As you know, like I said, it's been a long day here in St. Louis, and Emery's being so gracious by stepping in. So tell everybody what your main character is.
So I rotate between 3 characters pretty regularly: Katsu, Bravo, and Phi. I'm a big Ninja and Guardian fan, and so yeah, I played Katsu here today. Went 2-3, unfortunately. Played against 2 Icelanders and 1 Azalea, which are kind of matchups you don't really want to see as Katsu. You can have some play into them, but that does not mean that they are going to be anywhere near good.
Yeah, any flick flacks in there?
Yes.
Oh, shot.
Unfortunately, though, I did not see a single copy of Flick Flack against the Azalea player.
Oh, I'm sorry. That'll do it.
Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. It was a very close and tight game, though, so I can't be mad about it.
Yes, so we still have other players going in. Again, this round is unlimited time. We have other top 8 players finishing up their matchups. And when that happens, we'll get to the top 4. But we're going to go ahead and take a word from our sponsors.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside. Alright, hopefully you all hear me. I'm going to check that audio level real quick. Hello, hello. Alright, I see the audio coming through. We're going to move the mobile cam to go ahead and take a look at some of the other games wrapping up. Alright, so bear with me. All 3 other matches are still definitely ongoing. When I last checked, they were like in their 20s. So let's just find one. I think people like the dash matchup, okay? Here's the top 8.
Texas versus KC.
Do you guys mind being the backup match for top 20? Is that fine? Okay.
Give one pay. One. These are the cards you. Sorry, this was in your arsenal.
That was my arsenal. My hand had a sick no block, so I didn't block. I was just really hoping your other card wasn't this. And that was, I think I win the game on the spot. If it wasn't this. Every other arrow. I just play this through all your frostbites. That's the value.
He's at
312.
You pick.
Yeah. I'm going
No.
Oh, yeah. You're good.
Underhurt. 3. Real pistol. 2.
Yep.
Boost 5.
Boost 1.
Yeah. I'm hellbent.
No more researches.
Nope.
Get to 2.
Right. That's where I fall down.
Swing Andrew. 3 and 1.
Makes sense.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You're fine. I'm not doing much. I'm not sending rabbit for 2.
Go for it. Do it. Do it.
Take 1.
2.
Yep. Scared. Double frailty.
You
I forgot about this.
The chain is still existing again.
Yeah. That's still on.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, I'm back in the booth. We've got the mobile cam, which is going to be roaming around to pick up whatever games are still ongoing. From last I checked, most games were in a pretty similar state. Players were just tipping over sub-20s when I last gave a walk around. I don't know if you could hear it. I can't monitor the audio coming through the mobile cam, but Jacob was exasperated that he just got hit by a CNC. He thought he won the game on the spot. It wasn't a CNC. Looks like he just lost there. That's Jacob out.
Nice.
So that's one Lexi moving forward. I'll go move to a different game.
Even if I had two blocks.
Yeah, I know.
I still did. Yeah. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, the CNC.
Yeah. I don't think I'm supposed to give 3 cards on that endless arrow. That's my only other line.
Sounds pretty bad to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, well, I don't know. I've not faced the better version.
Yeah.
But in general, like the older version was supposed to just drag it.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure like taking it down.
You want the light totals? You want to...
Oh, I've got my phone.
I mean, it depends on the
Yeah. What's left right now? I'm at 28, he's at 12.
Yeah, but I mean, this game was going to go on for a while.
It's just top, bottom,
I don't know. It depends on like how good your version is. Obviously, you have to do
Top is life, down is
So top, like,
go up, up, down.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, the reason this well, no, I mean, it's not just frostbites. The codex is frostbites.
All right, we're back in the booth, people. What great technology this is. I can move us around and basically give us armory level quality of any other match. Once again, I can't monitor the background audio, so please let me know in chat if it's too loud or what. But it is a directional mic, so we should be hearing the table a little bit better than everything else. All right, people like the mobile cam. This is where all the money goes. I truly, between myself and Nathan, the two co-owners of Savage Feats, the money we make goes right back in so far. There have really been some big tech upgrades, stream after stream. This is one of them. We have another huge upgrade that unfortunately didn't work out this weekend. One of the parts was just the incorrect amount of pins. I was getting an external PCIe hub for a new quad-link capture card that would let me run 4 4K cameras rather than 1 4K and 2 1080s. So that upgrade was supposed to be live this weekend, but unfortunately didn't get the right part in. And since I'm traveling right now, not at home, I couldn't quickly reorder. But for Pittsburgh, that will be in effect. In Pittsburgh, we will have the full 4K every single camera setup. I'm pretty excited. Hopefully you are too. Pittsburgh is going to be nuts. Yuanji and Roger are going to be the casters for that event. Yuanji, who we just saw in top 4. Roger, who's been casting all day with Matt. It's going to be Lexi headed off to Living Legend status. So I'm really excited for that event. I hope the viewership numbers are insane. You never know. You never know. But it is the end of the ProQuest weekend, or season, that last weekend. So there shouldn't be too much competition in terms of like what people are doing. It's like that Battle Hardened and then like Worlds the next week. So I'm really hoping that that stream pops off. It's going to have all the tech, all the fancy tech.
I'll say no blocks.
Oh, actually, 1 second. Oh, oops. Okay, never mind. No, I don't. All right, never mind. I thought I did. What happened here?
Travel. For 4.
The main problem was it could actually like race Lexi, but then you could get like our
All right, I actually do have the other thing. Sorry, almost ready to go. Just clicking buttons. You know me, clicking buttons.
Yes. However, you have the
Here we go.
I was wondering like, how likely is it that you ended up not very good. I was defending you.
There we go. That's all it was. Just a little update in the overlay for this.
Sorry, playing Ender.
Is there a camera that is able to be clear enough to read the cards, or is that tech not around yet? I mean, that tech's around, but you need a multi-$1,000 camera. The camera I have right now is about $1,400 with the lens, and you can darn near read the cards. I've never actually manually focused it because I never have time. It's like a super finicky thing the morning of to do like the manual focusing. It is technology that is available to me, though, because in theory, the autofocus is like a little bit off. It's always fluctuating between the cards and the hands. If I manually focus it directly on the table, in theory, the 4K camera will be able to almost read the cards. It's still not the top of the line camera, though. I'm not made of money, but I am not doing the best job I could be, to be fair. I have not ever taken the time to do the manual focus in the morning because I'm scrambling to do like 20 other things. But yes, for Pittsburgh, when we do like the full show off of the tech, I'll have Yuanji and Roger with me, who have both worked with me before, so it should be a bit more chill. And I can spend more time on other things because I know they'll hold it down.
You take one from that turn on the Metamorph. You block with, I sent for 7, you block 6? Yes. Get you at 5, is that correct?
I don't see any comments about the audio, so I imagine it's okay. I can see the audio levels, I just can't hear it back because it doesn't run through the Mixcast.
Pitch 2, Furnace to 3. Tonal tie.
But yeah, the mobile camera will never have that kind of quality. The mobile camera, there's signal loss just in the fact that I've got the wireless transmitter and receiver going. That's never going to be crystal clear unless I pay big bucks. That tech is really expensive.
One more turn.
But the mobile cam will get pretty close to like consistent 1080, which is like basically what we're looking at. If I'd gotten the other piece of tech in for this weekend, the quad-link 4K capture, I actually have the capability of running an overhead backup table, and it wouldn't even make me carry too many bags. Can you believe that? With the current bag setup, I could actually cover an entire second table, but it was dependent on the external hub coming in. And like I said, the wrong model came in to my temporary address this weekend. I couldn't fix it. But that technology is coming. It won't only be a mobile cam. It'll be an entire backup table. In a mobile setup still. 3 bags that I can fly around the world with. Pretty cool. I even have the camera ready. I have the camera ready. I have the C-stand ready. The only thing I don't have is the cable or the hub, because I'm also looking to upgrade the cables to fiber optic, which are, those are expensive but really high quality cables. My fear is that fiber optic can snap, so I don't want to just like debut them in a event where I'm like a little overwhelmed, because if I don't do the setup to the T and those cables snap, I'd be out like $400 a cable almost.
In response, Furnace to 2.
But DM Armada, who's in the chat, DM Armada, who just worked with me on Calling Dallas last week and did a great job, by the way. That stream dealt with about 3 crashes. As you've seen throughout the day here, there are no crashes because I solved that issue. I solved that issue. No more tech crashes. I can almost promise that. The internet did drop about twice a day for like maybe about a minute each time. Not too bad. But as far as like tech crashes go, there should never be another one. And if anything, the tech is just getting exponentially better. We're like in the iPhone era, you know? I started with, you know, only BlackBerry level understanding of all this tech. But now I'm there.
It's like, why do you always have a drill shot in your hand?
Your streams have come so far since the first couple times you're killing it. Thank you, Arcuro. To be fair, it's been almost... people forget. Maybe they don't forget. They just conglomerate. It's been about 2 years of me streaming to some degree. You know, it used to be just like really low effort, you know, no commentary, stuff at my local game store in Michigan. Before I like tried to pump it up to like real production levels at Battle Hardened, New Jersey was I think the first one. Or not New Jersey, I think it was Battle Hardened, Philadelphia, I think was the first one where I like really tried to kick it up, and then it's been like maybe 20 premier events from there. There we go. That is 3 of our top 8 games known. I'll see if we can catch the last one. I know it was the longest one.
Rain Rages was late. I wasn't seeing. I was one turn. Well, and I drew into. So I hit the first Rain.
All right, never mind. We have word. That's all the top 8s wrapped up. Lucas won. So we know our top 8. So with that, I'm going to push it to the ad break while I update the graphic and we get the new round of casters in. All right, but we have the entire top 8. That is Dromai winning this match, Lucas on Lexi winning the Lexi mirror. That was not Jacob, not the dash winning. Jacob was versus Julian. So Julian won on Lexi, and then we saw Yuanji win. So it's Lexi, Dromai, Iyslander is our top 4. We'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. We've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Vynnset at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
I'm back. We're back.
Welcome
Everybody's
back.
We're back in the booth. We're back doing the casting. We're going to back cast more Flesh and Blood games.
I'm looking forward to it. This Dromai versus Iyslander matchup that we're about to see. Oh my God. Look at that top four. Look at that beautiful top four. You know why I say it's beautiful? Because you have this happening, which means we won't have a Lexi v. Lexi final. I'm excited about that.
Would there be a more fitting way to finish off this format with a Lexi v. Lexi final, though? Really? That would have.
Hey, there's still tomorrow. Don't jinx it.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I'm looking forward to the Dromai versus Iyslander matchup just because I have been under a rock since Nationals and I haven't seen it.
Okay. I have had this matchup go horribly for me. Every single time I get paired into a Dromai as Iyslander, I get thrashed and destroyed in some of the least close games of Flesh and Blood you'll ever see in your life. But every time I talk to any other Iyslander about it, they're like, yeah, the matchup's not that bad. And I'm like, okay. I'm clearly missing something, so hopefully Yuanji teaches me how it's done.
Looking forward. Yuanji has had an amazing run today. And all his matches that have been on stream, I don't even think he's broken a single sweat or shed a single tear for a play that his opponent's made that has put him on edge. He just, okay, I'll take it. And just keeps playing.
That's just his whole mantra in life. He's a cool cucumber.
Must be nice to have that type of stoic personality. I am not like that. I promise you, if I'm upset, I'm visibly upset. You can tell. My opponents just look at me and go,
I'll enter Yuanji lead mode now.
Okay.
I'm excited to cast.
Jesus.
It's going to be a good game.
Hey, I don't think it's fair to Yuanji. Yuanji has an overall like aura of happiness, I would say. Even if he's not smiling.
I'm thrilled. I'm the happiest person alive right now.
Oh, God. You should stay like that the entire match.
Like what? This is how I always am.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. All right. I'll step out of it. I'm too tired to do that.
But I do want to send a special shout out to Savage Feats for doing the production and handling the production on this. This has been amazing experience, and it could not have been done without them. So thank them. Thank Ethan. All set up, being here early. Like the time Ethan got here yesterday, setting this wonderful setup up, I was drinking. So I just want to tell him thank you because I got to drink because he was doing this.
That's fair.
No problem.
Yeah, Ethan's one hell of a guy. You know who else is one hell of a guy? This Matt White. He's done a killer job in the booth today.
I tried. I thought I was going to get in trouble for not wearing a blazer today, but I put it on, and I promise you, the sleeves are up here. So I decided not to put anyone else through that, so I didn't do it.
That's fair. To be fair, this is my lucky blazer. This is I bought this blazer in a panic when I was interviewing for a job before I was about to move to Indianapolis. And I was like, my old blazer, I think I had it from my dad's. It was old. It was crummy. And I went to like a suit shop right before my interview, and I bought this blazer for like $300 right before my interview.
That's a good investment.
And the interviewer was like, "That's a really nice blazer. I like it." And then they offered me a job, and I moved to Indianapolis. So this is my lucky, can't go wrong blazer.
Oh, what's the thread count on that? That is nice.
It is pretty nice.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one I had, it was definitely just polyester and wool, so it didn't feel like it was gonna get me through the day. Because as you know, when you come to these events, there's a lot of people, and sometimes you're hot because you have on a lot of clothes, you're layered, and there are a lot of people. So I didn't want to put anybody through that in this booth.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, thanks for the comment. I can't cast a game where Dromai's in the finals and wins because Dromai's unplayable. So it's actually impossible for that to happen.
Okay. All right, good to know.
Okay, Ethan, take it away.
All right. Thank you. I'm shedding tears. The chat is so nice. You guys are so nice. It's always a pleasure to work with new talent, obviously. You guys are brand new to the booth and really want to say thank you all. I'm looking right at Matt. You can't see it. They're right there. I'm looking at Matt and Roger. They did a great job. It's always, hey, I just show up and try to source who I can for some of these. And I got to say, my least favorite part is when I have to be in the booth. I hate those. That normally means something went wrong. But if I can be in this seat, things tend to go more right. And Roger and Matt are holding down the other half of it. So big props there. There's also more sponsors to thank So as the players are jumping into this, we are covering Iyslander versus Dromai, just by the way. We're going to keep following the spicier matchups now that we know Lexi is guaranteed to be in the finals. I think we've done a good job on that as well, picking good feature matches. Shout out to the judges here. We've only had one Lexi on stream all day. Nothing against like the players who are on Lexi. I just think as a whole, we want to see some of the new decks in play, and we've gotten a lot of that today. Riptide at 4-1. There were some great stories. But there are also great sponsors to shout out once again. I'm just scanning the list here to make sure who I have not mentioned yet. Let's go ahead and talk briefly about Fresh and Buds. If you like any of the audio that's coming through on stream, which is a mix of many things. There's that mobile cam shotgun mic. There's these headsets running through XLR, so the Mixcast. There's the player mics as well out there on the Rode Wireless Pro. That is really from the knowledge base that I get to tap into with the producer Greg behind Fresh and Buds. Tommy's a great host on that podcast. Greg is an even better producer, and I've been able to pick his brain on a lot of the audio stuff that I'm doing with the stream here. So they are a great resource to the stream, a great sponsor of the stream. Just want to give them a bit of a shout out as well. I hope the bot is back to working because their links should pop up in a second. All right, with that, everybody, if their links don't pop up, it's Fresh and Buds on YouTube and a whole bunch of other places where you can find your podcast. We're going to prep the stream graphics and be back in like 2 seconds. They're pretty much ready to go. Okay, so 2 seconds.
All right. Are you ready for this?
I am ready for this.
I'm ready for this too. Let's head down to the players and take a look what's going on. There's the stoic Yuanji versus the stoic Austin. I have to say, it's always weird once you name your child something and then you run into that name in the real world. My son's name is Austin, so now I'm like, Austin's doing this. And I'm like, that's not a baby. That's not my little baby Austin. This is another person.
Yeah, that's a grown-ass man.
Yeah, that's a... that can confirm he's an adult.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I couldn't resist.
Hopefully Austin, my baby, turns into a grown-ass man one day. That'll be a day.
Hopefully so.
Got a little bit of time before that happens, though.
Yeah. Well, enjoy him while he's young.
I love this phase right now. The 18-month-year-old, he's just doing all the cute baby stuff, forming the cute baby sentences, but not old enough to actually throw like hard temper tantrums right now.
Yeah. That's the fun age.
I will say I've met Roger's baby, and he looks so much like you. It's uncanny. It's the same. I mean, not to like say you have a baby face, but like it is a very similar face.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We got
same like facial muscles too, like all the ways that he like emotes, so similar to you. It's crazy.
Appreciate it. Well, before our viewers start having a tantrum, I think the players are in it right now. So it looks like Yuanji has leading off with a looks like Austin doesn't present any AB at the moment.
Yeah, he has his Seeker's mids.
Oh no, not even firing off the waning move.
Yeah.
Looking to filter his hand a little bit.
I'm usually never rooting for an Iyslander player, but today I've fallen in love with Yuanji.
That's good.
So I'm kind of being partial, but
it's okay.
I have favorites.
So good way to start off turn 1 though. Home of the Imperial Flame, fueling that Ash economy, getting a bunch of resources, drawing a bunch of cards, digging to the important dragons. Hard to go wrong. Yeah, and here we're going to see the classic Mirror Guy into Kyloria. And here's an interesting thing about this matchup. So normally you would think Kyloria, it's safe. It's no Phantasm, Mirror Guy's protecting this buddy. If there's an Ice Bolt or a way to deal 2 arcane damage to this Kyloria, this dragon attack's still going nowhere.
Gotta like the fact that Iyslander has spells that can actually attack allies. That is a nice way and a unique way for her to play defense against some of these dragons that are coming up.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like that's an option for Yuanji. He's not just firing off Icy Blast at Kyloria's way. So probably just going to have to block out this attack the old-fashioned way. I wonder what he stuck in his arsenal.
See here. Something tells me it may be a blue card.
Sorry, I was thinking they were next.
Odds are good. There are a good number of those in Iyslander. Although we have also seen Yuanji's capable of quite the classic slow roll. He's just like, how badly do I want to destroy this guy's soul at the moment? It's just a frosting. So he can use Metacarpus nodes, but it's kind of an early use of it. But this is kind of what they're here for in the match. They're kind of here, not really to close games. They're just kind of here to help you close out and kill some dragons. So this might look like an extremely aggressive use of Metacarpus nodes, but it's doing the exact job that they're intended for in this match.
Coming in with a waning moon here. Looks like we have Seeker Smiths.
And I like this play quite a bit. It's pretty heads up from Yuanji. I think a lot of players would be hesitant to kind of use their equipment so early. But if you just kind of look at it kind of like blocking like with an Iron Rod Gauntlet or something like that, just stopping your opponent from getting good value with like your piece of equipment, getting a good block rate out of it. Like,
Thank you, partner, to handle that part for them. Yuanji coming in with a scar for a scar. Popping the Mirror Guy and about to be able to have a go again.
And what's interesting here is there's no arcane barrier or way to mitigate this ice damage. So this ice bind, this one little measly ping of arcane damage is going to be good, and it's going to freeze that arsenal, going to render it unplayable until Austin's next turn. Pretty cute play there. I guess I guess I spoke too soon. There is an Oasis Respite. So if Austin really, really, really wants to play that arsenal, he could wiggle it out, but looks like he's just going to save the Oasis Respite to fight another day.
Looks like he's about to
crack the gold token.
Use the gold.
Pitching 2 reds, making
Yeah, all that glitters is gold.
I see what you did there.
I wonder if ash is a glittery substance. What do you think ash would look like in real life?
Something tells me sand.
That's fair. It does look pretty sandy.
I was unmuting to say maybe spice from Dune. I like your answer back. It's just sand, bro.
Fair enough. But it looks like not a lot going on. I see a blue aura. There's a nourishing emptiness. Has there been an attack put in the graveyard yet? No. So this has the active effect. This is the 6 dominate and making a very smart Dromai on hit. It's more likely going to hit too. Yuanji would have to commit a defense reaction and Coronet Peak in order to cover this up. And it might be one thing to commit Metacarpus Nodes early to kill a dragon. It's an entirely different story trying to commit your Coronet Peak early. You really need that around to keep your Channeling Bridges in play in the late game.
Especially against a deck that is so hard on the red line. You really need to be able to have the ability to tax your opponent for activated abilities. And cards being played.
Yeah, really can't let the Dromai go wide, that's for sure. But I think Yuanji's going to have to take this. The good news is it really doesn't matter how many cards Dromai has in hand. There's still no Arcane Barrier. Yuanji's Arcane damage is still just good to go no matter what happens here.
That is very true.
So from that perspective, you're really only like, it's no worse than a snatch hitting, which is, it's not great. It's not amazing. You don't want your opponent's snatches to hit, but it's not as bad as it might otherwise appear to be.
Yuanji has those big attacks in hand. It looks like he has a Wounded Bull. Another Scar for Scar over there.
Ooh, and that's a really rough hand then.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah, we know there's a Cold Snap in Arsenal, so if he wants to dig for a resource as well in his next turn, Tunic going up, you can just play the Cold Snap from your own arsenal, use Tunic, draw another card, try to look for another way to cast your Wounded Bull or one of these attacks. I think there's an Aether Ice Vein as well in that hand. So,
he's giving up the Tunic.
Blocking armor. That's
wow,
aggressive. That's
They didn't want him to have card advantage there. I mean, I get it, but it's still very early in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Scar for Scar coming in, 4 go again.
I'm shocked. I'm not a man who's speechless very often, but that play is making me pretty close to speechless, which is not great. I'm supposed to be casting this game.
I'm right along with you. I'm right
Jeez.
there along with you. I think Yuanji's planning to follow up with the go again with the Wounded Bull. Let's see here.
Yeah. Maybe because he was planning on presenting so much physical damage, he really wanted to prevent Austin from drawing the extra cards to block with, but Coronet Peak is just so good. You ever activate Coronet Peak before?
No.
It's a hell of a drug.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to stay away from those.
Yeah.
Here comes the Wounded Bull coming in for 7 and not 8 because life totals are even.
Yeah.
All things being equal, swinging for Tunic blocking this economy. I agree with you.
Not even one little measly resource off of it. It got ticked up to 2, and Yuanji was like, "Get out of here! You're dead to me."
I have no use for this dress.
You haven't given me a resource yet.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in tonight. Take this dress.
Might as well be Iron Rot chest that he equipped for the start of the match. Austin is in the tank about blocking this Wounded Bull. You never really want to just take in a bunch of damage against Iyslander.
I do agree. Is a costly play layer. We will be paying attention.
Generate that extra action point.
Plus, he saw that Yuanji played a big attack. Played the Wounded Bull earlier, so odds of him having another pretty low at the moment.
You're letting Chromai resolve. Chromai like hits the.
He's got a few attacks over there.
I'm gonna do it in response to you playing the Chromai.
Okay, that's what I.
Before the
Okay, players just clarifying the timing of this Cold Snap.
Just trying to figure that out.
No, you're good. You're good.
Not that I think it will matter all that much. I think you're still pretty happy to just let your arsenal be frozen. You're going to pitch one of these dust ups, which isn't ideal. With the extra action point, you'd really prefer to go dust up. But still being able to attack with this dust up and then the Aether Ashwing, get your Arcane Barrier down, and have a pretty efficient turn overall.
Yeah, and it looks like I was incorrect. There's another Wounded Bull for you.
Oh, geez. That was a good time. Still going to come in with this dust up, though. So the only thing that's changing now from that original line is that you won't be able to attack with the Aether Ashwing should this hit. Which it's probably going to hit. I doubt we're going to see Yuanji block with 2 cards, but who knows? Maybe.
No, he's not blocking.
Every time I think he's going to zig, he zags.
No, he has a red Aether Ice Vein, and he's not blocking this. He's going to let that hit.
Yeah. These Ashwings can be quite the pain in the butt, though.
Yes. If the board state for Dromai gets out of hand, it is definitely a problem.
Yeah.
Pitching coming in for 5 Arcane.
Yeah. Here we see one of the more critical cards of the matchup, too. That's Sigil. So Austin obviously not able to Arcane Barrier very effectively. He's not a lot of blues, not a lot of Arcane Barrier floating around. So these Sigils really do a lot of work in recovering the damage that these Arcane spells are dealing to him. Wouldn't be surprised to just see take 5 though and then discard a card. You could pitch 2 if you really want the extra ash, but it's kind of a big ask.
Yeah. He's gonna. Austin's gonna save that sigil for the beginning of his turn because he needs the red card in order to get the
I see a
motion going.
tome. I imagine is it tome time? What's scary is if a Tumultai somehow comes down here. Let's say a Tumultai comes down and blows up those Stormstriders. That's just a naked Iyslander at that point. No
Yeah.
equipment.
It's a little cold, too cold outside to be naked. I'll say that.
Yeah, especially here in St. Louis, got cold real quick.
Yeah. You never know the weather here. Never. Wanting to see here though. Yuanji's patiently holding that Polar Blast, waiting on Arsenal.
Yeah. And you can see some of the tension on the hand. Like, you don't really want to just come in with the E-Strike. That might be the most efficient play you can do, just come in for 7, attack. But that kind of plays too well into the game plan that Iyslander trying to play. Just this raw efficiency. Okay, you're going to come in for 7, I'll block with 2 cards, play a card, do my thing. I'll disrupt you a little bit. Cool, move on with my life. And Austin's pretty significantly behind here. He really needs to create a bigger board, really needs to start generating something to start pulling ahead before Iyslander starts getting him into the danger zone.
Agreed. So he's gonna start with the Azalea.
Yeah. I wonder if he's gonna try to arsenal the tome. I wonder what his arsenal is.
Yuanji appropriately responds with the Polar Blast to give him a Frostbite and then come in with Waning Moon.
Take the 3.
Austin takes the 3.
Yeah. Now his hand's a little awkward though, because let's say he wants to attack with the Tumultai. He either has to pitch the tome or the sigil. And he really wants that sigil to be played. He needs that life total back in order to try to get lives closer to parity at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But he also really wants to cast Tome because it's such a damn good card.
And I think Austin got a little flustered there at the play because I think Yuanji got a chance to see his hand.
Yeah.
Now he has more card knowledge on Austin because he got a chance to see what's in his hand over there.
Yeah, I don't know how much it matters given that the arsenal's already been deployed. The Waning Moon's already been fired off. The only extra interaction that Yuanji really has if he wants to crack Stormstriders, but I really can't see that happening at this point in time.
Well, I mean, he's been aggressive and unpredictable today, so
it's fair. Something about zigging and zagging.
Mm-hmm.
With the resolve, hit you the frostbite, play passive rush. Okay.
Wow.
Then he arsenals the tome.
Arsenaling the tome. Interesting. I don't know how much I value getting Passing Mirage down in this matchup. Iyslander has poppers, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're so prevalent that you really need to prioritize these kinds of effects like Passing Mirage, especially given that, you know, you're down 12 life at this point in time, and that's already a pretty tough spot to be in against Iyslander. So you really want to start applying pressure, trying to get these life totals closer to parity, start digging back into this game, and taking a setup turn to deploy an aura that may or may not have any impact on this game going forward really doesn't seem like what this game, like an access that this game is being played on at the moment.
I do agree. I probably would have pressed the attack there just because if you don't apply pressure to an Iyslander, they don't feel pressure. They're covered in ice, so.
Yeah, for sure. And even if we think about the 2 cards you could have arsenaled there, if we think about the difference between the Sigil and the Tome of the Imperial Flame. And Tome of the Imperial Flame is a hell of a card, don't get me wrong, but you need life. He just needs time in this game in order to set up his board, establish. And if you're going to take these slow, dirty plays, then you need even more time, which is going to require even more life. So we'll have to see. There's more tomes available in the deck. There's still Oasis Respites in the deck. Maybe he'll find the time out elsewhere, but clock is definitely ticking.
Yeah. Let's see. Yuanji electing on how to play his turn here.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of an awkward turn. I think it's just a bunch of mopey blues. I think Yuanji's thinking about pitching this
Winter's Grasp.
Polar Blast or that's Winter's Grasp to Waning Moon. I really want to see him arsenal this Ice Bolt, though. The Ice Bolt's one of the best arsenals in this matchup because so many of the dragons have that 3 health life total. So it's just able to blow them up before their attacks are attacking, so they'd lose their action point.
It looks like Yuanji just pulled 2 poppers, so He's gonna have to deal with that with the passing Mirage anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the right play.
So if I'm Austin, what a winning game sync looks like, it's going to start with Rake the Embers. He needs to get a Rake the Embers down, establish some arcane barrier, start getting the board developed in meaningful ways that's going to be able to consistently pressure Yuanji turn over turn and start asking him pertinent questions. You're also going to ask Yuanji to have a couple of awkward hands here. Yuanji has to stumble a little bit. He's significantly ahead here, like 14 life total difference. He only really needs to deal, 10 more points of damage across 2 turn cycles to get Austin into the Stormstrider's kill range, which, given that Waning Moon's going to cracking in for 3, and you got attacks and effects like Wounded Bull and Final's Fighting Spear that are chunking in for such large points of damage, it's really not asking a lot out of Yuanji to be able to do. But if Yuanji draws some all-red hands or some more mopey all-blue hands that really aren't capable of effectively dealing damage, then that's what Austin's going to need to pull back ahead in this game.
Yeah, we see a Tumultine in hand. Oh.
Yeah, but is Tumultide really what this game's about at the moment? Like, let's say you blow up Stormstriders or you attack with Tumultide, you can, there are hands that Yuanji could just blow up Stormstriders in response, right?
Yeah, but I don't think this is one of them. He has 2 attacks in his hand.
Yeah, fair point. These poppers aren't really going to be able to do much.
Oh, especially if Tumultide reveals something that's red, and he does. Yep.
And there's a Sigil of Solace. That's going to be really critical coming up.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, partner, now we have a naked Iyslander.
Tumultide.
I love Tumultide. What a card.
Yuanji just felt a little.
No, Yuanji. No, don't take the arcane damage. What are you doing, Yuanji? You don't have to take this arcane damage. So in response to the activation of the attack, before the attacking attack is considered attacking, you can kill the Azalea, and the arcane damage only resolved once the attacking attack becomes attacking. It's my understanding of how the card works. So you declare the attack, the declared attack goes on the stack. You kill it with the Ice Bolt, and then before the Azalea is considered attacking to deal the ping of the arcane damage, it's gone, and all of its effects are taken off the field. So you have to... The Azalea is declared an attack. You Ice Bolt it. The Azalea dies. Then there's no declared attack, the whole chain's broken, and there should be no point of arcane damage dealt at that point in time.
Because the Ice Bolt is on the stack first, so therefore it resolves first, and it will take
based
out
on the way layers and activations work. Is my understanding of the rules. I could be wrong.
I think arcane goes before the attack, though.
Yeah.
And because it happens upon activation.
I don't know. Yeah. It's a long day either way. It's only 1 point of damage. Yuanji has the life to burn. But I really think you should Ice Bolt this Azalea, but maybe you don't. Maybe Yuanji is thinking, well, I don't have Stormstriders anymore, so now this lethal range that I need to get my opponent down to is way lower, and I have this popper, so I might as well use one of these poppers that I'm not going to be able to effectively use. It. I don't have go again. I can't go super wide. Just pop the dragon, send the Ice Bolt at face. But I guess the other issue with that then is you got to get this yeah, you still need to get the Tumultide off the battlefield because you can't just be taking these chunks of 5 damage turn after turn.
That is a major damage.
Yeah. And we're talking about cards that Austin could see to pull back in this game as well. If he follows it up with like a Dominia after this now, pitching a blue, plays a Dominion, starts then going after Yuanji's hand, that's a dragon that can really start running away with the game as well.
Agreed. Sending an Ice Bolt at Austin.
And then pitching the Command and Conquer. No. The Ice Bolt went.
No, the Command and Conquer went to Azalea.
Okay. The Ice Bolt went face. Okay, got it. And this Wounded Bull is going to go at Tumultide. At least I'd imagine.
You never know with Yuanji.
You never know.
This might go straight to the face.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Whew. Now that begs the question. That begs the question. Why didn't he just pop it?
That would have the passing Mirage effect.
Oh, true. See, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Here's this Kyloria, threatening to draw approximately the 901st card on the day. And I don't see a Sink Below in hand. I believe the hand is
Wounded Bull. Looks like a Lightning Strike, a Frosting, and a CLF.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I was talking about, where the CLF is kind of difficult to deploy at the moment with this hand. You don't really have a good way to, well, I guess if he looks to arsenal it, and then he looks to play like a Findell's Fighting Spirit, block with one of these, but that's not going to prevent this Kyloria from drawing a card.
22. Yep.
So slowly but surely, Austin digging his way out of this life total hole. We saw it as high as 14 at the moment. It's halved down to 7.
Oh, another Kyloria.
Importantly, though, this is these have Phantasm. These aren't the safe bets that the first Kyloria attack was. So I imagine we're going to see an Azalea attack here, and it's going to get popped.
2 and 1 arcane.
So Yuanji's going to take that arcane life total differential down to 6.
And then pop.
And then pop goes the Azalea. Austin's going to gain 3 life. Life total differential down to 3.
Yeah. You can tell this game has definitely taken a turn.
And then we're going to see E-Strike.
7 at you.
Yeah, 7 going at face to Austin. I imagine Austin's pretty happy to just block this with 2 cards, play a red card, and then keep chipping away with these Kylorias. You will have to worry about something like an Ice Bolt being in Arsenal again, because once again, the Ice Bolts and these arcane damage spells don't really care about the non-Phantasm clause of Passing Mirage. But at the end of the day, you got dragons, you got a Passing Mirage, you're going to attack with your dragons. There's not much you can do about it.
Absolutely.
The real question is, what other actions does Austin want to take in order to effectuate those dragons? Because obviously you need to play a red card first in order to give him go again. Importantly, too,
yeah.
There's even if Austin wants to be a little loosey-goosey and go down to 11, it's hard for him to be super hard punished because without Stormstriders, that kill range that Icelander's capable of having is much lower. And if we get into an endgame state where like Yuanji ever comes off of Arsenal, there could be states if his life total gets low enough that he just can't get back on Arsenal. Yuanji just can't win the game from that point.
Yeah, passing is the super play. I do agree that Passing Mirage definitely is putting in some work here.
Yeah.
But here's a question. Is it as good as that Parable of Humility in round 2?
I don't think anything is going to ever
No
top
Spectre
that.
Aura can ever be as good as that Parable of Humility. That Parable of Humility is goated for sure, 100%. Seconded only to the Shimmer of Silvers.
I was going to say, the Shimmer definitely is giving it a close run for his money. Yeah.
So
players are going to play. Let's just leave it at that. Players are going to play.
So speaking of 4 damage attacks that will draw cards on hit, here's a Snatch. And you're like, oh no, there's no go again on this. And then you remember about this little piece of equipment down here. The Stormstriders hanging out. It's a little covered up. It's a little hidden. It's a little bit of a sloppy. Oh, Austin heard me say that, apparently.
Yeah, the Snapdragons. Got the Snapdragons down there ready to pop off.
Get an action point and a snap.
But CLF. Ooh.
Yeah, really going to put a damper on these things. Austin needs a blue in order to really power through this for the rest of this turn. I guess, assuming his hand is even still 2 reds, what he can do is just pitch the 2 reds to activate Snapdragon Scalers. He'd draw a card, assuming that the Snatch hits at that point. And then he'd be able to pitch that card he drew off of the Snatch in order to attack with one of these Kylorias. That would draw another card, and then you'd be able to attack with another one of the Kylorias, which would draw another card, which you then can arsenal.
Yeah, you can pitch that.
That's a lot of plays. I think what Austin is thinking here is he's trying to count to see if he can pitch into the Frame Scale Furnace in response to see if he can have those resources available before the Frostbite resolves.
Then I pitch 2 to activate Furnace before the Channel Lake resolves.
Yeah, that's you can do that. He can let the Frostbite resolve, because the Frostbite trigger resolves before the Channel Lake Frigid resolves, because it's a triggered ability that goes on the stack after the play. So,
but he still needs 3 resources, either way.
Why does he need 3 resources? So,
well, he'll be able to activate.
So the Frostbite resolves. He then costs 2 resources to activate Flamescale Furnace.
Correct.
So you pitch the 2 reds in your hand, activate Flamescale Furnace. You get 2 resources. So the Frostbite, that clears the Frostbite. Then the Channel Lake Frigid resolves. Then it's going to cost 2 resources to activate Snapdragon Scalers. But you have 2 resources because... Or no, it's going to cost 1 resource from the Channel Lake Frigid because the Frostbite's gone. Okay, yeah.
So he had to pitch the card that he drew. The reason I said that is because I didn't know if he activated the Channel Lake Frigid in response to the attack or if it was already on the stack.
Yeah.
In which case, he could have decided to block, and then he would have just activated the snaps for nothing.
For sure. But that was a really heads-up play by Austin, breaking the Frostbite with the Flame Scale Furnace before the Channel Lake Frigid resolved, really minimizing the amount of the frosty ice tax effects that Yuanji needs. And what a world. Yuanji down all the way down to 13, getting berated by these Kylorias. And if this hits, he's going to be able to attack with the Ravenous Rabble in his hand too, which looks like it's hitting. That was an Uvia, but I still think you just take your extra 4 points of damage, put Yuanji down to 5, and be like, good luck, buddy. I got 2 Kylorias on this battlefield. Nice Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play the Uvia here. I think you just want to attack, keep the pressure up.
Yeah, you have to pitch that Uvia in order to Rabble. But yeah, this Rabble's coming in for 4. Yuanji's going to fall all the way down to 5. I think there's approximately, about 1 million Ash tokens on the battlefield. So dragons are good to go for the rest of the game, no problem. And this is dangerously close to the situation too I was alluding to even before the start of this turn, where if Yuanji just gets into a spot where he just has to constantly block every single one of these dragon attacks after the rest of the game with his hand, he can't get back on Arsenal. There's no way for him to claw back in because he doesn't have Storm Striders.
I have an update, by the way. Lucas has won the Lexi Mirror. So Lucas Oswald is confirmed to be in the finals. That's a runaways on half the bracket.
These kids, man. Kids today, they're too good at Flesh and Blood. Back in my day, we were bad at Flesh and Blood. Yeah.
Attack you for...
Well, I'll definitely be rooting for Yuanji in the next round. Or the winner between Yuanji and Austin.
And here we go. We're seeing this. No Coronet Peak. This and Line Strike's coming in. Yuanji's not going to be able to pitch a card this turn. This was a one-time effect on the Channel Lake Frigid that didn't even matter that much.
No. Because his opponent kept drawing cards with those Kylorias.
Yeah, and that's a sign that that Austin's ahead when he's just like, yeah, whatever. Mirror guy, one of the best dragons turns off. But I don't need that guy. Get him out of here. I got Dromai. And this is really where you want to be, because Dromai is basically going to clear the way for these next 2 Kylorias, because this doesn't have Phantasm. You're going to go up to 2 action points after this attack is done.
Doesn't look like Yuanji has any poppers over there anyway.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to what the arsenal is, but I think the arsenal is a blue Aether Ice Vein. It's definitely an Aether Ice Vein. I guess I don't know that 100%, but I remember seeing an Aether Ice Vein. I guess I just don't know what the card you put on the bottom with a Light Strike is. If it's a blue Aether Ice Vein, that is kind of critical here, because it at least would kill one of these Kylorias or this Dromai after the attack. But if it's not, he's in a world of trouble this turn.
Like how Austin puts... Oh, it's
Aether Hail. Aether Hail, okay.
Like how Austin puts the Passing Mirage on top of the Dromai, letting you know it's protected, can't be popped.
And importantly, Dromai gets the action point whenever it leaves the arena. It doesn't have to die while it's attacking or when it gets triggered by Phantasm. It's just like whenever it's gone, you get an action point.
It's clear. Frostbite for me.
Yep. So because of that clause, Austin's turn is not done. He gets to come in with these Kylorias afterwards. And since Yuanji doesn't have a popper, he's in some trouble.
He's in real trouble.
I think I see a Dust Up and a Rake the Embers. It's unfortunate. I think I would much prefer to pitch the Dust Up there, because if you draw a card off this Kyloria, there's no more Frost effects happening. There's no Storm Striders coming down. If you just draw a card and play that's game on the spot.
Yeah. And here it comes.
To be fair, this Kyloria itself is probably game on the spot too, but I think it just he drew another Passing Mirage, and now his hand is a Dust Up and a Passing Mirage, and that doesn't end the game. Yeah, just an Arsenal pass. So I believe he has a blue. I believe he drew a blue. And I think that's a Dust Up in Arsenal. So he's super, mega, ultra, pillowy safe. But if Yuanji now has another Aether Hail, or a way to kill one of these Kylorias, that's bad news for Austin.
Yeah. Looks like Yuanji's hand is. Oh.
Yenderai is one of the best dragons to have here, though, because you don't have to worry about it being popped because the Passing Mirage protects you from the Phantasm, and you can't just kill it from one of these arcane damage spells from Arsenal. Oh my goodness, into Chromai.
Into the Chromai.
That's just perfect.
Yeah,
that's game. Yuanji has to do the fist bump, handshake, awkward dance, but that's game.
So, question for you.
I don't know if I have any answers, but shoot.
The Passing Mirage play.
I need that tonal tie.
Do we still think that was a possible mistake?
So let's think about what the Passing Mirage actually did in terms of protecting the dragons. So it allowed that Tumultai to come in when Yuanji had the popper, so it was good there.
Yes.
But aside from that, I don't believe that it effectively prevented any dragon attacks that Yuanji would have otherwise been subject to, vulnerable to, I guess. More so than that, I'm thinking of the turn 2 block with all the equipment Yuanji play.
That's definitely on the table. That was the next question.
That was
definitely on the table. That was super aggressive.
And I can't say 100% that, like, obviously I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying he made an objective mistake or something like that, because at the time Yuanji was just trying to put his foot on the gas, end the game as fast as possible. Say, like, I don't want to play a long game. I know if I let you get a board of dragons, I know if this game goes long, it's not good for me. I need to kill you as fast as possible. So I can't let you draw extra cards. I don't want you blocking extra cards. I just want to play things as efficiently and as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Austin was able to pull back ahead, build up that board of dragons, blow up the Storm Striders, and ultimately take down the win.
Yeah. And with that, we have our final.
Perfect summary of the past 2 months of competitive play, this entire ProQuest season. Lexi v Dromai, the two best decks. Let's go one more time to a battle hardened.
And I have not had the chance to boo Lucas Oswald as I promised that I would once I found out that I'd be casting with you. And I have promised Lucas that I will always support him in public. But today, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to boo him. I'm going to boo this man.
You want Dromai to win?
Oh, I just want Lucas to lose. No, I don't. I'm kidding. I really don't. But I like giving Lucas a hard time. That's our relationship. He's my favorite little guy in this game, and I really respect him as a player. I hate saying nice things. That tasted like acid in my mouth. But
that's fair. Well, you know what? It could be worse. You could be me. It could be Roger Bodie having to cast Dromai v Lexi in the finals of a battle hardened. What a fate. What a fate I find myself woven by my own mouth, by my own actions, by my own hubris.
Well, yeah, obviously. Austin's saying in his spot, obviously go to the other side.
Boo.
There was Lucas himself.
I hate you. Good luck. I hope you do terrible and win at the same time.
Well, I think we're going to take one more quick break before the finals kick off. Get some water, refresh ourselves, refresh yourself. Take a break, get up, do some stretching, but get ready for one hell of a finals game, and we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All right, hello again, everybody. We have another giveaway to kick off real quick before the final game because the stream needs to cut at about around 12 hours, so there's going to be issues with YouTube. So there is another giveaway that we're going to do now before the top 8 kicks off, before they're all seated. And that is actually a bigger one than normal. We gave away 3 Dragon Shields today. We'll give away another 3 tomorrow, I think with some other product. But Green Tree, a local game store out of Pittsburgh, has donated a Welcome to Wraith Unlimited box for us to give away to the stream today. So the way to enter into this giveaway is going to be with another keyword. The keyword is easy. It's the sponsors themselves, Green Tree. Just type in Green Tree, and you'll be entered in. Let me type it in chat. Giveaway for a WTR box. type green tree. This is easy because if you're enjoying Flesh and Blood, one of the best ways to get a friend into the game is with Welcome to Wraith. It's a pretty vanilla set with your ninja, your brute, your guardian, your warrior, and all those heroes are still around. None of them have LL. So WTAR boxes are still an amazing way to just introduce a new friend to the game. The draft format in Welcome to Wraith continues to be heralded as like the best draft format. I've only drafted it once, and I tried the yellow bellow strategy, and I think I actually 3-0'd. I don't quite remember. It was with Sam Dando. We were drinking because it was part of the Realm Speakeasy in the most recent Cincinnati event that they put off, or Columbus. Oh shoot, I forget where it was, but the 10K. And there's going to be another one. Don't forget the Realm Rumbles coming up this December 1st to 3rd in Columbus. Anyway, I do think I 3-0'd with like a yellow bellow strategy. It was either a 2-1 or a 3-0. But it was a pretty good deck, and I did enjoy drafting Welcome to Wraith. It's crazy to look back now. You know, you've got Scar for Scar, like cycling through your drafts. So Sink Below, Pummels. These cards are like crazy. The draft formats now are like if a Scar for Scar is in the format, like good God, that's crazy. We're still like chasing 1-for-5s in draft right now. So yeah, Welcome to Wraith has really it's just an evergreen set. It's fantastic. So keep spamming in the chat. Well, actually, spamming doesn't do anything. You get one entry. You get one entry for when you just type in green tree, and the bot will pick someone. I'm going to take a look. I can't see. I'm going to take a look in studio mode where the players are at. Players are reviewing deck lists, so we've got an extra bit of time. And Matt also needs to get back in the booth real quick. So, green tree in the chat if you want to be entered into this giveaway. I don't know the solution if you are an international viewer. I did not sort that one out, okay? But Green Tree Sports Cards, even better if you're around the Pittsburgh area. There's going to be actually a Battle Hardened in Pittsburgh coming up pretty soon. It's not hosted by Green Tree. I do believe it's an SEG Con. But I will be there, and they will be there. So if you go to that SEG Con, easy. That's in-hand delivery. In-hand delivery. Let me check how many people we've got entered into the giveaway. We've got, wow, it's popping off this time. On the Dragon Shield entries, we were capping at like around 60. Now there's over 100 people in this. Over 100 people. Pretty great, pretty great. I think the most we've ever had for a giveaway was like around 300, which for today's stream, it would be nuts if we hit 300 entries because there aren't even 300 people here yet. But that's okay. That's okay. This is kind of an awkward spot in the metagame. You know, we all know Lexi's gone, but she's still here for a couple events. I know it's not the most exciting, but we put Lexi off for as long as we could. And Lucas was even begging to be on stream all day. And he came into the booth. He was right here. And he goes, so now can I be on stream, Ethan? Like, what choice do I have? You're in the finals. I tried. So there we go. We're going to do the raffle just about 1 minute. And we've got even Phil from Fabry. Never too late. Never too late to join. You can run websites as incredible as Fabry, and you still get excited over a WTR Unlimited box giveaway. Because it's evergreen, like I said, baby. All right, we're going to draw the winner. Draw the winner. Here we go. The winner is, it should say in chat, Mr. Chips XYZ. Mr. Chips XYZ. Let me pin this. Congratulations, Mr. Chips. To get in touch with all the information we need, please email me at ethan@savagefeats.com. Fun fact about Fabry, we're actually using Fabry's tech for all the card pop-ups. That's why it's actually possible now, like, for example, on stream last round, when Austin is summoning a dragon, if he invokes with a fancy Marvel, I can actually put the Marvel on stream. That's all thanks to Phil from Fabry's work behind the scenes. Obviously, a fantastic website. Previously, I was using some other tools provided also by the community. I don't know how to make a card viewer like that, but I'm most recently using Phil's because Phil added this fantastic functionality to swap between rarities. It's incredible. We can even take a look at deck lists if we had like more time, but these Battle Hardened days are pretty tight. So shout out to Phil again. DM Armada wants tell Lucas you're streaming the backup match instead of his just to see what he did. Yeah, you know what we can do? They're running a Pro Quest for all the people who didn't make it to top 8. Let's just stream the Pro Quest instead. We don't need to see the finals. Who needs to see the finals? We don't need Lucas on cam. We don't need Lexi on cam. Let's just stream the ProQuest. It's freaking Michael Hamilton top 8 or whatever's going on. Okay, with that, Mr. Chips, you should see the message in that. We're going to cut to a quick break to get all the graphics sorted, and we'll be right back. Thank you for being here, people.
Welcome back to the finals of the Battle Hardened here in St. Louis. What a world. What a world we have where it's Lexi v. Dromai in the finals. In this metagame, at this time, would you say this is like a breakout weekend for these decks?
It's like the first time I've ever seen this final ever.
Yeah, for sure. It's really refreshing to see new and innovative ideas. I really like the way I've scouted Lucas throughout the weekend. He's had this really unique and innovative idea to combine the power of Rain Razors and Three of a Kind. Play them in the same turn.
Oh my God. That is mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's very powerful because the Rain Razors buffs all your arrows for the turn. And then the Three of a Kind draws a bunch of arrows. Honestly, I wish I could have been as smart as Lucas to put those cards together. But you know what? That's why he's in the finals, and I'm here in the booth. So let's go down to the finals.
So the little guy on the left, his name is Lucas Oswald. And if you don't know, he's one of the best players in St. Louis. I really hate saying it. Oh my God. But he is. He's extraordinarily talented when it comes to this game. He understands the game and the concept and what his deck is supposed to do. He optimizes all of his opportunities that he has, and he plays the cards that are in front of him. He never thinks about anything other than the play he has in front of him. So, I'm looking forward to it.
You know what I think I'm coming to the realization of?
What?
17-year-olds are broken in Flesh and Blitz. Brody Spurlock, all last year, 17 years old, wonder kid, crushing everything, top 8ing, winning, crushing it. Brody recently turned 18 and is not won anything anymore. He might be over the hill at 18.
You know what happened? Life.
Yeah.
Life started.
Lucas has that 17-year-old luck. He absorbed, he stole all of Brody Spurlock's 17-year-old luck that he had to give up by the cruel, cruel turning of the Earth around the sun. And it's all gone to Lucas. And let's hope that he can capitalize and take down this battle hard.
Let's hope I can say nice things about him for the next 15 minutes.
But you know what? We got to give credit to Austin. I think he's a bit older than 17. Not 100% sure on his age. He's had a hell of a run today, too.
Yes, he's played incredible. And sometimes this game also relies on lucky breaks. And you get to beat an Iyslander by being lucky.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of variance in Flesh and Blood, and that's why I never win. I'm just not lucky. If I was just luckier, I would win more. Easy.
Well, I'm clearly the lucky one. I mean, I got to sit here with you all day, so.
Ah, shucks.
I will still pass.
Looks like Lucas was on the play, loaded in a drill shot. Austin just cracks the Seeker's Mitts, makes an Ash, does a little opti-do, and it's time to start making some dragons. Make a Mirror Guy, attack with Mirror Guy, 2 friendly points of damage, and we even see Lucas has the Battering Bolt in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to activate Flamescale Furnace and come in with Command and Conquer. Lucas is fired up. He is slamming these cards. He is turning that Mirror Guy sideways. He is throwing his cards in the pit zone. He wants to. He's ready. He's ready for this finals. So it looks like he's blocking for 6.
Mm-hmm.
So Lucas wisely protecting his arsenal.
4 target.
And then coming in with the drill shot.
Face up. This was face down.
We're just confirming which was face up and which was face down.
So is he using Snapdragon Scalers? I don't think there's any other way to give this attack go again.
That's absolutely true.
And I'm aware of. Did he just double Arsenal arrows? So it looks like Austin has a sink below. Gonna put that Miraging Metamorph down at the bottom. No, not the Miraging Metamorph. Yes, the Miraging Metamorph?
I think he's thinking about it.
Careful sinking situation.
It's between that and the Chroma.
Close chain.
No sink.
Lexi. Death touch.
We're going to reveal a Death Touch. Interesting.
Voltaire, choose go again. Yep.
And then we're going to have the Endless Arrow. Endless Arrow is going to clean up the Mirror Guy, go back to hand, and then Death Touch is going to come in for 6.
Choose go again.
So I imagine Austin is going to block for 6.
Well, first he has the go again on the Endless Arrow. Remember,
That's right. He still had another activation of Voltaire because the Death Shot, the drill shot started in Arsenal. My apologies.
And Endless Arrow is one of the big reasons that Lexi can take care of dragons because it just goes right back to hand and it just does its job over and over again if you don't block it. But as you know, you can't block for the dragons, so Endless Arrow just comes in and does damage and gets to go again and gets to go back.
It's a really interesting decision on Austin's part. Blocking out the Endless Arrow using a piece of equipment, but allowing the Death Touch to come in and hit. He could have blocked it out. I believe he had a Dust Up and Chromai. It would have been a lot to block out, but instead he's looking to deploy this Chromai and then come in with this Dust Up and really just start getting his board going. No poppers available to Lucas this time, which is not surprising. There's not a lot of poppers. I don't even know if Lucas is on a full 3 Battering Bolt, but usually it's just some number of Command and Conquers and some number of Battering Bolts available as poppers.
Yeah, that's because they have all those arrows that have go again. They can just clean the board up really quickly. Who knew that playing 40-plus arrows is a really good thing to take down dragons?
Thinking back to the previous turn, it's interesting to me that Lucas used his Snapdragon Scalers so aggressively, given that he's also on Trench. He could have just put that drill shot onto the bottom, but I guess then his Endless Arrow would have been less effective. So I guess he was just trying to tax Austin's hand as much as possible to go as wide as possible on that turn cycle to make sure that he was getting some of his on-hits through.
I think with Trench, you have to have a face-down card.
Yeah.
So
you can't put face-up cards. With Trench, it has to be face-down.
Yeah, so the drill shot would have had to...
We all know it'd be way too powerful. You could put face-up cards down.
Yeah.
It'd be broken.
Choose +1.
So Lucas was able to block out that Dust Up with arrow and his gloves. The gloves did not deal a point of damage. They reveal the Rain Razors, but instead we're just clearing out the Chromai and then coming in with a blue Withering Shot.
Yep.
Which I don't think the on-hit of this matters at all. There's no cards in Arsenal. The dragons don't get shrunk, but we're still going to use a Fate Scene to cover it up. Might as well use your most effective and efficient cards efficiently.
Which is all I think Lucas wanted to do here. Just get something out of his hand. Fuck the card. Going in with the Mirror Guy.
Here comes a Mirror Guy. Once again, one of the more annoying dragons to deal with. Not having Phantasm on the attack and requiring 4 points of power in order to be sent at it to clear it off the field. So it gets a lot of value.
Followed up by a Snatch Red.
Yeah. Imagine this is hitting. The only question is whether or not Austin will use his Snapdragon Scalers. I think that might be a touch aggressive, but...
Lucas' hand looks to be a Winner's Bite, a Heat Seeker, an Infecting Shot.
Yeah.
And I think a Codex.
Yeah. I was like, where's that Rain Razors he revealed off of his arm piece? But then I realized that it goes to the bottom, which is a big loss for him, losing that Rain Razors.
Oh, I get to target yourself. So I could target myself.
Winter's Bite? Who is he targeting?
I think he's going to target Austin.
Okay, fair enough. Although, you know, one of my favorite plays in Iyslander is Cornet Peak reads the same way. You can target any player. You can target yourself with it in order to like pseudo mulligan your own hand and kind of just dig to cards without letting your opponent filter their hand. So it's not crazy to Winners by targeting yourself. It's just not turn 0 and you're not Iyslander.
Activate Voltaire, choose go again.
Austin does elect to pitch a card instead of discarding.
Heat Seeker triggers.
Lucas will then Heat Seeker the Mirror Guy.
Death Touch.
And then get back a Death Touch and come in with Death Touch for 6.
Ponder, shoot you for 6.
Heat Seeker didn't have. Oh, you had to go again?
Yeah, go again from 5 go again target here.
So a really good turn from Lucas there, especially on a 4-card hand. Cleared the dragon. It's going to get a Ponder token, so back on Arsenal and threatening a really impactful on hit with this Death Touch. Really, the big question is, when is Austin going to see one of his tomes? Finding the right time for the tomes of the Imperial Flames to generate a bunch of ash, dig to his power cards, and try to find a Tumultai. Yeah. Tumultai blowing up the New Horizon is always the play that's lurking behind the scenes in this matchup.
Yeah, again, sometimes the game just comes down to luck. But you have the cards or you don't. And right now, looks like Austin's searching for something.
Arsenal 6 cards.
Yeah, it's awkward because you don't want to play the game too passively. You don't want to let Lexi have too much space because then Lexi and Lucas very innovatively was just going to combine Rain Razors and 3 of a kind and present to you about
18, 20 damage.
Give or take. Yeah. And that's obviously not a play you can block out very effectively no matter who you are. So you want to be having the board pressure. You want to be pressuring the Lexi, but at the same time, these on-hits suck.
You gotta think that Death Touch is a nice touch, pun intended, to the deck because it does give you the option of which aura you want to pass out. It's almost like a coverall for each situation. If your opponent has too many cards, you're definitely gonna want to throw out an Inertia. If they don't have enough, you're gonna want to throw out a Blood Rot because they can't possibly pay for it. Yeah.
Thanks, Dwyer. I love Majora's Mask myself. It's my spooky theme. It's my, woo, it's Halloween weekend where it's wear a Majora's Mask shirt. But Lucas agonizing over this decision, but it's looking, or Austin agonizing over this decision. My apologies.
Yeah. Lucas is playing this really well and just aggressive enough.
Oh, there's the Tumultai. That's what it is. He's blocking the Tumultai. Oh, that's tragic.
Who knew that Heat Seeker and Codex of Frailty and a 6-card hand to follow up with was a winning combination?
Yeah. I wonder if it would have been worth it to just eat the damage.
Rip the cavalry at you and just prayed on the popper?
quite decent, but it's also like probably game losing.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the more conservative play to bin the Tumultai and just prevent the damage from hitting and just send your efficient on hit back at Lucas. But I don't know. What do you think about that play?
Take 3, go to 26.
I'm a little lost. 'Cause I'm watching Lucas. I'm sorry. I'm watching Lucas and deciding to take the damage because it's reduced by the frailty. But I'm thinking more of what's gonna happen with this ice quake here. He trenches away, which
Activate Voltaire, choose plus
And we're going to play the Ice Quake and come in with a big, fat Bolt Shot for 8. This is kind of what I was talking about, where, yeah, Austin blocked out that turn last turn on the Death Touch, but it's not like Lexi's just wanting for on-hits and big disruptive effects. It's the next turn cycle. Once again, here's approximately 1,000,000 damage, and Austin's not able to block it out. Before he gets the Frostbite from the on-hit, he's going to gain 3 life from the Sigil of Solace. So, once again, really not going to be able to put down any pressure.
Let's see if Lucas reloads here.
Yeah. Codex of Frailty. Can you put Tumultai? Can you choose Tumultai with Codex of Frailty?
No.
It's kind of like an attack. It attacks.
No. That's an action card. He has to go get an attack.
Oh, and he snipes the Tome of the Imperial Flame. Tragic.
And this Death Touch.
What could have been? What could have been? Had he just taken that on the chin last turn, he would have had the Tome lined up this turn. He would have had the Tumultai in Arsenal. Granted, he'd be sub 20 life. He'd have not a lot of life going for him, but Lucas would be on no New Horizon.
True.
I don't know.
But he still had to deal with this Death Touch. This Death Touch has been putting in work the entire game.
I really like Death Touch, man. I don't know.
See? And as you heard Lucas say, he really likes Death Touch. A real way to explain. He explained it to our head judge Ryan Mount here, who's judging this match.
Lexi.
Again, another local here in St. Louis. Super friendly community. We all know each other.
Choose go again.
Yep, on the arrow or sorry.
On the Voltaire.
Yeah.
So here comes an endless arrow for 4. Go again. Good time for a Fate for Scene, that's for sure.
Definitely.
I think I also see a sand cover.
And another sigil, which means he has some cards that don't block.
And there's a dust up on top that we're leaving there.
CNC.
That's how you know Lucas is feeling confident in this matchup right now. When you're attacking with a Command and Conquer and you're just like, yeah, whatever. You don't got an arsenal. You got dragons. Attacking with CNC. Good luck, buddy. That's a bravado play if I've ever seen one.
Oh no, you're ending with an arsenal. Never mind. You're still efficient.
Just a little shit.
Yeah, that is true. The Death Touch did give the inertia token, and that's why the Snatch went away, and why Austin was on no arsenal this turn.
Sand cover.
Okay. Taking 2. Okay. 24. All arsenal.
So, assuming that the Snatch connects, if Lucas elects not to block it out, there's a solid turn that Austin has lined up here. So he can go Snatch, go again for Snapdragon Scalers, draw the Dust Up, attack with the Dust Up, make an Ashwig, and then play the Sigil of Solace, or Arsenal the Sigil of Solace. There's no reason, I guess, not to keep it an Arsenal play around future codexes.
Do you have something to say, Jeff?
Red Snatch coming in for 4. Looking to draw a card here.
Downright.
Wondering if Lucas will block this.
Anyway.
See a Rain Razors in hand.
Foolish friend.
Yeah. It's such a big advantage as far as hand size.
Yeah, battering bolts floating around in there.
You might just let this go.
So it looks like no committed of the Snapdragon Scalers. Just going to gain the 3 life from the Sigil of Solace.
Yeah.
Keep the Dust Up for another day.
Nope. Activate Trench. Gain a resource. Pay 1. Activate Voltaire.
Trench doing work this game.
Go again.
Close the battering bolt with go again. coming in 6.
Yeah, once again, sending these cards that are supposed to be designated as poppers, just attacking with. It turns out you can attack with them too. Who knew?
Yeah.
And you lose a life from each card discarded this way. Yep. That's good. So watch out.
I think the idea is to get the most value he can out of that infection shot because he wants to get the damage from the blood rods. So forcing him, Austin, to block with multiple cards in hand with the 6 go again with such a big attack, that's definitely part of the game plan.
Yeah. I wonder what card he's going to leave in his arsenal this turn.
I've attacked with 6.
He could just attack with the
Well,
Falcon Wing.
not how many's in my graveyard.
I'm pretty sure there's more in the deck.
And then Arsenal the Rain Razors for the next turn cycle.
This one?
So
It's a little awkward because you would probably prefer to have the Falcon Wing left over instead of this infecting shot, but he only has 1 resource left, so he's not going to be able to load and fire the infecting shot.
Phantasm. Yeah. They're putting in work though, man. Like
they are. You know, it's good. Yeah, that's what they're there for, to attack it with.
Dude, CNC's a staple in many Flesh and Blood decks.
Yeah, and so is Battering Bolt.
2 cards.
Conversation going on between Lucas and head judge Ryan Mao.
Are judges allowed to give metagame analysis in the middle of a match?
That's not uncommon. I really think we just all enjoy criticizing Lucas because if you know Lucas, he's definitely going to give you an earful of everything.
All I know is I beat Lucas up real bad in our Bright Lights draft pod last night. I thrashed him. Our game was not close. He had a bad Teklo Vest deck. I had a sweet Dash IO deck. He was dead. I could have won this battle, Hardened, if we were playing that matchup. But instead, he's playing Lexi, and I'm up here in the booth. So
we played this matchup at Forge and Fire actually on Thursday. I played my Ice Lexi against him. He had me down 33-9, and the game went in my favor. I just had to get that out there on stream.
That's fair.
Letting
Look at
everybody
that.
know.
Both of us beat Lucas. It's not even good.
Letting them know.
But unfortunately, he has the 17-year-old luck. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm not 17.
I stopped being that a while ago.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
In St. Louis, but then the ones that are like 2 hours away randomly, we'll go to them. You don't like go to school there. Yeah.
Austin's still deciding on how he wants to block here.
Important decisions. Yeah. I see a Rake the Embers, which is one of the best cards in the matchup. It's very difficult for Alexi to clean up those little Aether Ash Wings, and they're one of the best sources of consistent pressure. You could say no blocks.
Oh, the Rain Razors comes out.
Yeah, so Battering Bolt going up to 8. Thankfully, the on-hit from the Battering Bolt doesn't matter here. No defense reactions, no instance, just good old normal actions. But this is still metric ton of damage. Actual ton of damage.
Here comes the infection shot.
So we're going to give up the Flame Scale Furnace. Block for 6. So avoid taking even more damage. Get this Rake the Embers online and try to live to fight another day. Yeah, being a Fab caster is great. You can win lots of casual matches in games that don't mean anything. It's sweet.
Draw 3 cards from my dueling deck.
Oh, there's that card you were talking about.
3 of a kind? Unfortunately, he messed up because he already played the Rain Razors. He could have played them together.
Oh. 3 comes in, though. 3 and go again.
Just a cute little Falcon Wing coming in for a friendly 3 points of damage.
And Austin elects to take it and goes to 16.
Yeah, no on hits. It's just vanilla damage. Might as well take it because you never know what super important on hit that's going to turn off your hero abilities waiting for you around the corner.
Coming in with a sleep dart.
Yeah.
Something I feel like I've been hit with.
Yeah, 1 remaining.
Yeah, Dromai does not like being asleep. She needs to be active. She needs to be awake for her to function at her peak on her turns.
I'll have to go again here.
So importantly, the dragons only get go again through Dromai's hero ability.
I like how Austin just flew right through.
Oof, and that's a bit awkward because you took away a hand that blocked pretty well and turned it into a hand that blocks not very well. So now you can't even block out this Bolton shot because of the Sigil of Solace Sean.
See if Lucas can use the reload.
Close the chain.
Up,
He loaded in a Codex of Frailty.
Oh. There it is.
Yeah. So that's really awkward, the fact that Austin was not able to block that attack anymore.
And he's going to get the CNC. No,
Guess what? He can't block out now either.
Can't block the
Command and
CNC.
Conquer.
Yeah. So he's going to get the Arsenal as well.
Max punish for that sink below. That was one of the most punishing sink belows I've seen ever. Because he had a stand cover. He would have been able to cover, for back of a letter word, he would have been able to cover this up had he not used the sink on the sink below. But hitting that Sigil of Solace was disastrous.
It looks like he got rid of a sink below down there.
I think it was a dust up that was in the bin. So now we're coming in with this Kyloria. Nope, not even coming with the Kyloria. Ashwings first, you're right. Might as well get the Ashwings in before attacking with the real dragon. Looks like Lucas has double Heat Seeker Endless Arrow in hand.
Along with a Winter's Bite, yeah.
Blue, and no chance of his Arsenal getting gunked up because of this trench. Uh-oh. I have a sinking feeling of what's in his arsenal. Yeah. Yeah. As when I see a confident double block with Heat Seeker snapped off, like whatever. I don't need these arrows. I'm gonna draw all these arrows. Oh boy.
Yes, that was disgusting by Lucas. That was a great turn.
Yeah. And then we get this friendly Endless Arrow hitting a Kyloria, going back to hand. This game is really snowballed out of control.
See what Lucas likes to shoot here.
Oh. Can't have it all. The quiver of rustling leaves was not able to rustle up another arrow for Lucas.
Coming in with this infecting shot for 6.
Yeah. Just going to arsenal the Endless Arrow from here. And it's really awkward for Austin because now you know Lucas has a popper lined up for next turn. So even if you were like, oh, it's okay, I got these dragons to pull back ahead now, and they're like, wow, damn it. There's a popper. Because you even see a Dominion. I guess Dominion would be able to rip a popper, but in order to do that, you need to have life total points to absorb this hit, which he does not have. He does not have life total points to absorb any hits. Only has 5. Oh, and he would have been able to do it too with the tome. Oh man, my heart's breaking.
Mine too. Austin's clearly frustrated now.
Yeah, nothing has gone right for him this game. Every time it seems like he's made a single step, it's just like, bam, punished. Oh, you make a play that's reasonable based on best information at that time. Oh, well, I'm just gonna max punish you. You're gonna use the sink below to try to dig for good power cards. Oh, how about a Sigil Assault doesn't block?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna block with your Tumulti. Oh, how about the tome in the very next hand that doesn't block either? And it's just like, every time he takes one step forward, it feels like he's just taking 5 steps backwards just because of how punishing Lexi is.
If you take a look, just look at this. Look at this. This is why I always say bad things about him. Look at him. Just look at him.
He's so smart right
now. Dude, it's like he knows you're drawing on him. What is this?
Look at him. Seriously. I love the little guy. To know him is to love him, but also he is a bit of a jerk. I love him for being himself.
So Mirror Guy came down, was able to protect itself. Ashwing came down, immediately popped.
Oh, what's that card in his hand there? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we know.
You know, the good thing about 3 of a kind is that it draws you more cards, which digs you deeper to your next 3 of a kind. And once you play that 3 of a kind, it draws you more cards, which digs you deeper to more 3 of a kinds.
So broken.
It's a self-perpetuating combo. Finally, time to take out the trash. Azalea.
Just to see if Lucas just completely ignores the Mirror Guy over there.
What does that even mean with that flavor text? Take out the. You're playing a game of poker and you're like, oh, I have chores. I win this game of poker. I gotta go take out the trash in my house. I forgot. It's a bit smelly in there at the moment.
Maybe those are targets and not actually poker cards.
I don't know. It could be contract cards. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So focusing back in on the gameplay, Lexi cast a 3 of a kind and is firing about 100 arrows on the battlefield at the moment. And technically, there's an endless amount of arrows being represented with the card in Arsenal.
Absolutely.
Truly endless.
You know why I don't like all of the Azalea Ranger cards or Lexi cards? It's because they're usually killing rune blades on them. The artwork is very
that's a good point.
Very anti-rune
This is a different card. This is a different card. This is it's not even they're not even a similar card.
Mm-hmm.
We've been lied to this whole time.
You look at Remorseless. They're killing off a rune blade on there.
And then this arrow, endless arrow, going to face. We're not even bothering killing this mirror guy. You see this mirror guy? He's chilling.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a happy mirror guy. Living his best dragon life at the moment. No fear of being hit by any of these dangerous arrows, because why would you attack this mirror guy with 4 life? When Austin has 4 life. And he needs to block out all these attacks. And then chip in with a friendly little mirror guy that's coming in for 2 damage. Uh-oh.
Let's see.
Yeah, that would have been cool. If each one of those would have been like a infecting shot token or something like that.
Agreed.
They would have had the one of the disease tokens on the Tory of a kind. That would have been interesting. But once again, we're going to flip up a winner's bite. And
Frostbite, and then rip a card from hand.
Speaking of 3 of a kind digging you to power cards, I believe there is Ringing Razors in Lucas's hands. And when you combine that card with the powerful on hits of arrows,
let's see if Austin can read it or if he's going to block just enough to cover up.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for just a friendly 2-block cover up, which is not going to end well for him. He won't be dead.
No, he's
not lethal. He'll just be taking 3 going to 1, and you know. Sometimes all you need is 1 life total point. 1 life total point is not 0 life total points.
But then the next play would be Lucas. Lucas ripping a card from his hand with the winner's bite, and then coming in with a fatter ever.
Yeah.
Bigger arrow.
And now he's going to be able to strip a whole other card out of Austin's hand by playing the winner's bite.
And going +1 on the arrow and shooting it for 7.
And that's game.
And that's game.
Lexi won a Flesh and Blood tournament. Can you believe it?
I cannot.
Wow.
Yay, boo. I mean, good job, Lucas.
You know, I'm happy for Lucas.
I'm not.
But man, am I sick of 3 of a kind rain razors. Get these cards out of here. Thank God. Just get them out.
I mean, she's LL'd, and I think we're all going to celebrate. In fact, I think we're all celebrating tonight.
Yeah.
But
Can we just pretend? How about we live in legend her tonight? This was it. She's living legend right now. Nobody can play her at the 5K tomorrow. Nobody needs to play Lexi at the super awesome, amazing 5K that is also going to be streamed tomorrow that everybody should turn into because Lexi's living legend and you won't have to watch Lexi win it. Right?
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Awesome.
How about we just don't play Lexi tomorrow?
We just all just agree before the tournament, no Lexis.
Ladies and gentlemen agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah. No Lexis.
I won't play Lexi tomorrow, I promise.
I don't think I'm playing her either.
Awesome. Look at that. We did it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. That was an amazing game of Flesh and Blood that was incredibly novel, never seen before. And I had a blast casting it. I had a blast casting all day with you today, Matt.
I had the same pleasure. I mean, it was so much fun. And I got to rag on Lucas a little bit in the end, and that made it that much better.
You know what? Out of all the trials and tribulations we saw all day today, what sticks out to you the most?
It has to be the parable.
The parable of humility. The parable of humility was so good.
Oh my God.
It was so humbling.
Oh my God.
think
That
of
and the Shimmer just going to Pound Town.
That's like
it was
in case anybody ever wants to like a 101 lesson on why you should attack Spectre auras out of Prism, just watch that game. It's just like you can't leave them.
I think that was our round 2 or 3.
Round 2.
Yeah. Go back and watch that, and you'll see why you can't leave those things on the field.
Yeah,
they
will humble you.
I promise you.
They will humble you
I promise.
in ways you can't even imagine.
And also, probably go back and watch our top 4.
Go back and watch it all.
Yeah, and see why.
Right click on the YouTube video and just click loop. Just go to sleep. Just loop the video.
Yes,
Get the views going.
Yes, I need these views. Yes. The first thing I do after the stream is add the timestamps. So for anyone, give me like 30 minutes. Timestamps will be on. We've got Lucas. Yep, go the other way, buddy. Who wants to interview Lucas?
I'm going to interview Lucas. Actually, you know what, Matt? You interview Lucas. He's
Okay.
your local. You do it.
Fine.
You
I'll
got
do it.
this. I'll step out.
Okay, step out.
Promise this will be unbiased. No, I don't.
Why would it be unbiased? That's so boring. Ugh.
You're ready? Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were on.
Yeah.
So, hi. Lucas Oswald here, tournament winner, battle hardened winner, STL. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Finally won a tournament, which feels pretty good.
I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
So I couldn't wait to do this interview because I wanted to tell you all the bad things that I said about you to your face.
Okay.
So I wanted you to know I drew on you a little bit.
Okay.
I want to tell I wanted you also to know that I told the world how smug you are.
Yep,
when
absolutely.
You're playing.
Yeah, no, I'm not fun to like. I'm fun to play against if you don't care about winning or losing.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
But I'm a hoot and a holler.
I hate you so much. I really do love this little guy.
This is my brother. I love him so much. He's the best.
So please tell me how it was to go through 7 grueling rounds of Flesh and Blood and what you played against that gave you the most trouble.
So in Swiss, I went 6-1. I lost to Jacob Baugh on Dash. That matchup's really tight, and a lot of the time it's who draws power cards and just kind of who gets there. He played perfectly and got me.
Jacob usually does.
Yep. No, very, very good player. Obviously, just top 4 of the calling in Dallas.
Yeah.
I played 3 Lexi mirrors in Swiss, and then 2 more in top 8. I felt really good about that matchup. That was one of the reasons that I feel so comfortable playing Lexi, is because I really think that I'm favored in the mirror. And I won all 5 of those against some good players as well.
You think it was a death touch?
That touch is really strong, for sure.
It put in work, definitely, that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's like why it's in there. You block with it early, and then you codex it, 8 times. We were commenting. It was funny. At one point, I had attacked him 6 times with Phantasm poppers, and I had not popped the dragon yet. But they attack too. There's a reason we don't just play down in 30.
So, question for you. This is definitely the first final where I've seen an active player holding a conversation with the head judge while playing. So, can you give us a little bit of insight of what you and Ryan were possibly talking about?
Yeah. So Ryan and I are good friends. I dog on him a lot, but he's a good guy. I hope he didn't hear me say that.
No.
And we're just kind of having fun. I'm a pretty laid back person when I play. I like to have conversations. I like to just laugh with my opponent. I really like to enjoy the game itself. It doesn't really impede the way I play most of the time. Obviously, if there's a really difficult decision to make, sometimes you have to lock in, pay attention. But as you guys saw, a lot of my hands were kind of just like insane, and they played themselves. So yeah.
As for the battle hardened, we usually present the winner with something juicy like that.
Yes.
Now, what do you think is in there?
I don't think I'm gonna find out today.
Oh, he's gonna hold off.
But it feels good. I feel like it's a good one. I can smell it. Last time I opened one of these gold foils, I got a new horizon. So maybe it was a sign.
Oh.
Maybe I should open it, and then whatever hero the gold foil is, I just play that at every event until I win one.
So you're gonna open it now? Or you're gonna hold
No.
I wanted to see if you were opening now.
Yeah.
I tried, Chad. I tried.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming in, Lucas. You did an awesome job. Congratulations. I'm super happy you won.
Yep.
And I'm gonna pass this off to Ethan, and we're gonna see you a little later.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much to the team today. That is it for the Battle Hardened today, but there's a 5K tomorrow. That's a bigger prize pool than the Battle Hardened. Battle Hardened is 2K, but there is a true 5K on tomorrow. 1 PTI, 1 gold foil on the line, but the cash winnings themselves have been elevated to $5,000. So it's I think in theory, just straight more to play for, because the main difference is like 1 PTI difference. So hopefully you all come back for that. If not, and you're off to your own ProQuest, best of luck there. I just wanted to make sure I gave the time and day to the last 2 sponsors that I forgot to shout out in the earlier rounds, because things are moving a little bit faster. But don't worry, all the sponsors are going to get their time in the sun again tomorrow. I think the last 2 sponsors I forgot. I think it was like rounds 3 and 4. I literally had it planned out, and I just forgot to say so in those rounds. That I want to shout out here are definitely Fab Foundry. So they're a game store that's local to Nathan, the other half of Savage Feats, out in Portland. So I was recently in Portland for the Battle Hardened and freaking loved that city, loved the people I met. And apparently you have an even more incredible store out there. They were the hosts of Battle Hardened Portland, and you can even use a discount code for singles on their website that they have provided to the stream. It was on the loop. I believe the code is just SAVAGE for 10% off there. So Fab Foundry, local game store to Nathan, they're one of the game stores who stepped up to basically chip in some funding so that other game stores like Forge and Fire is hosting this weekend can have elevated coverage. You know, when everyone shares the load, I can bounce around and put on a show like this across the entire weekend. So Fab Foundry, thank you a ton there. I think the last sponsor I forgot to mention, I think has the best ad. This is maybe a little biased because I did make this ad, but everyone always thinks it's hilarious and it still holds up even though some of the memes are dated. I need to make a new one, and that would be Hemal Patel. Hemal Patel is someone you might have seen working the booth at Magnolia, but he also runs basically a direct-to-consumer business on Facebook or Twitter, however you want to get in touch with him, for whatever you need. If you want a deck, if you just want a full suite of like all the commons from a set or all the foils from a set, or like however you want to piecemeal it together, Hemal has so much product, he can basically custom order like whatever you want with him. So he's fantastic, long-term friend and sponsor of this channel as well. And like I said, all the sponsors are going to get their moment once again tomorrow because they're the real reasons we're out here. Thank you all for tuning in. This was a great day. I think probably one of the better send-offs we could have had. Lucas finally winning an event on Lexi. Lexi only around for really like one more weekend, and then she's off to LL. So I know I personally always get annoyed when the heroes LL with like more points than they needed. Flashbacks to Starvo where he rotated with like 1,500 points, and then 500 points went into the ether, but it's the system we have. So there we go. Lexi picks up a little bit more. I know a lot of people wanted Dromai to win to also push her closer to LL, but we're going to have her around for a good while, don't worry. So get your complaints ready. Roger's already ready. If you can't complain about Lexi, it's going to be Dromai right there. So with that, everybody, that is the stream for the day. We'll be back tomorrow, like I said, with another bigger event than this one, at least more on the line. So thank you all for being here. Going to run the ad for or the break screens for a sec. Catch us up to live, and then we're out. See you tomorrow.